Pirates, the Peerless Emperor Part 2. The sun rises in the east, and the soft sunlight shines on the sea, shining with an intoxicating light. In the early morning, the sky was just dawning, but the harbor of the Fielding Kingdom was already crowded, and almost all the citizens looked excitedly at the sea in the distance, and the excitement and reverence were undisguised on everyone's faces. Because, today, is the day when their Supreme King returns home. It's coming. Saw the ship. Suddenly, I don't know who shouted, everyone looked at it together, and they were all excited. I saw that on the sea in the distance, a warship was slowly approaching, and the blue-white flag belonging to the Kingdom of Fielding was fluttering in the sea breeze, which was extremely conspicuous. His Majesty. King. Your Majesty. Welcome back. Long live His Majesty the King. The citizens screamed as hard as they could, looking at the approaching warships with burning eyes, and the enthusiastic shouts spread like waves one after another, resounding throughout the sky. Amid countless enthusiastic shouts and gazes, the warship slowly approached the shore, retracted its sails and dropped anchor, lowered the wooden staircase, and a group of heavily armed soldiers took the lead in walking down to separate the excited villagers. Then, Luo Tian, dressed in a white gold-rimmed robe and with a faint smile, walked down from the boat. Suddenly, the cries of the citizens became even more frenzied. Your Majesty, you have defeated the naval forces, are you not afraid of the retaliation of the navy? At this moment, a voice shouting with all his might suddenly sounded from the crowd. The shouts of chaos fell silent for a moment, and everyone looked in the direction from which the sound came. Luo Tian also paused, looked over, and suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. I saw that in the crowd, a cute-looking girl looked at Luo Tian with a strong look, although she looked nervous. The other citizens also couldn't help but look at Luo Tian, and it was obvious that most of them wanted to know the answer. Luo Tian glanced at the girl quietly a few times, and suddenly smiled slightly. Why be afraid of the navy? Luo Tian said with a smile, although his voice was not loud, but it strangely reached everyone's ears. As I said, neither the navy nor the Kingdom of Fielding has ever been absolutely strong or weak, and the reason why we feel that the navy is terrible and invincible is because we stop at the edge of the cliff, instead of stepping over the cliff like a flower without fear and taking a step towards the sky. What about the navy, as long as they dare to disrespect our Fielding Kingdom? After speaking, Luo Tian no longer paid attention to the stunned girl and the people, turned around and walked directly towards the palace, and the soldiers also hurried to follow. The girl looked at Luo Tian's back blankly, and her beautiful eyes suddenly burst out with great reverence. Your Majesty, I believe in you, cried the girl excitedly. And as the girl shouted excitedly, the other citizens also shouted excitedly. As long as the navy dares to have any disrespect for the Kingdom of Fielding. What a confidence! What a domineering thing this is! How is that? It's reassuring. His Majesty. King. His Majesty. King. His Majesty. King. Unconsciously, all the shouts converged into a neat sentence. Listening to the eager shouts behind him, Luo Tian walked directly to the palace with a faint smile on his face, under the escort of the soldiers. Suddenly. Ding, national reputation level increase, current level, level 2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for an exclusive lucky draw. Luo Tian's footsteps paused slightly, and then returned to normal, but the smile on his face was deeper. Your Majesty. Back in the palace, the dark department hidden by Luo Tian's side at any time suddenly protected the entire palace tightly, and walked in the direction of the bedroom. Along the way, a maid with a good face respectfully saluted Luo Tian. After turning left and right for nearly 5 minutes, the door of the bedroom appeared in front of Luo Tian's eyes. It's just that in front of the gate, a timid petite figure is standing there. Your Majesty. Seeing Luo Tian, the little maid trotted over very happily, with a delicate little face with a little pink, and looked at Luo Tian happily with her little head. Salsa. Luo Tian also smiled slightly, and said without looking back as he walked towards the bedroom, "It's just right, come and help me press my shoulder." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing this, the little maid suddenly smiled on her face, and almost jumped up and down. Walking into the bedroom, Luo Tian sat down directly on the soft and comfortable sofa, and the little maid hurriedly walked behind Luo Tian. A pair of white and tender little hands gently pinched Luo Tian's shoulders very seriously. "Who?" Luo Tian closed his eyes comfortably and exhaled, and then said in his heart, "Start the lottery." "Wio." A translucent light curtain that no one could see except Luo Tian popped up, and on it, it was the lottery turntable that Luo Tian was familiar with, but this time, the prizes on it were obviously different. Vector Control LV5. Strategic Universal Angel, Icarus. 100 Style Guanyin, 0 Style. Ninjutsu Scroll, 5 Elements. Slashing Knife Forging Technology. Death Notebook. Death Notebook. Luo Tian didn't even look at the other options in the back, his eyes stared directly at the Death Notebook, and a trace of heat flashed in his eyes. This thing? It can't be the one that Night God Moon took in Death Note, right? If you win this. That's. The prize is getting more and more exaggerated. Luo Tian took a deep breath and didn't look at the other prizes. Anyway, what he could draw in the end completely depended on luck. It was basically difficult to draw what he wanted, so it was better to be out of sight. "Let's start," Luo Tian said in his heart. Ding. Exclusive lottery starts, end lottery, the host shouts to stop. As the cold sound of the system sounded, the turntable also began to spin at great speed, and the prizes on it were suddenly blurred, and nothing could be seen clearly. About 5 seconds later. "Stop," Luo Tian whispered in his heart. Wio. The extremely fast spinning turntable stopped instantly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ninjutsu Scroll, 5 Elements. Ding. The exclusive lottery is over, next draw, National Prestige Level 3. Wow. The light curtain in front of him disappeared, and Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Ninjutsu Scroll? What the hell? Muran sank in his hand, and a thick scroll appeared in Luo Tian's hand. That's amazing. Your Majesty, is this magic? Behind Luo Tian, the little maid who was rubbing his shoulders suddenly opened her cute little mouth wide, and looked at Luo Tian's eyes full of surprise and admiration. Your Majesty is amazing. I feel that as long as it is His Majesty, there is nothing he will not do. Luo Tian ignored the little maid who exclaimed, but looked at the Ninjutsu Road scroll in his hand, and his brows couldn't help frowning. The scroll is about half a meter long, the whole body is white, the two sides are red borders, and it is covered with mysterious runes, and the whole looks very thick. You can imagine how many ninjutsu are recorded in it. Just. What does this do to Luo Tian? With the Eye of Reincarnation, the ability of the 6 realms is completely sufficient for him now, and now for him, the main thing that limits his strength is physical strength. Luo Tian has always believed that a person's ability is not important, but the essence is important. He doesn't even fully grasp the Eye of Reincarnation now, and he has to spend time exercising his physical fitness every day. Where is the time to learn these ninjutsu? As for the dark part, they themselves are the elite of the ninjas, and the ninjutsu that suits them must have learned the same, and the ninjutsu scrolls are not very useful to them. Really? I actually drew the ninjutsu scroll. Putting the ninjutsu scroll aside, Luo Tian rubbed his forehead helplessly. There are so many prizes, not to mention the death notebook that Luo Tian particularly wants, but it's good to draw any other vector-controlled superpower or Icarus. However, the system played a big joke on him, and gave him the ninjutsu scroll that he didn't use the most. I don't have the energy to learn, and the dark department doesn't need it, Can Luo Tian still open a ninja school so that others can't learn? Wait. Thinking of this, Luo Tian was suddenly shocked and sat up. Your Majesty, the little maid behind her tilted her head and looked at Luo Tian strangely. It's okay, I suddenly remembered something, keep pressing. Luo Tian waved his hand. Oh. The little maid obediently continued to massage Luo Tian. Luo Tian, on the other hand, picked up the ninjutsu scroll that was thrown aside, and opened his personal panel at the same time. Host, Fielding Roshan. Country, Kingdom of Fielding. Status, King. Country class, Third-rate Kingdom. National prestige, Level 2. Subordinate Legion, Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit. Exclusive Armament, Reincarnation I, Ninjutsu Scroll, 5 elements. Number of lucky draws, none. Glancing at the personal panel that hadn't changed much, Luo Tian's heart moved, and he opened the information introduction about the Ninjutsu Scroll. Name, Ninjutsu Scroll. Attributes, Wind, Fire, Thunder, Earth, Water. Grade, Grade C, Minimum, Grade S, Maximum. Quantity, 2,362 species. Description, a scroll that records all the 5 elements of the Naruto world's 5-element attribute ninjutsu, which can separate a single ninjutsu to form a small ninjutsu scroll. Huh. A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. In this ninjutsu scroll, it actually contained all the ninjutsu attributes of the 5 elements of the entire Hokage world, and even the highest level had reached the S level. Could it be that ninjutsu such as Spiral Shuriken is also recorded in it? That. Words. Luo Tian rubbed his fingers against the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, and with a strange look on his face, he began to ponder. To be honest, Luo Tian was still a little disappointed that he had drawn something like a ninjutsu scroll that seemed completely useless to him. However, after thinking about it just now, Luo Tian suddenly felt that the ninjutsu scroll might not be so useless. Why don't you use this ninjutsu scroll to open a ninja academy in the country? After all, there are only 104 people in the dark department, and although their combat effectiveness is very strong as individuals, the number of people is still a little too small in terms of the whole. But what if there is a ninja academy? It's not a ninja academy like Naruto World, but a ninja school that directly teaches people how to fight and learn advanced ninjutsu from the very beginning. Presumably, you can train a lot of excellent ninjas, right? Luo Tian's definition of the dark department is that once there is a legion suitable for frontal combat, the dark department will be hidden behind the scenes. In addition to being responsible for the guard of the palace, it will be mainly responsible for reconnaissance intelligence, assassination, and carrying out secret missions, etc. But for the huge pirate world, with the current number of shadows, it is absolutely not enough. Ninja School. The more he thought about it, the more he felt moved. A trace of essence suddenly flashed in Luo Tian's eyes, and then he returned to normal, and his mind moved, and the ninjutsu scroll in his hand returned to the system space. This scene suddenly made the little maid behind her stunned. Then let's take a few days of rest. Luo Tian leaned back on the sofa, squinted his eyes and quietly enjoyed the gentle massage of the little maid. He was in no hurry to implement the plan to establish a ninja school. After all, this is not a small project, and there are still many problems that need to be improved. For example, once a ninja academy is established, how do you ensure the loyalty of the students in it? Luo Tian didn't want the ninja he had worked so hard to cultivate would suddenly appear in the enemy camp one day. What's more, now is not a good time to establish a ninja academy with peace of mind. After all, he just destroyed a naval force not long ago, and it is obviously impossible to say that the Navy will not take any action. 2 days passed. After 2 days of buffer time, the fall of the Ruth Kingdom incident not only did not fade out of the sight of the people of the West Sea, but became more and more sensational. The overwhelming number of newspapers were all trying their best to report the details of this incident, and newspapers were flying all over the West Sea, and even other seas were faintly aware of this incident. For a time, the entire Fielding Kingdom became famous in the West Sea, attracting countless forces to send spies to the Fielding Kingdom to investigate everything about the Fielding Kingdom. However, what most people in the West Sea are concerned about is another thing. It is no secret that the king of the Fielding Kingdom wiped out the naval forces alone, which also leads to the fact that now Luo Tian has also begun to have a lot of fame among the many powerhouses in the West Sea. It's just that most people talk about it. It's been 2 days, Luo Tianquan has destroyed the naval forces, the navy. When will it start the operation? The entire West Sea is talking, waiting for the collision between the Fielding Kingdom and the navy with a good look. Of course, in the eyes of most people, the final ending must have ended with the fiasco of the Fielding Kingdom. After all, the navy is the most powerful force on the sea today. Compared with the reaction of the Western overseas realm, the reaction within the Kingdom of Fielding was more than many people expected. One piece of support. A cheer. Almost all of them were not panicked by the possibility of an attack at any time. For the current people, for Luo Tian, they now have a kind of blind trust. When facing the Simmons family, everyone thought that the Fielding Kingdom would lose, but what was the result? When war was declared on the Ruth Kingdom, everyone also thought that the Fielding Kingdom was looking for death, but what was the result? The Kingdom of Fielding, those who are victorious are all Kingdom of Fielding. So this time, almost all the citizens are believing that even if the navy comes, their all-powerful king will definitely protect them. What's more, just because as a non-member country of the world government, their Fielding Kingdom has been facing attacks from pirates and dark forces all these years, and the navy, which claims to maintain the stability of the sea, has turned a blind eye to them, and in the eyes of all the people, the navy is no longer the object of their respect. Even, just because of the imminent war with the navy, many angry and enthusiastic citizens frantically flocked to the recruitment office, wanting to make a contribution to the Kingdom of Fielding. And just when the Fielding Kingdom and the outside world were in two completely different attitudes, on the morning of the third day, a warship belonging to the navy slowly approached the Fielding Kingdom. The entire Western Sea was suddenly silent, and almost all the forces turned their eyes to it. They all know that the show is about to begin. Kingdom of Fielding. In the palace, in the wide backyard garden, the little maid Sasha squatted under an apple tree with her chin in her hands, and on a delicate and lovely face, she looked at Luo Tian running in the courtyard with a confused gaze, with a happy smile on the corner of her mouth. As an ordinary maid, as early as 10 years ago, she secretly noticed this prince who usually doesn't like to talk, and only because of the difference in status did she never have the opportunity to break with Luo Tian, which made her very disappointed. And it wasn't until Luo Tian was seriously injured in the battlefield that she was sent to take care of Luo Tian and had the first chance to contact him. Until now, she has become Luo Tian's exclusive maid, which makes her feel extremely happy when she feels dreamlike unreal. Her mind is very simple. She doesn't know why she always likes to secretly look at Luo Tian, and she doesn't know why she feels very happy as soon as she sees Luo Tian. She only knows that it is really good to be by His Majesty's side. He. I don't know what came to mind, but the little maid couldn't help but laugh stupidly. What are you giggling again? A somewhat speechless voice sounded in the ears of the little maid, and the little maid raised her head in a daze, only to see that at some point, Luo Tian had stopped running and stood in front of him, wiping her sweat with a towel, while looking at her with strange eyes. Ah! Your Majesty, I. The little maid suddenly stood up like a frightened deer, lowered her head, her little face was flushed, and she couldn't even say a complete sentence by tugging at the corners of her clothes. Luo Tian looked at the little maid a little helplessly. He found that this little maid was good at everything. She could take care of people, she was well behaved and obedient, and she looked very cute, but it seemed that she always liked to be a nymphomaniac. After all, he is not stupid, not to mention, with the attitude of the little maid towards him, a fool can see what he means. Okay. Touching the little maid's head a little funny, Luo Tian smiled, go and help me prepare something to eat, I'm a little hungry. Yes, Your Majesty. The little maid nodded with a blushing face, and then ran away in a panic with her head down. Is the charm of this face really that big? Speaking of which, I'm a king now, and I really should find a few women to fill the scene. Well, the Empress on 9 Snake Island seems to be pretty good, and I will have time to see. In the future. Looking at the figure of the little maid leaving in a hurry, Luo Tian touched his face here and muttered. Then, Luo Tian's face turned straight, and he didn't look back and said, what's the matter? Whoosh. A dark man instantly appeared in front of Luo Tian, half knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Your Majesty, a naval warship has been found in the sea about 3 nautical miles to the southeast, and the visual destination should be our fielding kingdom. Oh, is it finally here? What is the scale? Luo Tian raised his eyebrows, and said without any surprise. He had wiped out an entire naval force without leaving behind, and it would be really strange if the navy really didn't react. There is only one warship, and the number of naval forces on the warship does not exceed 800. The dark part replied truthfully. Huh. Luo Tian was stunned for a moment, and then a look of interest appeared on his face. A warship, less than 800 sailors, it seems that the navy does not intend to use force to solve the... Luo Tian muttered thoughtfully, muttered for a while, and said to the dark department, give them a little bit of power, and then let the head of the navy come to see me in the palace. Yes. Darkness nodded respectfully, and disappeared in an instant. Just let me see what the hell your navy is up to. An inexplicable smile rose at the corner of his mouth, and Luo Tian walked in the direction of Yushi. On the rough sea, a warship is moving forward in the sea breeze, and the huge naval emblem on the violently swinging sails is enough to make almost all pirates stop. On the deck, nearly 800 sailors stood in full armor and stood straight, their eyes resolute, and even if the warship was shaking slightly, their bodies were still unmoving. Not far away, a huge sun umbrella blocked the sun, and the current Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Sambadai, was lying comfortably on the recliner, smoking a cigarette in his mouth, without the slightest nervous look. Report, destination Moro Island has been found 2 nautical miles ahead. At this time, on the lookout platform of the main mast, the sailors with binoculars suddenly shouted. Oh, is it there? Sambadai opened his squinted eyes, got up from the recliner and walked to the bow of the warship, looked at the dark shadow of the island faintly visible on the horizon in the distance, and said to him, Doton. Lieutenant General Sambadai, what are your orders? The adjutant who had been guarding the side hurriedly stepped forward. It's too slow, let the warship speed up. Sambadai said with some dissatisfaction. Yes. Adjutant Doton nodded and hurried to the wheelhouse in the cabin. And just as Dorton entered the cabin, a beautiful female navy also happened to come out of the cabin. Major General Peach Rabbit, said Doton quickly. Peach Rabbit smiled and nodded at Duotan, and the delicate smile that bloomed in an instant suddenly made Duotan couldn't help but be stunned. But then he suddenly came back to his senses, glanced at the back of Peach Rabbit Meoman with some yearning, didn't dare to look more, shook his head and hurriedly ran to the cabin. Because he understands that a woman like this, who has strength and status, and some peerless looks, is completely from 2 worlds with him. Huh, Peach Rabbit. Sambadai turned to see Peach Rabbit, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he walked to the chaise longue and sat down while joking to Peach Rabbit, you have been staying in the cabin since you set off, and I almost forgot that Vice Admiral Crane asked you to go with me. Would you like a drink? As he spoke, Sambadai picked up the iced juice on the table next to him and gestured to Peach Rabbit. No need. Peach Rabbit smiled and shook his head, then glanced at the recliner under Sambadai, frowned his good-looking brows, and reminded, Vice Admiral Sambadai, I think you are a little too relaxed. Although the task given to us above is to find a way to bring fielding Luo Tian into the navy, but if the other party does not agree, it will be inevitable to do it at that time. According to the information given to us by Vice Admiral Crane, the strength of this fielding Luo Tian is not simple, and he also has a mysterious force. Take it easy, I know what you mean, but to be honest, although I didn't attend the high-level meeting at the time, I think it's too high a view of this fielding kingdom. Sambadai took a sip of juice, lay on the recliner, put his hands behind his head and said very relaxedly, I have also read that report. I have to say, this fielding Roshan and his country are indeed remarkable, destroying the Simmons family, capturing Ruth, and destroying a naval force, but you should also understand that Peach Rabbit, this is amazing, just for ordinary people. Peach Rabbit's eyes paused slightly, but he didn't speak. A mafia family, a decent country, plus a fleet led by a colonel of the naval branch. As long as I want, no, I don't even need to make a move at the lieutenant general level, and any few major generals can easily solve it, so with me, the lieutenant general, plus you, the major general, a fielding kingdom, I don't need to pay too much attention to it at all. Sambadai calmly analyzed. Hearing this, Peach Rabbit was suddenly speechless. Although she had the heart to refute, she also knew that what Sambadai said was indeed right. The naval strength of the naval branch and the naval headquarters is different, and even if the military rank is the same, the difference in strength is almost a world apart. Destroy the Simmons family. Capture the kingdom of Ruth. Completely annihilated the naval forces. All this may be exaggerated in the West Sea, but here in the Navy headquarters, a vice admiral can do it even more easily. This is also the reason why the Navy will send Sambadai this time. If the negotiations fail, Sambadai will directly use force to settle the kingdom of Fielding. After all, in the eyes of everyone in the Navy headquarters, a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters is enough to defeat the entire Fielding kingdom. And Peach Rabbit is just that Lieutenant General Crane is not at ease, so he asked her to follow. Don't mess around, Lieutenant General Sambadai, it's better to be cautious. After being silent for a while, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but remind. Okay, I know, I'll be careful. Sambadai shook his head helplessly, then looked at Peach Rabbit, and suddenly said with a smile, speaking of Peach Rabbit, how are you doing with that kid with the T-dolphin? I remember that he just confessed to you last week, right? It's not me saying it, the kid with the T-dolphin still doesn't. Lieutenant General Sambadai. Peach Rabbit interrupted Sambadai's words, and a very charming smile suddenly appeared on his face and said, if you want to say good things for the T-dolphin, I think you don't have to waste your time, okay. I don't say it's not okay. Looking at the charming but dangerous smile of the Peach Rabbit, which made the hairs stand on end, Sambadai suddenly shivered, and said no more, but in his heart he secretly said helplessly, T-dolphin. It's not that my brother won't help you, it's really. Boom. The entire warship suddenly shook, and Peach Rabbit and Sambadai's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Sambadai's originally casual expression instantly became serious, and he stood up just about to see what was going on, when faintly, a low cry came from nowhere. Water escape, the technique of binding the four walls. Boom. AHH. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the panicked screams of the sailors, in the eyes of Peach Rabbit and Sambadai suddenly contracted, 4 huge walls of water rose up around the entire warship, and then even the top was closed by the current. From a distance, the entire warship seems to be locked in a huge water box. Boom. At this time, the warship that was still moving collided with the water wall in front of it, and the hull shook violently, as if it had hit a real wall, and the sailors on the entire warship suddenly staggered and fell to pieces. P.S. I'm sorry, I had a bit of a headache in the morning, so I fell asleep after only one chapter, and now I'm starting to update. In addition, ask for collections, ask for flowers, ask for rewards. The author wants to be on the list, and he is going crazy. What's going on? What's that? The sailors on the warship fell one by one, but they didn't care about the pain at all, and looked at the wall of water around the warship one by one, and screamed in disbelief with wide eyes. What's going on? Unknown currents. On the entire warship, only Peach Rabbit and Sambadai are still standing steadily. Peach Rabbit's delicate willow eyebrows furrowed slightly, looking at the wall of water that suddenly rose into the sky and closed the entire warship. He said in disbelief. No, this is not a new world, and besides, this is not something that the current can do. At this moment, Sambadai looked at the water wall with an extremely solemn expression, thinking of the low cheers that he had faintly heard before. He couldn't help but tense, and looked around vigilantly and said, "Be careful, if my guess is right, this should be artificial." Artificial. Peach Rabbit's heart froze, and his right hand couldn't help but put on the hilt of the knife on his waist, and then suddenly thought of something, and said in a low voice, "Could it be someone from the Fielding Kingdom?" Kingdom of Fielding. Sambadai smiled disdainfully and said in a deep voice, "They don't have that ability, I think. We should have encountered some unknown enemy." As he spoke, Sambadai turned his head to the sailors and shouted, "What are you doing in a daze, all ready to fight?" "Yes." The sailors suddenly came back to their senses one by one, raised their weapons and lined up in formation, and looked around vigilantly. Peach Rabbit wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, but he was slightly uneasy in his heart. I don't know why, when she thinks of the serious tone of Lieutenant General Tsuru before leaving, she always feels that this operation may not be so simple. And just when everyone on the warship was vigilant, the water wall on the front of the warship suddenly protruded, and then the upper body of a figure was formed. Cat-shaped masks, black tights, and white suspenders. Shadows. What person? As soon as the darkness appeared, Sambadai and Peach Rabbit, who had been vigilant all the time, stared at the surroundings for the first time. And then there's the other sailors. Then, looking at the dark part of half of the body peeking out of the wall of water, everyone was stunned. And at this time, the dark part also spoke. "Navy, you have crossed the line. In front of you is the sea area of His Majesty Fielding Roshan. Change your course immediately. Otherwise, I will not guarantee the safety of your lives." The eyes under the dark mask looked coldly at all the navies on the warship, including Peach Rabbit and Sambadai, and said coldly. On the warship, Sambadai froze for a moment. Kingdom of Fielding? Is it really the Kingdom of Fielding? How could it be? There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, and there was a roar in his head. Don't. Did he really underestimate the Kingdom of Fielding? That's them. At this time, the Peach Rabbit on the side stared closely at the dark part, and whispered to Sambadai with a solemn face, "It's the same as described in the intelligence, similar to the attack ability of the natural system, the animal-shaped mask. This person is a member of the Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit of the Fielding Kingdom." Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit. Hearing Peach Rabbit's words, Sambadai looked at the huge wall of water that locked up the entire warship, and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He knew he was wrong. Originally, he thought that the above was too exaggerated for the Fielding Kingdom, but now it seems that the truth is really like that. The ability to control the sea is too dangerous for this world full of seawater. At this moment, he finally understood why the Warring States General had told him that sentence before he left: if necessary, withdraw from the Fielding Kingdom immediately. The corners of his mouth smiled bitterly, and then, Sambadai's face straightened, and he recovered from this sudden shock. He was not a fool, and he knew what to do in the face of the Kingdom of Fielding, which was clearly far more powerful than he had expected. I am Vice Admiral Sambadai of the Navy Headquarters, and I have been ordered by the Navy Headquarters to discuss with the King of the Kingdom of Fielding Roshan, about the fall of the Kingdom of Ruth that happened some time ago, and we have no ill intentions," shouted Sambadai. Hearing this, the dark part still looked at them coldly and did not answer. After a while, just as Sambadai was about to report the situation here to the headquarters, the Dark Department finally spoke. "Your Majesty's order, you can enter the territory of the Fielding Kingdom, but all your armed men and warships must be under our supervision, and only the two of you can enter the palace to meet your Majesty," said the Dark Department coldly. Sambadai frowned, glanced at Peach Rabbit, nodded and said, "Okay, we agree." The shadows didn't speak again, and their hands were sealed. Boom! The wall of water that closed the entire warship collapsed violently, and the four walls of water, including the shadows, directly turned into seawater and fell into the sea, causing the waves to roll, and the warship began to shake violently again. At the same time, the wall of water that was closed above the head fell directly with a bang, washing away the entire warship, including Peach Rabbit and Sambadai, all drenched and soaked. "Bastard!" Looking at the warship and himself, who were all soaked, Rao is Sambadai, who has never been very easy to get angry, couldn't help but turn blue with anger in his eyes. Down? Good. Really good. Where could Sambadai not understand the meaning of the Fielding Kingdom at this time? His face was blue and his fists were clenched, and his powerful domineering spirit couldn't help but come out of his body, and the deck under his feet was stepped on by him with the slightest crack. "Lieutenant General Sambadai, don't be impulsive, you have also seen the strength of these ninja assassination tactical unit members, it is best not to clash with them until you figure out their strength." Peach Rabbit, who was also drenched, said with a somewhat unsightly face. After saying that, he went directly to the cabin to change clothes. Damn! Sambadai could only scold in a low voice, and forced himself to go to the cabin to change his clothes. Soon, the warship set off again. 10 minutes later, the warship finally came to the coast of the Kingdom of Fielding and began to dock. "Hello, I'm Stanley, the captain of the Fielding Kingdom. You have entered the territory of the Fielding Kingdom, and from now on, all your armed men and warships will be temporarily supervised." As soon as the warship landed, Stanley came up with a group of soldiers and looked at Sambadai with a calm face. Humph! Sambadai's face was still a little unsightly, and he snorted coldly and said to the sailors on the warship, "Everyone is stationed on the warship." "Yes." The sailors, who were drenched and had no clothes to change, saluted. "Thank you for your cooperation." Stanley nodded, and with a wave of his hand, a large number of soldiers guarded the warship around it. This time, not to mention Sambadai, even if it is a Peach Rabbit, her pretty face can't help but change. All along, no matter where they go, it has always been the Navy that has a strong position, and in the face of a Vice Admiral, which force is not polite, but here, they were disadvantaged from the beginning, and even a corps commander did not take them seriously, and now, all the sailors were controlled by the other party. If it weren't for the task on their bodies, coupled with the strength of the Fielding Kingdom, they would have started to do it a long time ago. "Two gentlemen of the Navy, please come with me, His Majesty has been waiting in the palace for a long time." Stanley naturally didn't know what Sambadai and Peach Rabbit were thinking, or rather, he wasn't interested in knowing at all. He only remembered a sentence ordered by His Majesty, "Treat the Navy as coldly as you want." Neither Peach Rabbit nor Sambadai spoke, and walked directly towards the palace with Stanley. "Look, it's the of the Navy." As they passed through the town, one of the residents looked at Peach Rabbit and Sambadai from afar, pointing and pointing, the look of disgust in his eyes undisguised on his face. "What's going on in this country? Why do these people seem to hate the Navy?" Feeling the eyes of anger, disgust, and even hatred, a trace of discomfort suddenly flashed on Peach Rabbit's face, and he thought in his heart in confusion. Noticing Peach Rabbit's look, Sambadai suddenly smiled bitterly. Peach Rabbit, who had not really entered the top of the navy, didn't understand, but as a top hat, how could he not understand what was going on? If you don't join the world government, you won't get the protection. The navy. Perhaps, this is also the reason why the country's attitude towards the navy is so bad. Through the town and central square, Stanley walks into the palace with Sambadai and Peach Rabbit. As soon as they entered the palace, Peach Rabbit and Sambadai were shocked, and a trace of solemnity flashed in their eyes. Because the moment they entered the palace, they felt a cold gaze gather on them. What a strong murderess! Peach Rabbit and Sambadai glanced at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. Peach Rabbit, be careful, it's not easy here. Sambadai whispered to Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit nodded with a serious expression. Seeing this, Sambadai didn't say much, but after hesitating, he still stared at him. Seeing and hearing the domineering open buzz throughout the palace, all the breath of life entered Sambadai's perception. Then, his face changed drastically. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 50, 80, 100. There are a lot of masters. Feeling the aura hidden in the darkness of the palace, one by one stronger than the other, Sambadai's face finally changed. Suddenly, a strange aura far beyond Sambadai's imagination appeared in his perception. Sambadai hurriedly condensed and sensed the past. It was very weird. A pair of lilac-circled eyes, as if they were close to his eyes, appeared in his perception, and looked at him lightly. Subsequently, buzz. Seeing and hearing the domineering uncontrollably, all of them retracted back into Sambadai's body. Seems. What are you afraid of? The royal palace, the meeting room. Your Majesty, is it delicious? The little maid brought a delicate and small cake to Luo Tian, watched Luo Tian eat a small piece, and suddenly looked at Luo Tiandeo with some nervousness. Aha! Luo Tian ate a small piece of cake, smiled at the little maid, and was just about to say something, when he suddenly felt a very strange feeling coming. His face froze, and his eyes instantly switched to a lilac reincarnation eye, and the feeling as if he was being peeped at disappeared in an instant. Your Majesty. How do you? Your eyes. The little maid was suddenly startled, and looked at Luo Tian with some nervousness. Nothing. Luo Tian closed his eyes, opened his dark eyes again, which had regained their ordinary, smiled at the nervous little maid, and said with a smile while eating the cake, the craftsmanship is good, and the cooking is delicious. Your Majesty. The little maid's face suddenly bloomed with joy, but she didn't notice it at all, and Luo Tian's eyes were thoughtful. Just now it should be domineering, right? Kind of interesting. Ha! In the golden corridors of the palace, Sambadai shuddered and suddenly let out a sharp gasp. Stanley glanced back at Sambadai, didn't care, and continued to lead the two of them towards the living room where Luo Tian was. Lieutenant General Sambadai, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Sambadai suddenly gasped for breath as if he was frightened, Peach Rabbit was startled and hurriedly leaned over and whispered. Master, this palace, there are many masters. In addition, there was a trace of horror on Sambadai's face that had not yet dissipated, thinking of the pair of extremely oppressive lilac strange eyes that appeared directly in his consciousness, and said in a somewhat dry tone, that fielding Luo Tian is very strong, and his eyes are terrifying. Fielding Russian. Peach Rabbit looked at Sambadai inexplicably. However, Sambadai had no intention of continuing, and suddenly fell silent. Peach Rabbit didn't ask much, but there were some doubts in his heart. Fielding Luo Tian's eyes were terrifying. As he continued walking, after a while, Sambadai spoke abruptly. Peach Rabbit, you say, do you have something to be afraid of when you see and hear the domineering? Your Majesty. In the luxurious and spacious living room, with Sambadai and Peach Rabbit walking in, Stanley hurriedly walked to Luo Tian on the sofa and said respectfully, "Well, thank you for your hard work, go down." On the sofa, Luo Tianzheng slowly tasted the cake made by the little maid, nodded at Stanley and said with a light smile, "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley respectfully withdrew. At this time, Peach Rabbit and Sambadai also saw Luo Tian's face for the first time. He looked like he was only about 20 years old, wearing a luxurious and delicate white gold-rimmed robe that set off his figure extraordinarily slender, with short black hair, a handsome face with a smile like a spring breeze, slowly tasting the cake, at a glance, just like an ordinary big brother next door. However, both Peach Rabbit and Sambadai clearly knew that it was such a young man who looked harmless to humans and animals, and not long ago he wiped out an entire naval force by himself. His eyes. What's? Sambadai looked at Luo Tian's extremely ordinary eyes and couldn't help frowning suspiciously. And Peach Rabbit couldn't help but glance at Sambadai strangely, this fielding Luo Tian's eyes are quite ordinary. Peach Rabbit and Sambadai looked at Luo Tian, and Luo Tian was also looking at the two naval envoys. Lieutenant General Sambadai is a burly middle-aged man, except for the powerful momentum exuded on his body, there is nothing to pay attention to, but it is a Peach Rabbit, which makes Luo Tian can't help but take a few more looks. Dressed in a white righteous man, inside, on top is a pink lace long sleeves, chest GN is bulging high, the lower body is wearing a hot pants, the slender white double tui is very eye-catching, a long knife pinned to the waist, under the long brown hair, is an extremely delicate face, at this time with a hint of curiosity looking at Luo Tian. Peach Rabbit, it seems to have appeared in the original book, or is it a candidate for the future general? Luo Tian pondered secretly in his heart, and then said to the little maid on the side, "Sasha, you go out first." "Yes, Your Majesty." The little maid obediently withdrew. "You two, please be seated." Luo Tian smiled at Peach Rabbit and Sambadai. Peach Rabbit and Sambadai glanced at each other and stood up on the sofa opposite Luo Tian. "Let me introduce myself, I am the current king of the kingdom of Fielding Roshan." Luo Tian said with a light smile. "I'm Vice Admiral Sambadai of the Navy headquarters." Sambadai said in a deep voice. "I'm Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit of the Navy headquarters." Peach Rabbit said with a smile on her face. "Oh, it turned out to be Mr. Lieutenant General and Miss Major General, what an honor." Luo Tian said with a light smile, but there was no expression of honor on his face. "So, I don't know what happened to the two Navy ladies and ladies coming to my small country." Luo Tian said with a light smile as he looked at Peach Rabbit and Sambadai. Peach Rabbit and Sambadai glanced at each other, Sambadai nodded, took a deep breath, and looked at Luo Tiandeo with a serious expression. "Since this is the case, then I have something to say. 3 days ago, the Fielding Kingdom to which Your Excellency belongs attacked the Ruth Kingdom, and also wiped out a force from our navy to the rescue, right?" "Well, that's the thing." Luo Tian ate a Portuguese tau and nodded. "Forward." Peach Rabbit and Sambadai choked suddenly, they thought that Luo Tian would refute and explain, no matter how bad it was, they would frown or something, but Luo Tian was very calm, which made them a little incomprehensible. Peach Rabbit touched Sambadai lightly, and said with a smile, "Mr. Luo Tian, we don't mean to hold your Fielding Kingdom responsible, but the Navy is an organization that maintains the stability of the sea, and the Navy needs to establish an absolute prestige, so after discussion, a deal plan was decided." After a pause, Peach Rabbit glanced at Luo Tian, who had no special reaction, and continued, "The Ruth Kingdom will be officially classified as the territory of the Fielding Kingdom, and the Fielding Kingdom will also be officially invited to become a member of the world government. No matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, our Navy will provide full help. But at the same time, in order to maintain the prestige of our Navy and solve the matter of your total destruction of the 143rd Fleet of the Navy, After the decision of the upper echelons, I hope you can join our Navy as an instructor of the Navy headquarters. What do you think? After speaking, Peach Rabbit and Sambadai both stared at Luo Tian's expression changes. Generally speaking, it is unlikely that any country would refuse this condition. Becoming a member of the world government, the king becoming an instructor of the Navy headquarters, and officially joining the Navy, is a dream for any power, because it means that as long as it does not go too far, the country will be able to do whatever it wants in the whole world. However, both the top brass of the Navy and Peach Rabbit understand that the Kingdom of Fielding is different. With the strength shown by the Kingdom of Fielding, it is very likely that they will refuse. And in case of refusal, the order given by the top of the Navy is to destroy the Kingdom of Fielding. But after the previous dismount and saw the tip of the iceberg of the strength of the Fielding Kingdom, they felt that this possibility was very. Facing the gazes of Peach Rabbit and Sambadai, a trace of an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of Luo Tian's mouth. I thought that the Navy would send a fleet or even a general directly. It seems that I underestimated the strength of the Navy. Luo Tian looked at Peach Rabbit and Luo Tian, and said with a light smile, but about the proposal of the Navy, I'm sorry, I refuse. Hearing this, Peach Rabbit and Sambadai's heart suddenly sank. Sambadai stared at Luo Tian with a somewhat ugly face, fielding Luo Tian, you are breaking the rules, do you know? Rules. Luo Tian smiled faintly indifferently, looked directly into Sambadai's eyes and said, the so-called rules are just for those who can't survive without rules, and I have always only made rules for others to follow, you know. Nonsense. Sambadai stood up violently and stared at Luo Tian coldly, fielding Luo Tian, do you really want to go head-to-head with our Navy? Do you think that your ninja assassination tactical force is very strong? Do you think that with a little strength, you can really compete with our Navy? Believe it or not, as long as the naval headquarters personally sends a fleet, your Fielding Kingdom will cease to exist at all. I don't believe it. Luo Tian said with a light smile. You. Sambadai's face suddenly became angry, and he was just about to say something, but the Peach Rabbit on the side grabbed him violently, smiled apologetically at Luo Tian, and said, I'm sorry Mr. Luo Tian, Lieutenant General Sambadai is a little too excited, since you don't agree with the plan we propose, let's go back first. After saying that, Peach Rabbit pulled Sambadai and got up to leave. What are you doing? Said Sambadai, glaring at Peach Rabbit. Lieutenant General Sambadai, calm down, now is not the time to do anything, first report the situation here back to the headquarters. Peach Rabbit whispered. But this kid can't help but take the Navy too seriously. Sambadai said with some annoyance. Hearing this, Peach Rabbit was also a little helpless. To be honest, it was the first time she had seen someone who didn't take the Navy so seriously, but who let the other party have that strength. Wait. Just as Peach Rabbit was about to walk to the door of the living room with Sambadai, Luo Tian suddenly spoke. Two ladies and gentlemen, since you're here, don't go. Since you're here, don't go. With Luo Tian's faint voice sounding, in an instant, the sound of breaking the air sounded one after another. Boom. In all directions of the entire meeting room, a famous dark department appeared like a ghost in an instant, surrounding the entire meeting room, and the eyes under the mask looked at Peach Rabbit and Sambadai with indifference without any emotional fluctuations. It's not good. Peach Rabbit and Sambadai, who had just walked a few steps, suddenly sank in their hearts, and looked at the dark part of the name who was almost exactly the same outfit, and their faces suddenly changed slightly. Mr. Luo Tian, what do you mean by this? Turning around, although Peach Rabbit still had a smile on his face, there was already some coldness and uneasiness in his smile. She suddenly found that she and the Navy still knew too little about Luo Tian, and since she came to the Fielding Kingdom, the development of things had completely deviated from her expectations, which made her feel angry at Luo Tian's arrogance at the same time, but also slightly uneasy. Things seemed to be going in the direction that Lieutenant General Tsuru guessed. It's not interesting, it's just that the two Navy gentlemen and young ladies finally came to our fielding kingdom. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave like this? Luo Tian still smiled lightly and leaned back on the sofa and said, "No, we need to go back to our headquarters." Peach Rabbit frowned and shook his head. "Peach Rabbit, don't say anything more to this kid." At this time, Sambadai finally couldn't help it, and the powerful domineering aura came out of his body, forming a wave of chi that spread out around him, and the righteous lord behind him suddenly rose high, and looked at Luo Tiandao coldly. "I really don't know the height of the sky. A small fielding kingdom can really turn against the sky? If it weren't for the fact that the upper echelons were a little interested in the secrets on you, it would not only be me who came today, but a whole fleet." "Oh, the secret of my body." Luo Tian suddenly raised his eyebrows, and looked at Sambadai with some inexplicable meaning. "Does he refer to the ninja assassination force and the ability on my body?" "Lieutenant General Sambadai, don't be impulsive." Seeing Sambadai, who seemed to be about to make a move, Peach Rabbit frowned and said, "It's not a problem that can be solved without impulsiveness." Sambadai looked at the surrounding darkness with a cold gaze, and said coldly, "Don't you understand now? This kid has no intention of negotiating with us from the beginning." Peach Rabbit was speechless, glanced at Luo Tian with a smile on the sofa, sighed, and then his expression changed, and his right hand rested on the handle of the knife on his waist without leaving a trace. "Mr. Luo Tian, to be honest, we didn't want to do anything with you originally." Slowly pulling out the long knife at her waist, Peach Rabbit's delicate face suddenly became sharp, a fierce sword intent burst out from her, and a pair of beautiful eyes stared at Luo Tiandao. "However, now it seems that it is inevitable to do it." "Oh, very imposing." Luo Tian's expression was unmoved, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he raised his hand and said, "Catch them." Whoosh! Luo Tian's voice fell, and in an instant, the nearly 40 dark parts in the living room suddenly moved. With a sharp sound of breaking the air, the figures of the shadows approached Peach Rabbit and Sambadai almost instantly. Holding kunao or short knives in his hands, he attacked the vital points of Peach Rabbit and Sambadai one by one. "It's so fast." Peach Rabbit's expression froze, and his domineering energy instantly wrapped around a long knife in his hand, and then instantly turned into a Dao remnant and slashed out around. Ding ding! Ding! Sparks flew everywhere, the sound of countless metal collisions sounded, and all the dark attacks were blocked by Peach Rabbit, and the powerful force even directly shook a famous dark part away. And Sambadai on the side is even more exaggerated. Iron! Sambadai let out a low sigh and stood motionless with his tense body, allowing all the kunao and daggers to stab or slash at him, making a metallic crashing sound, and through the torn clothes, the intact skin inside could be seen. "Fuck off!" Sambadai shouted angrily, his body shook, and a powerful domineering aura came out of his body. When? All the kunao and short knives were shattered, and all the shadows were shaken away by the powerful force that suddenly erupted. Sure enough. With only physical skills, it is difficult to defeat a lieutenant general or even a major general even if there are so many shadows together, and the physique of the people in this world is really strong and terrifying. It's a pity that Mate Kai is not in the shadows. Looking at this short confrontation, Luo Tian analyzed it in his heart without slowness. Suddenly. "Peach Rabbit! Stop them first. I'll deal with that kid," shouted Sambadai, who shook the shadows, to Peach Rabbit. "Good." Peach Rabbit stabbed one person, and the long knife in his hand turned into countless knife shadows to stop all the dark attacks that came over, and he didn't look back. Seeing this, Sambadai did not hesitate, did not care about the shadows that attacked a few people, and disappeared directly in place. Shave. As if moving instantly, Sambadai's figure instantly appeared in front of Luo Tian in front of the sofa, his strong body with terrifying momentum and pressure, and his eyes looked at Sambadai coldly. Finger gun. Sambadai didn't talk nonsense, and directly poked Luo Tian's head with a terrifying momentum. In the blink of an eye, Sambadai's fingers were less than 30 centimeters away from the center of Luo Tian's eyebrows. Time, as if forbidden at this moment. The next moment. Buzz. A strange force field appeared violently around Luo Tian, and Sambadai's fingers seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, completely refined less than 20 centimeters in front of Luo Tian's forehead. It's. Sambadai was shocked, and looked at Luo Tian's lilac eyes in shock. That's it? That's it, it's. Eyes. And in the next moment, a powerful repulsive force instantly acted on the shocked Sambadai. Boom. The ground under Sambadai's feet collapsed violently, and the powerful shockwave overturned the table and sofa next to him. Sambadai's feet stomped on the ground, his right arm was bruised, and he stared at Luo Tian, who was still sitting motionless on the sofa with wide eyes and shock, desperately resisting this repulsive force. This force. What is it? Rebound repulsion. He, worthy of being a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. But what if that's the case? Seeing that Sambadai had resisted the Shinra celestial sign, which was enough to catapult a boulder weighing several tons, the smile on the corner of Luo Tian's mouth deepened, and as soon as he raised his hand, the repulsion that had already made Sambadai feel irresistible suddenly increased. Click. The finger that released the finger gun made a sound of bones shattering, and the next moment, Sambadai's entire body began to lean back slightly, and then, the whole person flew directly upside down. Boom. Sambadai slammed into the wall of the living room, causing a circular crack, and then fell to his knees. Lieutenant General Sambadai. The Peach Rabbit, who was alone and fighting with dozens of shadows, suddenly screamed in shock. SHHH. My fingers. Sambadai held his index finger and twisted it abnormally, a trace of cold sweat flowed from his face, and he gritted his teeth without looking back. I'm fine, you concentrate on dealing with those people. Luo. H. As he spoke, 6 or 7 dark men instantly appeared beside Sambadai, and the kunao and short knives in their hands attacked Sambadai's vital point. It can't go on like this. Sambadai's expression froze, and he was about to use all his strength to explode to solve these people and then find a way to deal with Luo Tian, when he suddenly. Bang bang bang. The ground around Luo Tian was already a mess, only the sofa he was sitting on was still intact. Luo Tian stood up and clapped his palms, and said with a light smile, "Okay, you can stop." Luo. H. In an instant, whether it was attacking the dark part of Peach Rabbit or attacking the dark part of Sambadai, Chi stopped the offensive in his hand, then retreated, stood back around the living room, and surrounded the living room. Peach Rabbit and Sambadai were stunned for a moment, and looked at Luo Tian with some surprise. Well, how can I say it? Luo Tian looked at Peach Rabbit and Sambadai and smiled lightly. Thank you very much for the cooperation of the 2 Navy gentlemen and misses. Originally I was still a little vague about the strength positioning of myself and the dark department, but thanks to the 2 of them, I probably know. Now. You're going to take us as a sparring partner for you and these guys. Sangbidi's face suddenly turned dark, and he looked at Luo Tiandao in shock and anger. Even Peach Rabbit's face couldn't help but look ugly. But at the same time, I couldn't help but feel extremely shocked in my heart. Completely don't take the Navy into account. In the face of a Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral of the headquarters, he directly regarded it as a way to test the strength of himself and his subordinates. Could it be that this guy is really so confident in his own strength? Of course, after all, the Navy on this side of the West Sea is too weak, and I can't see the comparison between the strength I have now and the high-end combat power of this world. Luo Tian smiled without any concealment. Bastard. Seeing that Luo Tian was still calm, Sambadai suddenly couldn't help it, shouted angrily, and his figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared in front of Luo Tian, and a punch directly blasted over with a terrifying momentum. Luo Tian's lilac reincarnation eyes calmly looked at Sambadai's fist, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Buzz. Just as Sambadai's fist was about to hit Luo Tian, a white light slashed directly at Sambadai's arm from the side. Sambadai's face changed drastically, and from what he saw and heard, there was an extremely dangerous signal. If he allowed this white light to split his arm would be broken. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Sambadai forcibly stopped his attack on Luo Tian, stomped on the ground with the soles of his feet, retreated, and then looked at the figure that suddenly appeared beside Luo Tian with a solemn face. Dressed in the same clothes as the rest of the shadows, with long white hair, holding a short knife that spews white light in his hand, and the eyes under the mask, there is a fierce momentum that makes people unable to look at it directly. Lieutenant General Sambadai. This guy is. Peach Rabbit walked over and looked at White Fang with a solemn face. Ah! It must be some kind of ninja assassination tactical unit. Sambadai stared at White Fang, a trace of cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, this guy is completely different from those goods just now. Grade. It's completely different. Matter, trouble. Peach Rabbit also clenched the long knife in his hand, and his expression became solemn. That's it? Luo Tian walked to the sofa and sat down, snapped his fingers with a faint smile, and said, "The restriction that can only use physical skills is lifted now. White Fang, you can also go up." "Yes, Your Majesty." White Fang said coldly without replying, and then the whole person instantly accelerated, and rushed towards Sambadai at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, and only a spreading white light could be faintly seen in the air. Armed and domineering, hardened. Sambadai's expression changed, without any hesitation, and the armed domineering color covered his whole body with all his might. However, Sambadai has only just been covered with armed color domineering. Poof. A white light flashed over his shoulder, and blood splattered, and there was an extra knife wound on Sambadai's shoulder. It's fast. And it actually cut through my arm domineering. Sambadai's heart was suddenly shocked, and he felt that the white fangs were attacking from behind him, and his right leg was thrown behind him. Arashiko. Boom. A huge blue-white blade of air shot out, shooting directly at the white fangs who were rushing towards Sambadai. Bang. The speed of the white fang did not decrease, and the white light of the short knife in his hand lit up violently, and with a wave of his hand, the huge blue-white chi blade was suddenly split in two and dissipated in the air. What? Sambadai was shocked, and just wanted to make a move, when a pair of extremely cold eyes suddenly appeared in front of him, and a short knife with white light also appeared on his neck. The armed color domineering did not play any role at all, and a faint blood mark began to appear on Sambadai's neck. Don't move, or I'll kill you. White Fang held a white short knife in one hand against Sambadai's neck and said coldly. A trace of cold sweat suddenly flowed from Sambadai's forehead, and he didn't dare to make any moves. His eyes were full of shock. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. He actually lost. Lieutenant General Sambadai. Peach Rabbit's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she raised her foot and wanted to rush towards Sambadai, but suddenly, her footsteps staggered. What's going on? Peach Rabbit looked down, only to see that at some point, something like a black shadow wrapped around one of her feet. Looking in the direction of the extension of the black shadow, I saw a dark man with his hands sealed, looking at her coldly. Shadow bondage. Whoosh. 3 dark men instantly appeared in front of Peach Rabbit, holding sharp kunao in their hands. Peach Rabbit's expression changed slightly, and he didn't dare to hide his strength anymore. Boom. The domineering chi that was not yet skilled shook and directly dispersed the black shadow on the ankle, and then the domineering energy quickly wrapped around the long knife in his hand. However, she didn't notice that not far away, a shadow man was half squatting on the ground, and his hands were in a strange pose. Heart-to-heart technique. Buzz. The peach rabbit who had just broken free from the dark shadow stopped moving, and her solemn expression instantly calmed down, throwing away the long knife in her hand and not moving, allowing the three dark subordinates to put the kunao on her neck. After 3 seconds, Peach Rabbit returned to his senses. How could it be? The cold touch on his neck made Peach Rabbit stunned for a moment. The already messy living room suddenly fell silent. Take them down and lock them up first, Luo Tian said with a light smile. Yes. The shadows escorted the dull-faced Peach Rabbit and Sambadai away, and in addition to White Fang, the other shadows also disappeared one by one. How does it feel to fight with the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters? Luo Tian said with interest to the White Fang on the side. Very strong. White Fang groaned and said, on physical art alone, frontal combat, even if all the dark parts are together, it is difficult to defeat a lieutenant general. The kind of thing called domineering is very troublesome, but if you can use ninjutsu, if you don't fight head-on, 2 teams of dark departments are enough to solve a lieutenant general. Luo Tian nodded, and said with a light smile, it's normal, your dark department itself is not suitable for frontal combat, but now there are no other legions for the time being, so you can only replace them first. So, what about yourself? How do you feel about your strength? Luo Tian said with interest. If it's a lieutenant general of that level just now, it's not difficult to deal with. White Fang was silent for a moment. Good. The smile on the corner of Luo Tian's mouth deepened, and he looked at the messy living room and said, next time, it may be the Admiral, it's okay to leave it to you to deal with, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Naval Headquarters, Marin Vando. Marshal's office. Bang. The door was violently pushed open, and a sailor rushed in. Behind the desk, Sara, who was reviewing the documents, frowned and said coldly, what are you doing in a panic? As a navy, you must always maintain absolute calm, and you have forgotten everything you learned at the Naval Academy. No. Oh no, Marshal. The sailors didn't even bother to explain, and said loudly with an anxious look on their faces, news came from the liaison department that just 10 minutes ago, the warship on which Vice Admiral Sambadai, who went to the Kingdom of Fields for negotiations, has completely lost contact with us. What? Kong suddenly slapped the table and stood up, his face changed. 5 minutes later, the signal for an emergency meeting sounded again in Marinfondo. Nearly 40 minutes later, in the conference room, all the top echelons of the Navy gathered again. 50 minutes ago, the liaison department suddenly lost contact with the warship on which Vice Admiral Sambadai was riding. After the intelligence department deduced, it was very likely that the negotiations between Vice Admiral Sambadai and the Kingdom of Fielding had broken down, and the two sides started a battle, but as a result, it was very likely that Vice Admiral Sambadai lost. At the beginning of the meeting, there was no nonsense and directly said the main events of the meeting. And after listening to the empty words, the entire Navy top brass instantly shook. What? No way. How could Lieutenant General Sambadai lose? No matter how strong the Fielding Kingdom is, it can't be the opponent of Lieutenant General Sambadai, right? Not to mention, there is also Major General Peach Rabbit following. Damn, it looks like we're all underestimating the Kingdom of Fielding. The top brass of the Navy suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. After all, this time the Navy sent a Vice Admiral and a Rear Admiral of the headquarters, even if it is placed in the Great Channel, even if it is a sea pirate with a reward of 200 million Bailey, it is impossible to be an opponent. How could a small kingdom in the West Sea have such strength? Unfortunately, this is indeed the case. Kong said with an ugly expression, "We have all underestimated the Fielding Kingdom, and we still don't know what the situation is with Vice Admiral Sambadai and Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit and nearly 800 sailors, but in any case, the Fielding Kingdom and the Navy will definitely not allow such a bad country to continue to exist on this sea." "That's right. A kingdom in the West Sea has provoked the Navy 3 times and twice. It's just looking for death. This country must be made to disappear. Otherwise, the prestige of our Navy will be lost." "I agree." The top brass of the Navy suddenly raised their voices one by one, their eyes full of anger. "Very well, since everyone agrees, then the next step is to discuss the issue of sending troops." Sara glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Marshal, let me go." Sakazuki, who had barely spoken from beginning to end, suddenly stood up and said with an indifferent face, "Like this evil existence that tramples on the justice of the Navy, I will never allow him to continue to exist on this sea. I request that the demon-slaying order be dispatched, and I will lead the team to completely wipe out the entire Fielding Kingdom from this world. P.S. The bland plot is over, and then it's the climax of the rush." As for some readers saying that the Navy is coming, the protagonist is not in a hurry at all, he is simply looking for death. Here is a brief explanation. The protagonist I created is the type of indigo dye, powerful, in control of the overall situation, the reaction of the Navy, the troops that may be sent, and whether he can deal with the protagonist knows in his heart. The reason why he is not in a hurry is because the protagonist is waiting for an opportunity, waiting for all the preparations to be done, and then summoning the next legion. Everything is a game of chess planned by the protagonist. Demon Slayer Order. As soon as Sakazuki said this, the entire Navy conference room fell a little silent, and the top officials of the Navy glanced at each other one by one, and they all saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. The Demon Slayer Order, which is a fleet of 10 large warships, even carrying 5 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, 10 rear admirals, and nearly 10,000 elite naval soldiers, is an extremely terrifying force no matter where it is placed. However, these are not the most important things. Most importantly, everyone here understands that the demon-slaying order, which would represent an indiscriminate covering attack, would be enough to wipe out the entire kingdom of Fielding from the sea. It is true that this can easily destroy the kingdom of Fielding, but there are a large number of ordinary residents there. For a while, many people looked at the expressionless Sakazuki and couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Sara and Sengoku and the others also frowned, and said in a deep voice, "It's better to forget the demon-slaying order. After all, there are also a large number of ordinary people there, and our main target is the ruling class of the Fielding Kingdom led by Fielding Luo Tian. There is no need to cause too many casualties. Marshal, now that we are extremely unsure of the strength of Fielding Luo Tian and his forces, I think that dispatching the demon-slaying order is the best choice, although it will cause casualties among ordinary civilians, but it can allow our Navy to completely destroy the Fielding Kingdom without injury." Sakazuki still had a blank face and said coldly, "For the justice of the Navy, the necessary sacrifice is worth it." Sakazuki. "Are you talking nonsense again? Believe it or not, the old man will punch you." Carp said as he stared at Sakazuki with an unkind expression. "Lieutenant General Carp, I don't think there's anything wrong with my words." Sakazuki looked at Carp indifferently. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The other naval high-ranking officials glanced at each other one by one, and all of them did not speak rationally. "Carp, be quiet, don't mess around." Sengoku glared at Carp. Oh, that's terrible." "Sakazuki, don't be in a hurry. Sit down and listen to what the marshal has to say." Polusalino on the side pulled Rakakusuki with an obscene look and sat him down. "These guys." On the first place, Sara suddenly sighed with a little headache, and was just about to say something, but Tsuru, who had been closing his eyes and not speaking, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. "I have an idea here." As soon as Crane spoke, she immediately attracted everyone's attention, and she said calmly, Vice Admiral Sambadai and Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit lost contact, mainly because we misjudged the true strength of the Fielding Kingdom, and now the whereabouts of Vice Admiral Sambadai and Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit are unknown, and we don't know the true strength of the Fielding Kingdom. I think the most important thing to do now is not to send a fleet, but to test. Temptation. Everyone looked at the Crane. That's right, test the strength of the Fielding Kingdom. Crane nodded, and said calmly, we should send a person or force with strong enough action ability and strength into the Fielding Kingdom. On the one hand, we can investigate the whereabouts of Vice Admiral Sambadai and Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit and even rescue them. On the other hand, we can also test their strength by fighting with the Fielding Kingdom, so as to prepare for the Navy to really send troops. Hearing this, everyone immediately thought about it seriously. It does. Kong Shen groaned, now the situation of the 4 emperors of the New World is very unstable, plus the 7 martial seas have not yet been formed, and the pirates of the Great Passage are also ready to move. If the sea can, it is best not to mobilize the combat power of the admiral level just in case. In this case, Sarah suddenly looked at Polisalino and said, Polisalino, you are a person with the ability of the shining fruit. In terms of speed, it is definitely enough. In terms of strength, as the next admiral candidate, it is enough to face any unexpected situation. Before the Navy officially sends troops, it is up to you to go to the Fielding Kingdom. Shall I go? Polisalino was stunned. Your Majesty, all the Navy has been put in prison, and the news of our seizure of the Navy has also been spread. In the main hall of the palace, Stanley respectfully said to Luo Tian on the throne. Luo Tian nodded with satisfaction, paused and said, Stanley, order down, let the king's army spread throughout the town, plan the evacuation route. I need to ensure that all the people can evacuate to the shelter under any circumstances. Stanley was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something, and quickly nodded, yes. Your Majesty. Let's go down. Luo Tian said lightly. Yes. Stanley respectfully stepped back. Watching Stanley leave, Luo Tian leaned on the throne, sat leaning on his chin with one hand, and muttered with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth, I don't know, what lineup will the Navy send next? Don't let me down. In the West Sea, almost all the forces are watching every move of the Fielding Kingdom. When they got the news that a naval warship had gone to the Kingdom of Fielding, all the forces were even more killed one by one, because they all knew that the good show was about to begin. In the face of the Navy, what will be the outcome of the Fielding Kingdom? Compromise. Or was it destroyed by the Navy? Soon, however, all the forces were stunned by the news that a hidden spy had come from the Kingdom of Fielding. The warships led by a Vice Admiral and a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters were all seized by the Kingdom of Fielding. And the reason turned out to be that the Navy was not respectful enough to the King of the Fielding Kingdom. As soon as this news came out, all the forces in the West Sea were dumbfounded. Because the attitude is not respectful enough? Seizure of Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters? Crazy. This Fielding Kingdom is crazy. This is the common idea of all forces in the West Sea. What is the Navy? That is the strongest force on this sea. The sphere of influence is almost all over the world. Among them, the strong are like clouds. What's more, behind it represents the only overlord of this world, the world government. Seizure of Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Kingdom of Fielding, is this a declaration of war with the world government? The whole Western Sea was stirring, and no one understood why the Kingdom of Fielding was doing this. If I had to ask for an explanation, it would be that the king of the Kingdom of Fielding, Fielding Russian, is crazy. Otherwise, why would he order his own country to do such a thing? However, is Luo Tian really crazy? Time began to pass in the sensation of the West Sea. The red sun is rising. Kingdom of Fielding, a bustling town. Unfazed by the chatter from the outside world, the residents began their day as usual. Suddenly, a golden light burst from afar, falling into the streets of the bustling town, converging into a single figure. Dressed in an off-white striped suit, with a hat, dressed in the Navy's righteous command, with a lewd and casual look on his face. Vice Admiral of the Admiralty Headquarters. Navy. It's the Navy. What's going on? How did he show up? I don't know, I just saw a very bright light coming through. The residents around the street immediately pointed their fingers one by one, and when they found out that Polisalino was a Navy, their eyes were suddenly full of disgust. Is this the Kingdom of Fielding? It looks like a good country. Completely ignoring the surrounding residents, Polisalino glanced around and looked directly at the royal palace standing high in the middle of the town in the distance. That's the palace, right? I wonder if Lieutenant General Sambadai and Major General Peach Rabbit are in it. Forget it, the king of this country, Fielding Roshan, seems to be in it, right? Just go and ask. After a few words to himself with a casual face, Polisalino's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the surrounding residents couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamation, and subconsciously closed their eyes. And the next moment, Polisalino's whole person directly turned into a golden ray of light and shot towards the palace. However, just as Polisalino flew over town and came to the sky above the central square in front of the royal palace, 4 purple flame array. 4 low cheers suddenly came from the square below. The next moment, 4 purple transparent walls rose into the sky. Weo, weo, weo. On all sides of the huge square, 4 translucent light purple light curtains rose from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they surpassed the air where Polisalino was, and then, the only gap in the sky, another translucent light curtain opened, completely sealing it. From a distance, the entire square is completely enclosed by a large lilac transparent box. Among them, there is also Polisalino. Rumble. The light of Polisalino's avatar hit the light curtain directly, and the light curtain suddenly began to fluctuate in circles like a stone dropped on the surface of the water, but the light curtain did not appear to be about to break. With a backlash from the light curtain, the light of Polisalino's incarnation was suddenly bounced away, and then the light on his body dissipated and exited the elementalization. What a strange move. The body slowly fell to the ground, and a hint of surprise flashed across Polisalino's loose face, and then his body twisted, and he landed firmly on the ground, looking around. I saw that outside the lilac light curtain, there was a dark part standing in each of the 4 corners of the south, east, west, and north, with both hands sealed, motionless. Huh? This outfit? Polisalino's casual expression froze slightly, and he pressed the hat on his head and said in surprise, "You are the ninja assassination tactical unit mentioned in the intelligence, right?" As he spoke, Polisalino looked up at the lilac light curtain that closed all the routes in all directions, and said with interest, "Is this your special ability? If it weren't for the fact that the intelligence had already explained it, I really thought you were all devil fruit abilities." Outside the light curtain, the eyes of the 4 dark masks did not fluctuate, and they did not pay any attention to what Polisalino meant. "What a call!" Polisalino grumbled. Suddenly, a dark ghost appeared next to Polisalino, and the kunai in his hand was wiped directly at his neck, and Polisalino still had a casual expression, as if he was not unaware at all. Swish. Without pause, kunai directly slit Polisalino's throat. However, this little brother, sneak attacks are not a good habit. Polisalino turned his head to look at the dark man, and the wound on his neck, not only did not come out of any blood, but emitted a golden light, and in the blink of an eye, the wound healed and disappeared. The expression under the dark mask suddenly changed slightly, and he pulled back the distance. "Don't you speak? What a bunch of indifferent people." Polisalino looked at the shadows with a casual expression. pressed his hat and buried his face in the shadows, and suddenly his whole body emitted a dazzling light. Can I ask you a question? If so, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Su. The golden light flashed away, and Porosalino instantly appeared in front of the shadows, and his raised right leg kicked the shadow's waist with a dazzling light. Boom! The upper body and lower body of the dark part were almost stacked together, and a mouthful of blood coughed up violently under the mask, and the whole person shot out. Rumble! The dark part directly hit the lilac light curtain in the distance, and the terrifying power suddenly made the lilac light curtain tremble violently. Boom! Suddenly, the figure that hit the light curtain exploded and disappeared into a cloud of white smoke. Outside the square, one of the dark parts hidden in the shadows suddenly opened his eyes, exhaled, opened the contact earphones on his ears and said in a deep voice, "All attention, the tentative operation is over, the opponent is very fast, ordinary physical attacks are ineffective, and the strength is also exaggerated, it is recommended not to engage in hand-to-hand combat." ZZ. Roger that. The residents around the square have also been evacuated, and everyone should pay attention. From now on, form a group of 3 squads, and do not engage in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. All use ninjutsu to carry out long-range containment attacks. This is a good time for your Majesty to affirm the strength of our dark parts. The battle can only succeed. No defeat. Understood. Gone. In the midst of the 4 purple flame arrays, Porosalino watched in surprise as the darkness turned into white smoke and disappeared. Suddenly, outside the 4 purple flame array, the 4 dark parts that maintained the enchantment unraveled the enchantment at the same time, and the light purple light curtain suddenly dissipated. Porosalino was even more surprised. Start Scenario A. At this time, among the 4 dark parts who unlocked the enchantment, with one of the dark parts snorting, the 4 of them jumped onto the roofs around the square at the same time, and at the same time, a large number of sound of breaking the air continued to sound, and on the roofs around the entire square, a famous dark department continued to appear. At the same time, without any pause, the dark hands of the 4 people who had previously released the 4 purple flame arrays began to seal quickly. Immediately after, the moisture in the atmosphere boiled instantly. Water escape, the art of the great waterfall. 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 Thundered. A violent roar of water rang out, and a huge stream of water like a waterfall gushed out from in front of the 4 shadows, surging from all directions towards the square at the same time. The momentum is like a tsunami. It's. At this moment, Porosalino's face finally changed, and his eyes were full of shock as he looked at the huge stream of water surging in all directions. Although I have known in the intelligence for a long time that these shadows can unleash elemental attacks like those with natural abilities, hearing about it and seeing it with my own eyes are completely different things. Just 4 people, causing such an exaggerated water attack. This kind of attack, if placed on the sea, is an absolute nightmare for almost everyone. Especially those with devil fruit abilities. 8 mirrors. Seeing the waves of water coming from all directions, in the center of the square, Porosalino made a circle with his hands in front of him, and a dazzling light was released from his hands, and then, a ray of light was shot out to refract the location of the shadows. Spread out. Seeing this, the shadows hurriedly scattered one by one. In the next moment, Porosalino appeared above the place where the shadows had been before, and kicked down with a blinding light on his right leg. Light speed kick. Bang. A ray of light shot out at the ground, and then like a massive bomb explosion, a large number of houses were directly destroyed by the explosion in the violent light. When everything calmed down, there was already a large charred black crater with a diameter of nearly 100 meters on the ground. What a terrible destructive power! Around, the shadows couldn't help but be shocked. Then, one of the shadows shouted, "The target is too fast. Plan A fails. Start executing Plan B." Yes. The shadows around them began to scatter again. 4 shadows jumped onto a relatively tall house, and one of them quickly sealed his hands in less than 2 seconds. Earth escape, heaven descending cover technique. Rumble. What? Porosalino, who had just landed after releasing the light speed kick, raised his head suddenly, and before he could react, a beast-shaped pot lid that covered the sky fell from the sky violently, directly pressing it and the surrounding buildings underneath. Bang! The dazzling light suddenly lit up under the lid of the pot, and with a violent explosion, the huge lid was suddenly blown apart, and the powerful shockwave blew everything around it away. In the middle of the ruins, the light of Porosalino's right hand disappeared, grabbed the broken big behind him and threw it, raised his head and looked at the dark parts on the surrounding roofs with a somewhat solemn face. However, before he could make a move, a stormy offensive followed. Thunder escape, 4 pillars of bondage. Bang! 4 huge pillars of earth 20 or 30 meters high rose from the ground around Porosalino, and immediately after, countless thunderbolts frantically raged towards Porosalino in the center. Earth escape, clay technique from the sky. Swish! A huge extra-dimensional passage suddenly opened in the sky, and countless crimson clay poured down on the thunder and lightning area below, covering all areas within a radius of hundreds of meters, including the 4 pillars of earth. Fire escape, the art of plain burning. Rumble. A terrifying heat of fire suddenly burned on the clay, and the clay began to harden rapidly. Thundered. Don't panic, everyone, please follow the instructions of the Kingdom Army and take refuge in the shelter in an orderly manner. Rumble. Hurry, little guy over there, don't run around. The battle has spread to this side. Bang. Violent explosions continued to sound, and in the town, the citizens evacuated to the shelter one by one in an orderly manner under the command of the prepared Kingdom Army, although everyone was a little nervous and uneasy, but there was no confusion. Just because as early as a day ago, their king had informed them that the Navy might send high-end combat forces to their fielding kingdom, and there would be a very fierce battle at that time, and they only needed to be responsible for going to the shelter with peace of mind. One day, I will become a powerful ninja too. Join the Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit. Fight for His Majesty. While evacuating, looking at the fierce fires and explosions in the distance, some young people thought firmly in their hearts. The royal palace, in the luxurious bedroom, through the windows, you can see the whole front of the town. Luo Tian leaned against the window, watching the battle that broke out in the town, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Stomp tread. Stanley walked in with hurried steps, half knelt on the ground beside Luo Tian and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the people have all been evacuated safely." Luo Tian looked at the battlefield in the town, and said with a light smile without looking back, "How is the preparation of the fleet?" The 2 fleets of the original Ruth Kingdom have been formed, plus the 3 warships of the country, a total of 12 warships, and the army is composed of the original 12,000 Kingdom Army and the 43,000 surrendered soldiers of the Ruth Kingdom, and they are all assembled in District 1, the former Ruth Kingdom, and ready to set off at any time. Stanley replied respectfully. "Very good, thank you for your hard work, go down." Luo Tian nodded with a light smile. "Yes." Stanley walked out respectfully, not asking a word why. Watching Stanley leave, Luo Tian looked at the other dimensional space where a large amount of clay fell from the sky in the town, and a trace of an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect it to be the General Yellow Ape who came this time." "Oh yes, he still seems to be a lieutenant general, but it doesn't matter, the admiral candidate, the natural fruit ability, this title is enough." "White Fang!" Luo Tian suddenly shouted. "Yes, Your Majesty," the figure of White Fang instantly appeared to the side. "Do you think the dark side can win?" Luo Tian said lightly. White Fang glanced at the town through the window, and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I have to say that the ability of this natural system is indeed very strong. Ignoring the elementalization of physical attacks, the power is comparable to the powerful destructive power of A-level or even S-level ninjutsu, and the speed beyond the general instantaneous technique. If it is an assassination mission, the dark part of any mission can easily be competent, but in a frontal battle like this, especially if the opponent is such a powerful enemy, the dark part, it's hard to win." Hearing this, Luo Tian suddenly smiled, glanced at Bai Fang and said with a light smile, "Are you reminding me that the dark part is not suitable for frontal combat? Don't dare. Your Majesty is the meaning of our Dark Division's existence. No matter what your Majesty asks us to do, the Dark Department will not hesitate." The eyes under the mask of White Fangs twitched, and he lowered his head. He, don't be too nervous." Luo Tian shook his head helplessly, looked away, and chuckled, "Actually, I know without you reminding me that the Dark Department is suitable for staying behind the scenes, not fighting head-on, but there is no way. Now I don't have frontal combat personnel in my hands, but..." An inexplicable look flashed in Luo Tian's eyes. "This should be the last time. If you're lucky, maybe in a few days, there will be someone in charge of frontal combat." White Fang didn't speak, quietly looking at Luo Tian, his supreme master. "However, since you said that the Dark Department may not be an opponent," Luo Tian muttered and said, "you go and help. Now that I have you people under my hands, I don't want to lose even one person." "Yes, Your Majesty." White Fang glanced at Luo Tian with some inexplicable eyes, and disappeared into the room in an instant. "How's it going?" One by one, the shadows looked at the area covered by hardened soil for hundreds of meters, and their eyes were indescribably solemn. Bang! Suddenly, the hardened clay exploded, and the terrifying shockwave startled the surrounding shadows, and they quickly blocked their hands in front of them. When the shockwave dissipated, in the midst of the ruins, the ashen and embarrassed-looking Polisalino appeared in the eyes of all the shadows. "I can bear it." The eyes of the dark people suddenly became more solemn. "Don't stop, continue to attack, focus on water escape, don't give the other side a chance to engage in hand-to-hand combat," a shadow shouted. Hearing this, the other dark parts suddenly began to seal their hands one by one. Water escape, burst water and rush waves. Water escape, cutting technique. Thunder escape, pseudo-darkness. The swirling water like a tornado, the water blade like a blade, the water escape ninjutsu in the sky swarmed out to Polisalino with the sound of thunder and lightning. 8 mirrors. The dazzling light continued to refract through the countless ninjutsu gaps, and then turned into a figure of Polisalino in the air, leaving all the ninjutsu behind. The next moment, thundered. Countless water escape and thunder escape ninjutsu washed through the town, and a large number of houses collapsed and flooded, and in the blink of an eye, a lake appeared on the ground. What an exaggerated attack range! Looking at the lake that was created by the Dark Department in an instant, and being in the air, Polisalino looked at a famous Dark Department in the house below, and said with a solemn face, "Sure enough, the Navy is right to send me to test it this time. You are too dangerous, you must be solved here." Airplanes. A dazzling glow like a sun newspaper emanated from Polisalino's body, and the shadows below suddenly closed their eyes involuntarily. 8-foot Kyangu. Water escape, water breaks. Su. With a cold drink, a finger-thick high-pressure water shot out from a distance, stabbing directly at Polisalino, who was emitting a dazzling light. 8 mirrors. Polisalino's expression changed suddenly, and he didn't care about the attack that was about to be released, and the refracted light shot to the ground, and then turned into Polisalino himself half kneeling on the ground. Who? Polisalino looked around vigilantly, remembering the attack just now, which was completely different from the previous one, and his heart sank. Stomp. A sound of footsteps came, and in the solemn gaze of Polisalino, White Fang slowly walked from a distance, looking at Polisalino indifferently, and slowly pulled out the short knife on his back, and the white chakra knife instantly covered the blade. Ninja Assassination Tactical Force Chief, White Fang. Minister. When the surrounding shadows saw White Fang, they immediately screamed, and there was some surprise in their tones, but more than that, they were disappointed and disappointed. The White Fangs appeared, which meant that His Majesty's test of them was over. And they still haven't defeated their opponents. Stand down. White Fang walked towards Polisalino, paused, and said in a flat tone, "Don't worry. Your Majesty is very satisfied with your performance, but your Majesty doesn't want to waste any more time, so he asked me to come over." Yes. Hearing this, the surrounding shadows suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and disappeared one by one. However, looking at this scene, Polisalino's face not only did not relax, but became more solemn. Did the ninja assassinate the head of the tactical unit? Looking at the White Fangs who came from afar, the lazy look on Polisalino's face had completely disappeared, and his whole body was tense, and a powerful domineering spirit began to rage all around him. He could feel that the dark part of the self-proclaimed White Fang in front of him was outrageously strong. It's completely different from those who are also ninja assassination tactics before. White Fang didn't speak, and walked towards Polisalino step by step with indifferent eyes. Subsequently, the pace became faster and faster, faster and faster. Su. The figure of White Fang vanished in an instant in Polisalino's suddenly constricted pupils. So fast. Tiankong Cloud Sword. Polisalino let out a low sigh, and a golden lightsaber instantly took shape in his right hand, and then swung it violently to his side from the bottom to the top. Bite. A short knife that exuded white glow happened to be caught, and the owner of the short knife was a white-haired White Fang. The next moment. Rumble. With the two of them as the center, the terrifying sword pressure caused the ground around dozens of meters to collapse directly downward, and the violent shockwave spread out. Is this what your Majesty said about seeing and hearing domineering? The short knife in his hand pressed down on Polisalino's lightsaber, and the indifferent eyes under the mask of White Fangs flashed a hint of clarity, and he whispered. That's right, this is the domineering of seeing and hearing. Polisalino looked at White Fang with a lewd smile on his face and said, so no matter how fast you are, you can't escape the domineering perception of seeing and hearing. Little brother, you can't defeat me, why don't you just admit defeat? Really? White Fang didn't pay attention to what Polisalino meant, and said indifferently, so, what about this? Rumble. The ground beneath Polisalino's feet crumbled again, and the vigor of the dagger from the dagger made Polisalino change color. Clang. The lightsaber in his hand was violently bounced away, and flew out in a whirl, and at the same time, White Fang looked at Polisalino indifferently, and the short knife in his hand was waved mercilessly. A white light instantly filled Polisalino's pupils. Not good. Polisalino's body just wanted to be photonized. Looking at Bai Mang, who was getting closer and closer, his face changed, and he quickly rolled to the side in embarrassment. Bang. Behind Polisalino, 3 houses shook violently, all of them were cut off by the waist, and half of the houses fell to the ground, bringing up a large amount of smoke and dust. However, Polisalino didn't have time to look back, because White Fang had already rushed at him again. 8 mirrors. The refracted light caused Polisalino to appear behind White Fang in an instant, and his right leg kicked out with a fierce light speed kick. Su. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, a ray of light shot directly towards the White Fangs. The figure of the White Fang, who rushed forward at great speed, twisted, and strangely forcibly stopped his figure and turned around, and the short knife in his hand directly met the light that came from him. Swish. The white light flashed, and the light was suddenly split, shooting left and right behind the White Fang. Boom! Boom! With a violent explosion, 2 explosions erupted behind White Fang, and countless houses were directly destroyed. In the midst of the explosion, White Fang's figure continued to shoot towards Polisalino. Split my light speed kick. Polisalino's face changed suddenly, looking at the White Fangs that shot out, and before he had time to think about it, the Tiankong cloud sword formed again in his hand, meeting the White Fangs. Ding ding! The white dagger and the golden lightsaber turned into brilliant afterimages and collided rapidly, and wave after wave of violent shock waves frantically vented in all directions. The ground collapsed, the rubble splattered, everything was blown away by the shock wave. Poof! In the shadow of the sword, a wound was suddenly cut on Polisalino's shoulder, and Polisalino's pupils suddenly contracted. Airplanes! The lightsaber in Polisalino's hand suddenly emitted a blinding light. White Fang's head deflected to the side, and the next moment, the lightsaber came out of Polisalino's hand, shot past White Fang's head, and flew into the distance. Bang! The ground shook violently, and all the houses in a radius of several hundred meters were razed to the ground. Swish! Polisalino's body elementalization instantly distanced himself from White Fang, touched his shoulder, which had no wound and was faintly painful, and looked at White Fang with shock and puzzle in his eyes and said, "What's the matter?" "It's very simple, because your body can't keep up with the speed of my knife," White Fang said coldly. "What? That's like this." Polisalino was shocked for a moment, then took a deep breath, looked at Bai Fang with a solemn look and said, "Little brother, can I ask you a question?" "What's the problem?" "I don't know why, the always silent White Fang opened his mouth unusually at this time. P.S. In the world of pirates, no matter how you use a sword, you are collectively referred to as a swordsman, and those you learn are also called kendo. A great swordsman like you can't be a nobody on the sea, and no one has heard of your name until now. There is only one explanation." Polisalino stared at White Fang with a solemn expression and said, "That is, you, like those ordinary ninja assassination tactical troop members, were all secretly cultivated by fielding Luo Tian alone, and all your kendo was also taught by him, and it was also because of his order that you only appeared in the public eye now, right?" White Fang was silent for a moment and said, "Your Majesty's order is absolute." The vague answer made Polisalino's heart sink and confirmed his thoughts even more. "You're done with your question. So." White Fang slammed the short knife in his hand in front of him, and abruptly, disappeared from Polisalino's sight again. Die! White Fang instantly appeared behind Polisalino, and the short knife in his hand swung out at a speed beyond Polisalino's imagination. Due to the excessive speed, even a white line was pulled out of the air. At this moment, Polisalino suddenly understood what the name White Fang meant. It's so fast. The speed of the knife is too fast. Seeing and hearing the domineering spirit had already captured White Fang's actions, however, his body couldn't react at all. Swish! The white blade cut off from Polisalino's waist like a meteor in the night sky. Airplanes! A dazzling light flashed, and Polisalino instantly disappeared in front of White Fang, appearing in the distance, his body staggered, half kneeling on the ground, and the corners of his mouth began to flow blood. You! Hidden strength before. Polisalino looked at White Fang in shock. White Fang didn't mean to speak again, and disappeared again in an instant. Su! Polisalino turned into a golden light and left the spot in an instant, and the next moment, the figure of White Fang instantly appeared in place, looking up at Polisalino standing on the roof in the distance. That's a terrible speed. Polisalino wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and regained a lazy and obscene smile on his face. Keep fighting, maybe I will be killed by you, little brother, or don't fight, little brother, see you again. With that, Polisalino took a deep look at White Fang, and turned into a golden light that shot away into the distance. And White Fang, quietly looking at the golden light in the distance in the sky. The light of the short knife in his hand disappeared, and he exhaled. Chakra. Feeling the chakra consumed by nearly half of his body, his brow furrowed under the mask of white fang, and then he put the short knife back into the scabbard on his back and disappeared in an instant. In its place, all that remained was the badly destroyed town. Luke is excited right now. Very excited. As one of the many reporters of the largest newspaper in Zhai, Liming Daily, he has always felt that although he has not discovered any famous big news, he can be regarded as having a good time, running around for news every day, and coming back at night to accompany his wife and son, although his life is simple but very fulfilling. That being said, occasionally Luke fantasizes that one day he can unearth a big news that shocks the world and become famous. However, now he suddenly discovers that his dream can really come true. A day earlier, he had received an invitation from a mysterious man to come to the kingdom of Fielding to report a big news. At first, Luke's heart refused. After all, who doesn't know that the kingdom of Fielding is actually facing the navy without knowing whether it is alive or dead, and if a young reporter like him is involved, it is not surprising that when the two sides are at war, they will be killed by bullets flying from nowhere. However, after the other party offered a high reward of 2 million Bailey and provided him with a security guarantee, after a little hesitation, Luke gritted his teeth and agreed. Because as a journalist, he still has a dream of becoming famous in his heart, not to mention that the high remuneration of 2 million Bailey also makes him unable to refuse. However, on the second day of his arrival in the kingdom of Fielding, when a terrible battle broke out in the town early in the morning that he could not imagine, and the mysterious man did not allow him to take refuge, Ryak immediately regretted it, and if it were not for the mysterious man who immediately sent some people with masks and seemed to have some mysterious powers to protect him, he might have turned around and fled. And now, he was extremely glad that he didn't turn around and run. I can take it back and report it? Holding the photo he had just taken under the protection of the men in black with masks, Luke said with excitement in his voice. Of course. On the other side, a man dressed in ordinary clothes threw a bag and said with an expressionless face, "Here is your reward of 2 million Baileys, but don't forget our conditions. We must ensure that this news spreads to the entire West Sea in the shortest possible time, otherwise, since we have the ability to protect you, we also have the ability to kill you at any time." Thinking of those black-clothed masked men who could control the rising walls of the earth, Ryak suddenly shuddered, and quickly picked up the bag containing 2 million Baileys and nodded hurriedly, "Please rest assured, our Dawn newspaper is the largest newspaper in the West Sea, and this ability is still available." "Good." The man nodded expressionlessly and turned to leave. Looking at the figure of the man leaving, and then at the collapsed house not far away, Luke shuddered, and hurriedly ran towards the port, holding the money bag and photo in his hand, and a look of excitement slowly appeared on his face. He could already predict how much shock the news in his hand would bring to Zhai. Call. The photo in his hand was blown up by the wind, revealing the top half of the photo below, which was half crouched on the ground, with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "Palace. Your Majesty, everything is arranged, and it won't be long before today's events will spread all over the West Sea." In the main hall, Stanley said respectfully to Luo Tian on the throne. "Well, thank you." On the throne, Luo Tian leaned on the throne, supported his head with one hand and said softly, "Your Majesty, there is one more thing." Stanley hesitated for a moment, and cautiously glanced at Luo Tian. In the previous battle, the town has been destroyed in a large area, and now there are many citizens who do not have a place to live. This thing. Hearing this, Luo Tian pondered and said, "For the time being, arrange all the people to go to District 1, formerly the Ruth Kingdom. After all, this island may disappear in a short time, maybe." Luo Tian said with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. Stanley looked at Luo Tian suspiciously, not understanding what he meant by this, but Stanley, who had always adhered to the principle of only doing things without asking, didn't ask much, nodded respectfully, and said, "Understood, Your Majesty." "Well, let's go down," Luo Tian said with a wave of his hand. "Yes." Stanley stepped back respectfully. And Luo Tian, looking at the empty hall, the corners of his mouth suddenly grinned a little, and he laughed in a low voice, and then his voice became louder and louder, and finally turned into laughter. Ha ha ha. The sound of inexplicable laughter echoed through the hall for a long time before it slowly stopped. "Everyone thinks I'm stupid to go against the Navy, but how do they know that I'm just using the Navy to build momentum? No wonder, I used to hear that the thoughts of the ancient kings on earth were arrogant. That's because no one can understand their thoughts. Did you say yes, White Fang?" With a smile on the corner of his mouth that had not yet dissipated, Luo Tian smiled at the empty hall. Below the main hall, White Fang came out of the gloomy corner, half kneeling on the ground, bowing his head, and the voice of reverence sounded in the main hall. "Your Majesty, where your will goes, is where we and the shadows go." West. The major forces that had been paying attention to the movements of the Fielding Kingdom also knew the news of an unknown battle in the Fielding Kingdom for the first time, but for the details of the battle, even if they checked their heads, they couldn't figure out what was going on. After all, everyone in the town was assigned to shelter at that time, including the intelligence officers arranged by the major forces, and no one saw the battle at all. And just when the major forces were wondering what was going on in the battle in the Kingdom of Fielding, a news report that shook the entire West Sea spread to the entire West Sea under the full coverage of the Dawn newspaper. The current Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and even said to be a candidate for the future Admiral, was defeated and fled in the Kingdom of Fielding. Even in the newspaper, a photo was attached. In the photo, there is a messy town in the Kingdom of Fielding, with the dark part that unleashes all kinds of terrifying ninjutsu, and there are even some Polisalino half kneeling on the ground bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and on the opposite side, the White Fangs are slowly approaching. As soon as this newspaper came out, the entire Zihai was shocked. Through the natural disaster seen in the photo, everyone has rediscovered the horror of the ninja assassination tactical unit. Through the picture of Polisalino being injured in the photo, but White Fang standing coldly, everyone has to believe that a Vice Admiral of the Admiralty headquarters, who may even become a naval admiral in the future, has really escaped in the Kingdom of Fielding. Astound. An indescribable shock swept across the West Sea. And the report is spreading at breakneck speed to other seas, the North Sea, the East China Sea, the South China Sea, and even the great shipping lanes, up to the whole world. P.S. For the time being, I'll update 5 chapters. The rest of the day will continue to be updated. No way old readers know that my code words at night will affect the quality now. These chapters already feel weird and the author of the hand cripple didn't save the manuscript. It can only be passed on now. New World. The Whitebeard Pirates, the Moby Dick. Dad, look at this newspaper, something terrible has happened over there in the West Sea. With an exclamation, the sturdy body of the 11th team leader Jingudo hurriedly appeared on the deck, dragging a newspaper in his hand, and his dark-skinned face still carried the shock that did not dissipate. What's wrong? What's going on? The newspaper in the West Sea, what big deal can be there? No. I remember that the redhead's hometown seems to be over there, right? Rack asks, you idiot. The redhead goes to the East China Sea, not the West Sea. Don't get me wrong, stupid. The other board captains around them also surrounded curiously, and then, when they read the contents of the newspaper, all the captains were stunned for a while. Polisalino? This guy is Polisalino, right? What is this place? Polisalino is actually injured? Who is that white-haired guy? Looks so strong. The Kingdom of Fielding, a kingdom of the Western Sea, has this kind of strength. Looking at the eye-catching huge headlines and photos in the newspaper, the captains suddenly glanced at each other one by one, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. As a vice admiral who has been in the limelight recently, they can naturally recognize it, and even fought a few times, and the natural ability of the flash fruit has definitely reached the level of a general, and it is one of the 3 trump cards hidden in the Navy today. But what do they see now? A newspaper from the West Sea, a sea area with an average bounty of no more than 50 million baileys, where Poulousalino actually suffered a crushing defeat and even escaped. Could it be that the man with white hair and mask is stronger than Poulousalino? Shock. Indescribable shock. Daddy, you should read this newspaper too. Marco, who had been shrugging his eyelids, couldn't help but show a look of shock on his face, took a deep breath, and took the newspaper to Whitebeard, who was sitting high on a large chair. My son Marco, you don't see much of this on your face, I'm starting to get a little interested in this paper. Whitebeard laughed, took the small newspaper in his huge palm and read it, and then, with a raised brow, laughed. Who should I be? It was that Navy glittering imp. I was beaten by a small kingdom in the West Sea and escaped. What a shame. That guy must be about to explode by now. Whitebeard laughed exaggeratedly. Daddy, if this report is not exaggerated, that Fielding can't be underestimated, a kingdom with general-level combat power, I have never heard of it before. Marco said with a serious face. Don't worry. Whitebeard's huge body stood up violently, exuding a terrifying power that seemed to be materialized, and laughed, Goo la la la. My stupid sons. Although this Fielding kingdom is indeed a bit interesting, but since this kind of report has been reported, the Navy will not sit idly by. Indeed. I'm afraid the Navy is about to make a big move next, and this Fielding kingdom is probably in danger. Marco said, touching his chin. Okay. Don't care about the Navy of the Fielding kingdom. Whitebeard's huge palm slapped Marco, and Marco was suddenly staggered, looking at his father with a wry smile. My children, let's have a feast. The first half of the Great Fairway. In an unknown sea, a strangely shaped boat is slowly sailing on the calm sea. Bang! Suddenly, a monstrous wave surged on the calm sea, and a nearly 100-meter-long sea king opened its terrifying giant mouth and bit down. Airplanes. Poof. A light blue sword light flashed, and the huge Sea King class suddenly split into 2, and smashed down on the sea. A large amount of blood stained the sea surface, and the small boat slowly sailed between the 2 halves of the Sea King. On the boat, Hawkeye casually inserted the black knife back into his back without raising his head, and continued to look at the newspaper in his hand. West Sea. Interesting. The big sword with a short sword. The North Sea, somewhere hidden. A huge castle-like strange ship was silently moored in the fog, and in the faint sense of the flag belonging to Germa 66 loomed. Father, today's newspaper has arrived. In a large and luxurious room, a pink-haired girl walked in and handed over a stack of newspapers. The tall middle-aged man with a golden helmet took the newspaper with an expressionless face, and the pink-haired girl glanced at the middle-aged man with a somewhat complicated gaze and turned to leave. The Kingdom of Fielding. Flipping through the newspaper in Zihai, the middle-aged man snorted coldly and threw the newspaper to the side casually. Wait. One day, we'll not only have to retake the West Sea. The whole world will tremble in fear under the prestige of Germa 66. Spread it all over. It's all over the place. The latest report, which is fully operated by the largest newspaper in the West Sea, has spread almost all over the world at a very fast speed. At this moment, the Kingdom of Fielding finally entered the eyes of almost all forces in the world, large and small. Someone was shocked. Some people don't care. Someone is interested in the white fangs with white hair and a mask that can defeat Poulousalino. Someone simply doesn't believe it. However, in any case, the fact that the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, who was almost recognized by the Navy as the next Admiral, fled to the Fielding Kingdom in the West Sea caused quite a stir in the whole world. For a time, many forces began to send spies to sneak into the West Sea, wanting to find out information about the Kingdom of Fielding. At the same time, I would like to know how things will progress in the future. Everyone knows that this kind of report has now spread all over the world, and in order to regain its lost prestige, the Navy will definitely make unprecedented big moves in the future. Compared with other seas, which were shocked, but did not cause too much of a sensation, even the Great Waterway and the New World, the shaking of the West Sea can be said to be the greatest. Even, when the major forces in the West Sea took this report, they couldn't help but feel extremely frightened while they were shocked by the crazy style of the Fielding Kingdom. The least general level combat power. The ninja assassination commander of the tactical force. The Kingdom of Fielding has a terrifying combat force that is not inferior to the general, or even slightly stronger. Regardless of whether the Fielding Kingdom will be destroyed under the anger of the Navy in the future, at this moment, the shadow of the Fielding Kingdom has completely left in the hearts of everyone in the West Sea. And this is exactly what Luo Tian wants to see. Moro Island, Kingdom of Fielding. Under the sun, the bustling town has become a dilapidated swath. On the harbor, the citizens boarded warships or ships one by one under the arrangement of the Kingdom Army and embarked on a route to District 1, formerly the Kingdom of Ruth. The scene was orderly, there was no panic, no uneasiness, and no chaos, and the people were all very calm. Despite the destruction of their homeland, they now have a blind trust in their Majesty, believing that it was all arranged by His Majesty so that they could live a better life. In the past, His Majesty was able to lead the Kingdom of Fielding to defeat enemies that others thought were impossible to defeat. And now, what can be done even if the opponent is the Navy? His Majesty the King is right, there has never been absolute strength or weakness in this world, what is lacking is only a king who leads them. And now, the king who leads the Kingdom of Fielding has appeared. We are invincible. Your Majesty, you will never lose. Let's go. With the order of the navigator, the ships began to set sail. In the middle of the town, in the royal palace standing high, Luo Tian leaned against the window, watching the departing ships in the harbor. In the palace, except for the dark department responsible for guarding Luo Tian, all the maids were also evacuated to the first district, except for. Why don't you come with them? Luo Tian turned his head and looked at the little maid with a light smile. Because. The little maid's face was red, she took a deep breath and looked directly into Luo Tian's eyes and said, because I am your Majesty's exclusive maid, if your Majesty doesn't leave, I can't leave either. After speaking, the little maid noticed the smile on the corner of Luo Tian's mouth, and suddenly lowered her little head with a flushed face. He. Luo Tian smiled lightly, turned his head, looked at the dilapidated town outside the window and said with a light smile, very good town, but unfortunately it's still a little small for me. So, it's time to change. Naval Headquarters, Marin Vando. Marshal's Office. Syllable. A newspaper was slammed on the table with the palm of his hand, his face was pale, and he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart at all, pointing to the dazzling headlines and photos on the newspaper and shouting angrily, who will tell me, what the hell is going on? Domineering shouts echoed in the office. However, neither the silent Sengoku, Sakazuki, and Kyuzan on the sofa, nor the carp who was clicking and nibbling on the side of the senbei, or the crane with his eyes closed and thinking about something, were not affected by this angry shout mixed with domineering. It's just that from the shock and solemnity faintly revealed in their eyes, it can be seen that their hearts are far more unpeaceful than they seem on the surface. What are you doing with such a loud voice? What's there to be angry about? Won't you know what's going on when Polisalino comes back? Carp said with a disapproving grin as he gnawed on the senbei. What's there to be angry about? His empty eyebrows jumped, and he glared at Carp and patted the newspaper on the table and said angrily, the dignified admiral candidate was defeated and fled in the Fielding Kingdom, and now that the whole world knows about it, Soon the news will spread everywhere that the Navy can't even clean up a small kingdom in the West Sea, and when the time comes, the prestige of our Navy will be gone. Why do you say I'm angry? Click, click, click. The only thing that responded was the sound of biting the fairy shell, and a trace of seriousness flashed in Carp's eyes, and he didn't speak again. This matter, in the final analysis, is because we have insufficient intelligence, and we completely underestimated the strength of the Fielding Kingdom. Sengoku said with a calm face. Hearing the words, including the empty air, everyone was speechless and choked. In fact, when they saw this newspaper, who could have known the horror and disbelief in their hearts? From the very beginning, they had repeatedly increased the importance of the Fielding Kingdom, and after learning that the king of the Fielding Kingdom had single-handedly destroyed a naval force, they directly sent a lieutenant general and a major general for the sake of prudence. Then, after being shocked to learn that a vice admiral and a rear admiral had lost contact directly, in order not to have an accident again, they even sent Polisalino, who was currently a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, but was fully capable of being a major admiral, to test the true strength of the Fielding Kingdom. However, the results once again shocked them all. Polisalino hadn't returned yet, but they were waiting for a newspaper with pictures of Polisalino's injuries. At this moment, Rao and the hearts of these people can't help but feel like they are in a dream. After all, it was just too shocking. Boom! Just as the office fell silent, a blinding light burst through the window. Here it comes. The dazzling light made everyone in the office subconsciously open their eyes, their hearts jumped, and when the light dissipated, everyone hurriedly looked, and suddenly couldn't help but shrink their pupils suddenly. The gray-white striped suit was tattered, with faint burnt marks on the exposed skin, and a casual and obscene face, slightly pale at this time, half kneeling on the ground, with a trace of unwiped blood at the corners of his mouth. Polisalino. Seeing this appearance of Polisalino, everyone was shocked. For so many years, this is the first time to see Polisalino so seriously injured. Polisalino, are you all right? Sara hurriedly greeted him, and the others, including Tsuru, also opened their eyes and looked at Polisalino one by one. I didn't expect everyone to care so much about me. Polisalino stood up, first laughed in his usual obscene voice, then glanced at the newspaper on his desk, his heart shook slightly, and his face slowly became serious. It seems that everyone knows what is going on in the kingdom of Fielding. Polisalino sighed. Polisalino, you tell the truth, what happened to you in the kingdom of Fielding? Did you really lose to the head of the ninja assassination tactical unit? Said Sara with a solemn face, staring at Polisalino with a pair of eyes. Well, although what the newspaper says is a bit exaggerated. Polisalino scratched his head, but before he could wait for the others to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly said with a somewhat helpless and serious face, however, it's almost the same, although the winner was not decided in the end, but if I continue to fight, I will probably lose. Hearing Polisalino admit it himself, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, and they all fell silent. After a while, Sengoku opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, Polisalino, tell us what happened to you in the kingdom of Fielding. Polisalino nodded, and his face gradually became a little solemn and told all the details of the incident. 10 minutes later, the entire office was silent, and everyone was solemn and shocked. Haha, interesting, this Fielding Kingdom is so interesting, to be able to cultivate such a powerful army, I kind of want to meet this kid named Fielding Lucian. Carp suddenly laughed. Carp. Sengoku suddenly glared at Carp helplessly. According to what you say, if all the members of this ninja assassination tactical unit go together, even if they are a general, if they don't go all out, they will be defeated, said Sara with an ugly face as he looked at Polisalino. Well, all of these people will use attacks similar to nature, which are very powerful, especially water-type attacks, which are definitely nemesis for those with devil fruit abilities. Polusalino said seriously. A special unit of special forces with a combined combat power comparable to that of a general. A minister whose strength even faintly surpasses that of Polusalino. Sara rubbed his forehead with a heavy face and said, moreover, this army is still cultivated by Fielding Lucian. I have to guess how strong this Fielding Lucian's strength is. Polusalino, and there is no news of Peach Rabbit and Lieutenant General Sambadai, said Tsuru, who had not spoken all this time. I'm sorry, but as soon as I entered the Fielding Kingdom, I was stopped by the ninja assassination tactical unit, and I didn't have a chance to investigate. Polusalino said helplessly. Hearing this, Tsuru closed his eyes, and the others were speechless. Brew brew brew. Blue blue. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang, and everyone was shocked. Sara also looked stunned, quickly walked over and picked up the phone, and hung up the phone after saying something like understood, I know what to do, and I will never tolerate any evil forces. Then he turned around, looked at the others in the office with a serious face, and said in a deep voice, an order from the world government personally, in order to maintain the dignity of the Navy, let our Navy immediately do its best, and we must deal with the Fielding Kingdom. Everyone in the office looked straight at once, and then stood up. An hour later, with the sound of a terrible siren, the naval headquarters, a huge military fortress that had been silent for a long time, suddenly became fully operational. And at the same time, West Willadina Island, a district directly under the jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Fielding, is a military port behind the island. Hurry up! Move fast! Fleet 1 is ready. Report. There is a problem with the guns of the warships of the Third Fleet. Then what are you doing in a daze? Why don't you find someone to overhaul it? Hurry up! Hurry up with all the moves. At least when your Majesty arrives, all preparations must be done. Yes. Next to the dock, 12 warships with the emblem of the Kingdom of Fielding are quietly moored. On the coast, soldiers sweating profusely carrying weapons, ammunition, and other materials. On the ship, operators checked the situation of the warship and sat to prepare for work. Everything seems to be in order. Who? Standing under a warship, looking at the fleet that had almost completed the preparations, Stanley suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and then, he quickly took out the phone bug, dialed it, and said with a respectful face, Your Majesty, the fleet preparations are almost completed, and it will be able to sail in half an hour at most. Kingdom of Fielding. The once bustling and noisy town is in ruins, with collapsed houses, craters on the ground that look like they have been bombarded by missiles, and a gust of sea breeze blows, giving it a desolate and bleak atmosphere. Stomp. With a faint smile on his face, Luo Tian walked down the dilapidated town streets with unhurried steps, and behind him, the little maid trotted closely behind. Your Majesty, why are you still so happy when our towns have been destroyed? The little maid secretly looked at Luo Tian's side face with a smile, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Oh, do you look happy with me? Luo Tian touched his face, raised his head and looked at the sky and said with a light smile, No, this is not happy, my town was destroyed, how can I be happy? I just have some expectations, looking forward to the next decisive battle with the Navy. But isn't the Navy the most powerful force in the world? I heard that there are many powerful people in the Navy, can we really defeat them? The little maid said a little timidly, but then she quickly shook her head, clenched her pink fist, looked at Luo Tian's side face with a firm face, and said, However, I believe that since it is your Majesty, there must be a way to defeat the Navy. He. Luo Tian smiled lightly, did not speak, and continued to wander through the deserted and dilapidated town. Suddenly. Brew brew brew. Blue blue. The voice of the phone bug rang out of nowhere, and then with a swish, a dark man held a phone bug that was screaming in both hands and half knelt in front of Luo Tian. Your Majesty. The Dark Department respectfully held the phone bug in front of Luo Tian. "Are you finally ready?" A trace of anticipation flashed in Luo Tian's eyes, and he picked up the phone bug. "Your Majesty, the fleet preparations are almost complete, and it will be ready to go at any time in another half an hour at most." Stanley's respectful voice sounded. "Good." Luo Tian hung up the phone, took a deep breath and said lightly, "Notify the Dark Department over there in District 1 that you can start." "Yes, Your Majesty." The dark part in front of him nodded, and disappeared in an instant. In the first district, a military seaport, a fleet of 12 warships has been prepared. On the warship, tens of thousands of soldiers lined up one by one, fully armed, exuding a formidable momentum. On the coast, Stanley looked at this huge fleet belonging to the Fielding Kingdom with satisfaction, and his awe of Luo Tian suddenly became stronger, and he who had followed Luo Tian from the beginning understood that the Fielding Kingdom could have now, all of which depended on Luo Tian alone. Then, as if thinking of something, a hint of mockery suddenly appeared on the corner of Stanley's mouth. "Everyone thinks that our Fielding Kingdom is killing itself by provoking the Navy, but who of you can understand Your Majesty's thoughts? Your Majesty is invincible." There was a hint of fanaticism on his face, and he suddenly... Whoosh! A shadow shot in from afar, then stopped on the shore. "Ninja-sama, is Your Majesty coming?" Seeing the shadows, Stanley hurriedly ran over, his expression slightly restrained and respectful. Now almost everyone knows that the King of the Fielding Kingdom has a very strong mysterious army under his hands, and the members of it are all as powerful as monsters, and even in the country, there are many soldiers and young people who worship the Dark Department, hoping to become a powerful ninja one day and fight the sea for His Majesty. And even Stanley, in the face of these dark parts who are only obedient to Luo Tian, he maintains a respectful attitude from the bottom of his heart. One of the shadows glanced at Stanley, nodded, and then ignored Stanley and said to the others, "Let's start." "Good." The other dark parts nodded together, and then spread out in a big circle, biting their fingers. Their hands began to seal rapidly, and then slammed on the ground, and countless mysterious runes spread out to form a pattern like a magic array, and in the center of the pattern, there was a big glyph. "Psychics." Boom! A large amount of white smoke rose into the air, and then in Stanley's shocked gaze, Luo Tian and 50 or 60 dark men, as well as a little maid who was at a loss, appeared on the shore. Despite his mental preparation, Stanley's eyes widened at this bizarre scene. But then he reacted immediately, and quickly stepped forward and knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Your Majesty." "Well, I've worked hard for you, get up." Luo Tian said with a light smile. "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley quickly stood up. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the 12 warships lined up on the side, and the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened. "Prepare to go." Luo Tian said lightly. "Yes, Your Majesty, please come with me." Stanley hurriedly and respectfully took Luo Tian and the others to board the main ship. "Your Majesty." On the deck of the main ship, as soon as they saw Luo Tian, all the soldiers were suddenly full of enthusiasm and saluted loudly. Luo Tian smiled at them and nodded, and then walked to the cabin with the dark and the little maid who was thinking about everything. "Oh, yes." Just as he was about to walk into the cabin, Luo Tian stopped his footsteps and said without looking back, "According to the order of my signs on the map, come one by one." After speaking, Luo Tian walked into the cabin. On the deck, Stanley was suddenly shocked, a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly ran into the command room, picked up the phone and contacted all the captains of the warships and said, "All attention, Your Majesty ordered, the fleet will set off immediately, and the target is the Kingdom of Service. West." The news reports that shook the world continue to be distributed, and they are known by more forces and even ordinary people. However, after experiencing the initial tremors, the entire West Sea suddenly became eerily quiet. Because everyone understands that the actions of the Fielding Kingdom have completely ignited the anger of the entire navy, and what the Fielding Kingdom needs to face next, is bound to be the thunderous means of the navy. However, just when all the forces were quietly waiting for the navy's fleet, suddenly, a piece of news made all the forces in the entire West Sea stunned. A powerful fleet formed by the Kingdom of Fielding has set off from the harbor of the former Kingdom of Ruth. Kingdom of Fielding, what is this for? I didn't wait for the navy's fleet, but the forces that waited for the fleet of the Fielding Kingdom were dumbfounded, and they didn't understand what the Fielding Kingdom was trying to do. After all, for the current Fielding Kingdom, isn't it because of full readiness against the upcoming navy? And in the confusion of all the forces, the fleet of the Fielding Kingdom sailed slowly for most of the day, and then, looking at the sailing route of the fleet of the Fielding Kingdom, all the forces suddenly understood. Then, shocked. Crazy. Is the Kingdom of Fielding crazy? At such a time, they still have the heart to attack other countries. The leaders of the major forces looked at the end of the route of the Fielding Kingdom on the map, and the roar of disbelief continued to echo in the room. And under the disbelieving gaze of these forces, the fleet of the Fielding Kingdom has arrived at the sea where the Service Kingdom is located. Kingdom of Service. Located in the Makatone Sea, a full 73 nautical miles away from the Kingdom of Fielding, it is one of the countries closest to the Kingdom of Fielding in addition to the Kingdom of Ruth, and its comprehensive national strength is slightly stronger than that of the Kingdom of Ruth, with a full 7 medium-sized warships and a large warship, plus a full 60,000 kingdom troops and well-equipped weapons. Looking at the many kingdoms in the West Sea, it is enough to rank the upper, middle, and upper echelons. Like the name of the country of the Kingdom of Sevis, the island on which it is located is called the Isle of Sevis. It is a vast island, with rivers, forests, mountains, and wild beasts, clinging to the mountains that stretch for dozens of miles, and the towns of the Service Kingdom are built on a flat plain, and in the middle of the prosperous town, the royal palace full of aristocratic style stands high, showing its high status. Everything shows that the Kingdom of Service is an extremely prosperous country. However, today, the Kingdom of Sevis, which had been quiet for a long time, was in a sensation. Because just a few hours ago, suddenly came the news that shocked and frightened everyone and even the whole country. The Kingdom of Fielding has sent a fleet and is heading towards their Kingdom of Service. As soon as this news came out, the entire Service Kingdom was suddenly filled with uneasiness and nervousness. In the middle of the town, there is a royal palace that looks like a castle. In the luxuriously decorated hall, the high-ranking officials and nobles of the Service Kingdom were having a fierce quarrel. Impossible. The Kingdom of Fielding doesn't even have time to deal with the navy now. How could it be possible to attack our Kingdom of Service at such a time? Humph. No way, send a fully armed fleet. Do you think the Kingdom of Fielding will come to visit us? Damn Fielding Russian, aren't they worried about the navy? They still have the heart to attack our Kingdom of Serves. Now is not the time to talk about this. The fleet of the Fielding Kingdom is approaching, and we must decide what to do as soon as possible. What should I do? At that time, we started a war with them. Our Service Kingdom has a full 60,000 kingdom troops. Are we still afraid of them? Go to war? Who will deal with the ninja assassination tactics of the Fielding Kingdom, and the minister who defeated the admiral candidate? Will you defeat him? Then what do you say? Do you surrender directly to the Kingdom of Fielding? I have heard that after the Kingdom of Ruth was captured, all the aristocratic systems were abolished, and all the local officials were replaced by people from the Kingdom of Fielding. Enough, stop arguing. On the throne, looking at the high-ranking officials and nobles who were arguing in the main hall, Pride, the current king of the Sevis Kingdom, frowned and said in a low voice. There was a sudden silence in the main hall, and all the high-ranking officials and nobles couldn't help but close their mouths and look at Karui on the throne. No matter what purpose the Fielding Kingdom came here for, we still have to make the preparations that need to be made. Pride glanced at everyone in the main hall, and finally stopped his gaze on a sturdy man and said in a deep voice, "Captain Care, order, all the kingdom troops are ready to fight at any time. In addition, send a fleet to contact the fleet of the Fielding Kingdom, see what they want. If they really want to attack my service kingdom, don't hesitate, just shoot and sink them." "Understood." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Legion leader Care, and he turned around and walked directly outside the main hall. "Benny Diplomat." Pride looked at an elderly man who looked like a bachelor and said, "You go to the 96th branch of the Navy in the town and tell Commodore Itro that if we really fight with the Fielding Kingdom, I hope their Navy can provide us with troops." "Yes, Your Majesty." Benny didn't ask more, just sighed to himself and walked out of the main hall. Seeing this, the other high-ranking officials and nobles immediately glanced at each other one by one, and then looked at Pride on the throne, speechless. Soon, the kingdom of service began to act. Under the uneasy and frightened eyes of the people, the king's army began to transport a large number of military supplies through the town to the front coast of the island, set up cannons, and a large number of royal troops began to set up defensive lines on the coast. At the same time, on the sea, 8 warships were also lined up and set up in formation. It's just that whether it is on the warship or on the coast, the eyes of all the soldiers are full of uneasiness, and even the hands holding the weapons are shaking unconsciously. Because they all know that this time the enemy is too strong. Time passed in an uneasy wait. More than 3 hours later. It's the Fielding Kingdom fleet. It's them. On the lookout platform of a large warship, a soldier looked into the distance with a telescope, and when he saw the fleet of the Kingdom of Fielding appearing in the distance, he couldn't help but change his face and contacted all the warships through the phone. Suddenly, all the soldiers held the weapons in their hands tightly, and a trace of cold sweat began to appear on their faces. "Try to contact the Fielding Kingdom fleet." Captain Care, the commander-in-chief of the fleet and the commander of the Legion, immediately looked solemn and waved his hand in order. Fleet of the Kingdom of Fielding. The main ship, in the luxurious room, Luo Tian leaned on the sofa with his eyes closed and pretended to sleep, feeling the slight shaking of the warship during the voyage, and making a gentle breathing sound. Suddenly, Stanley pushed the door and walked in, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, there is a fleet of the Service Kingdom 1 nautical mile ahead." "Oh, do you choose to go to war with us?" Luo Tian opened his eyes, and said with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. "Interesting, let's go out and have a look." Luo Tian stood up with a light smile and walked out, and Stanley hurriedly followed. Coming to the deck, Luo Tian looked into the distance, and in the distance, the fleet lined up loomed. "Your Majesty, Captain Carey of the Service Kingdom Legion has asked to speak with you." At this moment, a soldier in charge of liaison ran respectfully with a phone bug. "Call." A playful smile appeared at the corner of Luo Tian's mouth, and he picked up the phone and said, "I am Fielding Luo Tian, the King of the Fielding Kingdom." "Your Majesty Fielding Law, hello, I am Care, the Commander of the Service Kingdom, and I greet you on behalf of the Service Kingdom." A deep male voice rang from the phone. "Then Captain Karui, what do you want to tell me?" Luo Tian smiled lightly. "Your Majesty Fielding Lucian, our two countries have always been in peace with each other. I don't know why your Majesty came to our Service Kingdom this time," asked Carey with some vigilance. "Why don't you Servicean Kingdom know?" Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Okay, Captain Karui, I won't say much nonsense, and give you 2 choices for the Service Kingdom, surrender or destroy." Syllable. After speaking, Luo Tian hung up the phone directly. And on the main ship of the fleet of the Kingdom of Service, Carey held the phone bug that had been hung up, and his face suddenly turned cold. "Surrender or destruction." With a cold snort, Carey directly took the phone bug used to give the order on the side and said coldly, "The negotiation failed." Boom. 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 As the fielding kingdom fleet entered the firing range, a violent explosion sounded from the service kingdom fleet, accompanied by gunsmoke and firelight. Countless cannonballs shot towards the fielding kingdom fleet. Do you choose destruction? Seeing the countless cannonballs in the fleet of the service kingdom bursting in, Luo Tian snapped his fingers with an indifferent smile on his face. Your Majesty ordered, start acting. Hiding in the dark, he had been paying attention to Luo Tian's white teeth. Seeing this, he turned on the contact headset on his ear and said coldly. Whoosh. The next moment, a dark man on the 12 warships flashed out, standing at the bow of the ship, his hands quickly sealed. Water escape, water wall. As if after countless rehearsals, all the dark parts were neatly and consistently, and almost at the same time, the next moment. Bang! Walls of water rose up in front of the 12 warships, stopping all the shells, but all the bombs exploded, and the water splashed everywhere. How is it possible? All the shells have been blocked. On the main ship of the fleet of the service kingdom, Carrie, who was watching this scene, was suddenly shocked. Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit, is the Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit of the fielding kingdom? The soldiers on the warship suddenly shouted in panic. At this time, Stanley on the opposite side stared coldly at the fleet of the service kingdom, and ordered to the phone bug, open fire. Sink them. Boom. 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 One after another, the cannonballs shot towards the fleet of the kingdom of service with a sharp breaking sound, and in the midst of countless stares of horror, a huge explosion occurred in the fleet, and one of the warships was even unlucky enough to be hit by a large number of shells at one time, and sank directly in the frightened screams of a large number of soldiers. How can this be? The violent explosion caused the fleet to shake in the churning waters, and Carrie held onto the edge of the ship and stared blankly at the sunken warship, the sneer on his face completely gone, leaving only a pale sluggishness. Originally, he thought that the outside world was just exaggerating the strength of the fielding kingdom, so when the king ordered a war with the fielding kingdom, he still deeply agreed. However, reality taught him a hard lesson. Fight back. Fire. Immediately coming back to his senses, Carrie's face suddenly changed dramatically and roared. Boom. 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 Countless cannonballs were fired at the fielding kingdom fleet again, but extremely ignorant. Luo Tian shook his head with a light smile. Luo Tian's voice fell, and the dark parts of the bow of the 12 warships quickly sealed their hands again. Water escape, water wall. Thundered. The wall of water that rose into the sky blocked all the shells again, and then, with a cold face, Stanley gave another order, keep firing. Boom. 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 A large number of shells bombarded the fleet of the kingdom of service, and in the violent explosions, a large number of fires appeared on the warships, the sails were burned, the masts were broken, the cabins were breached, and the soldiers fled in terror. Screams and screams of terror were everywhere. No. It shouldn't be like this. This is not war. This is not a war. Carrie looked at the scene with a pale face, and kept shaking his head and retreating in a low voice as if he was stupid, and then sat down on the ground with a puff of despair. Because he understands that his side has already lost. How can the artillery bombardment on their side be ineffective, but the shelling of the other side can attack them? What is the difference between this and unilateral shelling? Bang. Ah. H. The ship is sinking, jump into the sea. Ah. H. Under Carrie's desperate gaze, a warship next to the main ship began to sink under cannon fire, and the soldiers on the warship suddenly jumped into the sea frantically. Boom. Boom. A scarce number of shells blasted from the fleet of the kingdom of service to the fleet of the kingdom of fielding. However, under the desperate gaze of everyone on the fleet of the kingdom of service, all the shells were blocked by the suddenly rising wall of water, and immediately after, more shells bombarded them. AHH. 2 more warships sank, and finally, with a frightened scream, a soldier jumped from the warship into the sea, and swam frantically towards the coast, and the entire fleet of the Kingdom of Service finally collapsed. Like dumplings, the soldiers jumped into the sea with frightened screams and swam frantically towards the shore. In the end, due to the absence of gunners to open their guns, even the shelling of the entire fleet of the Kingdom of Service stopped. Boom! 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 The continuous shelling continued to bombard the fleet of the Kingdom of Service without any mercilessness, and in the firelight, one by one, the fleet began to sink. It was only 3 minutes before the two sides started the battle, and the fleet of the Kingdom of Service was completely defeated. Looking at this scene, Stanley couldn't help but froze. Could it be that winning is too easy? After all, it took several hours to defeat the Ruth Kingdom army in the first place. And this time, it's only 3 minutes? Stanley always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it, and after looking at Luo Tian's side face with a faint smile, Stanley hesitated, but still wittily did not speak. The shelling continues. One by one, the fleet of the Kingdom of Service began to sink, and the soldiers all jumped into the water and fled frantically towards the shore. Luo Tian looked at the scene with a light smile, and the smile on his face deepened. He knew that his plan had succeeded. From the beginning of the destruction of the Simmons family, the capture of the Ruth Kingdom, and then the complete destruction of the naval forces alone, he has laid the foundation for the Fielding Kingdom in the West Sea, so that the entire West Sea officially recognized the status of the Fielding Kingdom. Then, deliberately caught Peach Rabbit and Sambadai, and deliberately attracted the Navy to send more powerful combat power, and as a result, he also succeeded, and the Navy sent Polusalino, one of the 3 current Navy heroes. In the end, let the White Fang defeat Polusalino and carry out a large-scale in-depth propaganda to make the entire West Sea realize the strength of the Fielding Kingdom, and even have a terrifying and invincible impression of the Fielding Kingdom. Obviously, Luo Tian succeeded. Under normal circumstances, even if he could defeat the fleet of the Service Kingdom, it would not be possible to have such a fast speed, and it was precisely because the soldiers of the Service Kingdom had already imprinted the fear of the Fielding Kingdom in their hearts that the fleet of the Service Kingdom would be so easily defeated. In this way, in a little while, the Kingdom of Service will be mine. He whispered with a confident smile on his face. Then he suddenly asked in his heart, "System, after the capture of the Service Kingdom, I should start the next core, right?" Ding. Data detection. Ding. Completed. Result: to be promoted to a second-class kingdom, the current national territory needs to be expanded 10-fold. 10 times. Luo Tian frowned. The territory of the Ruth Kingdom is about 3 times that of the Fielding Kingdom, and the territory of the Service Kingdom is twice as large as that of the Ruth Kingdom. That is to say, if he wants to be promoted to a second-class kingdom, including the Service Kingdom, he still needs to conquer 3 countries of the same size. But then, Luo Tian's brows relaxed. With the attitude that almost all the forces in the entire Western Sea are now afraid of the Fielding Kingdom, is it difficult to capture 3 countries? Since it's not enough, then after capturing the Service Kingdom, continue to attack the next one. Luo Tian raised the corners of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face again. Boom. 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 Run. Wait for me. Ah. H. I don't want to die. I surrender. I surrender. The shelling continued, the warships sank one after another, and the soldiers completely lost the will to fight, jumped off the warships, and swam frantically towards the shore. On the coast, the 40,000 King's army that had arranged the defense line stared at the completely defeated kingdom fleet with wide eyes, and the fear of Fielding's existence in his heart suddenly expanded infinitely, looking at the countless soldiers swimming wildly in the sea, listening to the frightened cry, the hand holding the weapon began to tremble slightly, and his face turned a little pale. "Don't panic. Everyone is ready to fight." The deputy commander of the service kingdom trembled and picked up the phone bug and said in a voice that was almost roaring, but the fear and uneasiness revealed in the voice could not be concealed at all. "It's too strong. It's so powerful. This is the kingdom of fielding. This is the ninja assassination tactical unit. In the face of such an enemy, how could they have won?" Whoa! Nearly 10,000 soldiers who swam from the sea climbed ashore with their hands and feet, and with a look of fear on their faces, they ran frantically towards the town. "Don't run. Everyone stops at once." The deputy corps commander and the other major sergeant majors immediately shouted. However, no soldier had the intention of stopping, and they had already been frightened by the fielding kingdom, so they only had the intention of staying away from here immediately. On the coast, all the kingdom troops suddenly became more nervous. Bang! The huge mainmast of the main ship of the fleet of the Kingdom of Service collapsed in the cannon fire, and the sails printed with the logo of the Kingdom of Service burned in flames. "It's over. It's all over." Sitting on the empty deck, Carrie looked at the entire sunken fleet around him with a dejected look. Boom boom boom. Shells slammed into the main ship without any mercy, and the violent explosion and fire flooded Carrie, and at the same time, the huge main ship slowly sank to death. Carrie didn't understand why they would be defeated so quickly in the face of the fleet of the fielding kingdom. "Your Majesty, the fleet of the Service Kingdom has been completely annihilated." Stanley ran to Luo Tian's side with some excitement and bowed his head and said respectfully, "You know, this time the total destruction of the fleet of the Service Kingdom was personally commanded by him." "Well, hard work." Luo Tian smiled faintly, looked at the soldiers who had densely arranged the defense line on the coast in the distance, and said lightly, "Then, let's start the landing operation." "Yes, Your Majesty," Stanley said respectfully, and then hurried to give the order. Soon, the kingdom of fielding, which had ceased action, began to advance again. "Here! Come!" On the coast, all the soldiers suddenly trembled, and the palms of the hands holding the weapons were sweating slightly. Boom! As the huge fleet approached the shore for a kilometer, the sails swayed violently in the sea breeze, and an extremely oppressive aura suddenly surged towards the shore, making the soldiers of the Service Kingdom even more uneasy. "Get started!" Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow man jumped down from the 12 warships of the fielding kingdom fleet, standing on the surface of the sea with his feet as if he were from the ground, and the eyes under the mask looked coldly at the Service Kingdom army on the coast. Subsequently, whoosh! 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 Like arrows off the string, a total of 88 dark men began to accelerate in an instant, shooting towards the shore at an extremely fast speed, and because of the speed, they even pulled up long white waves on the surface of the sea. "Here they are! Here they are! It's the Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit! It's the Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit of the Fielding Kingdom! Attack! Attack! Don't let them get close to us!" On the coast, all the service kingdoms were panicked, and the deputy corps commander and the major sergeant majors were almost screaming and giving orders, their faces full of fear and nervousness. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Countless bullets and cannonballs shot towards the shadows. However, in the shocked eyes of all the Service Kingdom troops, all the shadows running on the surface of the water at high speed did not stop at all, but kept changing directions left and right, and all the bullets and shells missed and bombarded the sea. Boom! Boom! Under the bombardment of artillery shells, the water column of the road rose into the sky, and in the splash of water scattered in the sky, the shadows approached the coast at a rapid speed in the rain of bullets, and when they were less than 500 meters away from the coast, their hands suddenly began to seal. Fire escape, head hard. Fire escape, head hard. Fire escape, head hard. The same seal, the same ninjutsu. In an instant, the catastrophic scene during the attack on the Ruth Kingdom reappeared. However, the last time it was released, it was a C-rank ninjutsu. And this time, it was B-class. Rumble. The air instantly became hot, the sea began to boil, and a large amount of water vapor spread. And this water vapor had just appeared, and it was instantly volatilized by the overwhelming sea of fire. This. What is this? The entire sea was covered by a sudden sea of fire, and the sea of fire was surging, frantically paving towards the coast, and the oncoming heat wave made it difficult for the soldiers of the Sevis Kingdom on the coast to breathe, and their faces turned pale. Then, he reacted violently. Quick! Run! Spread out! Spread it all out! How is it possible? How can humans do such a thing? I don't believe it! I don't believe it! Frightened, desperate, unbelievable. Including the deputy corps commander and the sergeant major, all the Service Kingdom troops looked at each other and fled frantically to both sides. It's just that the speed of the sea of fire is so fast, how can they all dodge it? Under the frightened gaze of countless soldiers, the raging sea of fire directly appeared on the sea. Thundered. The ground was scorched and even began to crumble, and countless soldiers were reduced to ashes in the sea of fire before they could even scream. When everything calmed down, a huge scorched black trail appeared on the shore, the air still twisting in the undissipated heat, and a trace of white smoke rose from the ground. Tens of thousands of soldiers of the Kingdom of Serfs, reduced to ashes in the sea of fire. The soldiers of the Service Kingdom who had escaped around looked at this scene, trembling all over, and the fear on their faces could not be concealed. Stomp! The sound of the solace of his feet stepping on the water made the Service Kingdom army come back to their senses, and they quickly turned their heads to look, and their faces suddenly changed greatly. I saw that a shadow had rushed directly to the shore and shot at them. Secret technique, partial multiplication technique. One of the shadow seals let out a low snort, and then his arm quickly grew larger, and he directly blasted at the soldiers of the Service Kingdom. Rumble. A large number of soldiers were blown away directly in the screams. Secret technique, shadow twisting technique. Wind escape, multi-blade. Too long gun. Thundered. The ground collapsed and poked out the ground thorns, the wind blades raged, the black shadows flowed around, and all kinds of powerful ninjutsu, and as soon as all the shadows came ashore, they launched the most violent attacks. Poof! The deputy corps commander was directly pierced by a ground stab, his eyes widened and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body slowly collapsed. The deputy commander is dead. Run! Surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me! The soldiers were suddenly frightened, and ran frantically towards the town one by one, and the defense line collapsed, and even many frightened soldiers shouted to surrender, but they were still killed by the indifferent eyes. For they only remember the words of their noble Majesty, surrender and destroy. The soldiers frantically fled towards the town, and the shadows followed closely behind and reaped their lives. After that, the fleet of the Kingdom of Fielding also began to land on the shore. Follow the ninja adults. Rush. Tens of thousands of kingdom troops excitedly followed and chased after them. The battlefield soon spread to the towns. Seeing the frantically fleeing kingdom army and the chasing shadows, as well as more Fielding kingdom army behind, how could the residents not understand what was happening, and fled in all directions in panic one by one, or hid in the room, trembling uneasily. Dressed in a luxurious robe with black and gold edges, Luo Tian walked slowly on the streets of the Service Kingdom, the surrounding residents fled in confusion, and on the roof of the house, a dark man pursued the fleeing Service Kingdom army, and on the streets behind, the soldiers of the Fielding Kingdom also followed. Guns roared. Screams. Screams rang out incessantly. Chaos is beginning to spread through this town. Luo Tian looked at the ordinary residents fleeing on the street, frowned and said, Stanley, let the soldiers try not to hurt the ordinary residents, and besides, from now on, if you encounter those who surrender, you can control them first, and you don't have to kill them all. Yes, Your Majesty. Stanley, who was following behind Luo Tian, said respectfully, and then hurried to convey the order. Huh, that's over there. Luo Tian suddenly turned his head to look at the west of the town, where there stood a huge building with a symbol that belonged to the navy on it, which made the corners of Luo Tian's mouth flash an inexplicable smile. I'll deal with you later. Luo Tian turned his head, looked at the castle-like noble palace standing tall in the distance, and walked over with his feet raised. The 96th branch of the navy in the Kingdom of Serfs, in the office of the base chief. Listening to the explosions and screams coming from outside, Vincent, who had always been pale as water, was sweating profusely at this time, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva nervously. Boom! A sailor pushed the door in a little panic, didn't even bother to salute, and looked at Vincent anxiously and said, Base Chief, the king of the Servas kingdom has sent a request again, the Fielding kingdom has invaded the town, and I hope that our navy will immediately send troops to support. Leave them alone. With a nervous and uneasy look on his face, Vincent said in a deep voice, immediately pass the order, all personnel will enter the first level alert state, and block the base. Yes. The sailor was stunned for a moment, and then hurried down to issue the order. Vincent, lying back in the chair behind his desk, listened to the incessant explosions and screams outside, and a trace of cold sweat began to flow from his forehead. He knew that the Kingdom of Servas was over. Kingdom of Servas, Royal Palace. Your Majesty. Oh no, news has come from the Kingdom Army. Our fleet has been completely wiped out. Your Majesty. The coastal defense line has been completely routed. The Deputy Corps Commander and many Sergeant Majors have all been killed. We can't resist the attack of the Fielding Kingdom. Your Majesty. The 96th branch of the Navy has cut off communication with us. The entire base has been sealed. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. One after another news like earth-shattering news came out of the mouths of the pale soldiers, listening to the faint sound of explosions outside, in the main hall. All the high-ranking officials and nobles suddenly glanced at each other one by one, their faces were a little pale, and they all saw fear and uneasiness in each other's eyes. Your Majesty, what should we do? The Kingdom of Fielding is too strong, we can't win at all. Damn the navy! Not even a single sailor has been sent. Are they even afraid of the Kingdom of Fielding? Your Majesty, let's surrender, or it will be all over when the Kingdom of Fielding invades the palace. The high-ranking officials and nobles hurriedly looked at Pride on the throne one by one and said in a panic. Pride's face was extremely ugly, and at the same time he was a little panicked and angry. What is panicking is the unexpected strength of the Fielding Kingdom. Angry, the navy did not provide them with any support at all. Just as he wanted to speak, suddenly, a noisy voice sounded outside the main hall. Who are you? Stop! Or we'll shoot. Kill him. Bang! Bang! The vigilant voices of the guards and the sound of gunfire rang out. Bang! The entire hall suddenly shook, accompanied by a huge roar, and the voices of all the guards and the sound of gunfire suddenly stopped. There was a sudden silence in the main hall, and everyone looked at the entrance of the main hall, and there was nervousness and uneasiness in their eyes. Stomp! Gentle footsteps sounded, and in the nervous and uneasy looks of everyone, including Pride, Luo Tian, who was dressed in a black gold-rimmed luxurious robe, walked in with an indifferent smile on his face. Fielding lotion. Pride's pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaim, and the other high-ranking officials and nobles also looked frightened and recognized Luo Tian's identity. Oh, are they all there? But I went to find them one by one. Luo Tian glanced at everyone with a light smile and raised his hand lightly. Seeing this, all the high-ranking officials and nobles were immediately shocked, and immediately thought of the rumors about Luo Tian's strength. Your Majesty Luo Tian, please wait a moment. Your Majesty Luo Tian, our service kingdom is already planning to surrender to your fielding kingdom. Your Majesty Luo Tian, please be merciful. We are willing to be your most loyal subordinates. All the high-ranking officials and nobles immediately exclaimed. On the throne, Pride's face turned pale suddenly. He knew that the kingdom of service was over. Oh, surrender. Luo Tian raised his hand for a moment. However, before the high-ranking officials and nobles could be happy, a lilac reincarnation eye had already appeared in Luo Tian's dark eyes, and he smiled lightly. I'm sorry, I asked you at the beginning whether you choose to surrender or destroy, and you chose to destroy. HRE Celestial Expedition. The irresistible wall of repulsion exploded with Luo Tian as the center, and the high-ranking officials and nobles with a frightened look on their faces, Pride with a look of disbelief, and everything else, were all bounced open. Thundered. A violent roar rang out from the palace, and in the town, countless fleeing citizens and soldiers looked up and suddenly felt cold. I saw that the tower in the center of the palace, which symbolized the king's usual stay, collapsed in a large amount of smoke and dust. It's over. The kingdom of service is over. The entire kingdom of service was in despair in an instant. Surrender. I surrender, don't kill me, I don't want to die. All the soldiers of the service kingdom immediately collapsed and surrendered one after another, and the soldiers and shadows of the fielding kingdom did not kill them again, but all of them were controlled. The kingdom of service has fallen. All residents are allowed to stay at home and are not allowed to go out. No trouble. Violators, killed. The soldiers of the fielding kingdom shouted in the streets and alleys, and at the same time, they continued to detain the soldiers of the service kingdom who surrendered one by one. The sound of gunfire slowly died down, and an hour later, the chaotic town slowly settled down. The kingdom of service has completely fallen. Then, a large number of soldiers of the kingdom of fielding began to surround the naval base to the west of the town. Your Majesty, the navy has completely closed the base. The naval base was surrounded by a huge wall, and in front of the confined gate, Stanley respectfully addressed Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked up at the magnificent naval building inside the wall, the corners of his mouth raised, and he waved his hand, knocked the door open. Yes. Stanley nodded respectfully, and then conveyed the order to go down. Soon, dozens of soldiers with rocket launchers opened fire on the gate. Boom! 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 In the violent explosion, the huge iron door shook violently, but it did not move. Luo Tian frowned, and the reincarnation in his eyes instantly appeared, and he raised his hand. HRE Celestial Sign. Rumble. The wall of powerful repulsion opened in an instant, and the huge heavy iron door shook violently, and then began to sink inward, and finally. Bang! The huge iron gate rolled away from the wall and flew directly into the wall, and with a scream, all the navies who were waiting inside the wall were blown away. Up! Stanley commanded his soldiers toward the naval base. Prepare for battle. Inside the wall, a large number of navies suddenly clenched their weapons in their hands. Wait. I have something to say. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the navy, and Vincent walked out with a solemn and uneasy look on his face. As soon as Luo Tian raised his hand, Stanley hurriedly shouted, "Stop attacking." All the soldiers stopped suddenly. I'm curious, what do you want to say to me as a navy at this time? Luo Tian looked at Vincent with a light smile. Vincent took a deep breath, looked at Luo Tian and said in a deep voice, "Fielding Luo Tian, the Navy headquarters has already sent a fleet to conquer your fielding kingdom. Do you really intend to completely enemy our navy? Although I don't know what made you attack the service kingdom at such a time, but if you attack our navy again now, your fielding kingdom will really have no chance to deal with the navy again. In this case, you don't care. Ah, it doesn't matter. Luo Tian smiled lightly and looked at Vincent, whose face had changed drastically, and suddenly the corners of his mouth raised. I suddenly thought of an interesting idea. As the strongest force in the world, your navy seems to take prestige very seriously, right? What do you want to do? Vincent suddenly felt a little uneasy. The smile on the corner of Luo Tian's mouth deepened, and he raised a finger and said with a light smile, 1 minute, I will give you a minute, and it will disappear in front of my eyes immediately, and in a minute, as long as there is still a sailor who is seen by anyone in our fielding kingdom, otherwise, I will kill you. What do you say? Vincent froze. 60, 59. 58, Luo Tian didn't care about Vincent's reaction at all, and counted it by himself. At the same time, a famous dark department appeared behind Luo Tian, looking at everyone in the navy coldly. Vincent's face finally changed, and he quickly turned around and shouted, "Run! Go to the harbor and start the warship immediately." Yes. The sailors were stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. The next moment, all the navies in the entire naval base ran frantically towards the harbor, and Vincent glanced at Luo Tian with an ugly face, and also ran away. He knew that when this matter spread, the prestige of the navy in the West Sea would be greatly damaged. The dignified navy actually fled without a fight because of the kingdom of Fielding. Vincent, however, had no choice. Because he knew that once the war began, the only thing that awaited them was the destruction of the whole army. 38, 37. Looking at the frantically fleeing navy, an inexplicable smile rose on the corner of Luo Tian's mouth, stopped counting, and turned around and said, "Let's go. Order all the soldiers to return to the fleet and set off for the next target." Yes. Stanley was stunned for a moment, then glanced at the navy suspiciously. "Your Majesty, the navy. Heh, it's just a trick on them." Luo Tian smiled slightly. Stanley and the surrounding soldiers immediately looked at Luo Tian with reverence. Daring to play with the navy like this, it is worthy of His Majesty. In this way, after leaving a small half of the kingdom's army to garrison the kingdom of Service, the remaining more than 5,000 soldiers reboarded the warship, and the fleet set off again and headed north. And on the various seas in the distance around the kingdom of Service, the surveillance ships sent by the forces watched the scene from a distance and quickly transmitted the news back. Soon, all the forces learned the news that frightened them. The kingdom of Service has been captured by the kingdom of Fielding. And it took just over an hour. Everyone was shocked. And what shocked them even more was that the fleet of the Fielding kingdom was attacking the kingdom of Serves, and it actually set off again. Judging from the route on the map, their target is the neighboring kingdom of Costa, which is more than 30 nautical miles away from the kingdom of Serves. All the forces were shocked and frightened by the madness of the Fielding kingdom, and at this time, an even more shocking news came out, instantly shaking the entire West Sea, and even the whole world. The fleet of the Navy headquarters. Heading for the West Sea. The Navy headquarters is on the move. As soon as the news of the departure of the naval fleet to the West Sea came out, the entire West Sea was suddenly shaken, and even the great forces of the Great Passage were also alarmed. After all, those who dare to provoke the Navy like this, or even ignore the Navy at all, may only be the 4 emperors of the New World in the whole world who have this ability. However, now, a small country that suddenly popped up in the West Sea even frustrated the Navy for a time, and even aroused the anger of the Navy. Everyone is curious, in the face of such a force that does not take the Navy seriously, what kind of lineup will the Navy send this time? And how will the kingdom of Fielding deal with it? All of a sudden, the world's major powers took action, sending surveillance ships or spies to keep an eye on the progress of the matter. At the same time, Zihai had long been paying attention to the major forces of the Fielding kingdom, and they were waiting with great interest for the intelligence officers to send back the news. The navy has already begun to act, and what will the fleet of the Kingdom of Fielding do when it learns the news? Is it to abandon the country and flee directly? Or should you immediately return to your home country and prepare for the battle? Soon, the results that the major forces had been waiting for came back. There is no change in the route of the fleet of the Kingdom of Fielding, and it is still heading towards the Kingdom of Costa. Upon learning of this result, all the forces froze. Naval Headquarters Marin Fando, Marshal's office. Sitting at the desk, he flipped back and forth the information about the Kingdom of Fielding, his brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes were indescribably solemn. Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit. The minister of the great sword hero who is enough to rival the general. To be able to cultivate this kind of power, this Fielding Luo Tian. Thinking of the incredible things that the Fielding Kingdom had done, he couldn't help but feel a little solemn in his heart. Could this Fielding Luo Tian's strength be even more terrifying? But then, thinking of the fleet lineup that had already set off for the West Sea, Sara's face suddenly relaxed. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and the empty face turned straight and said, "Come in. Report to the Marshal." A sailor walked in, saluted and said in a loud voice, "Brigadier General Vincent, the base commander of the 96th branch of the Navy, has sent news that the Service Kingdom has been captured by the Fielding Kingdom, and all the members of the Navy of the 96th branch have also been driven out of the territory of the Service Kingdom by the Fielding Kingdom, and are now returning to the headquarters." What? Kong's face suddenly turned ugly, and he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "What does this Fielding Kingdom want to do? At this time, they still have the heart to attack other countries. Also, Marshal." The sailor cautiously glanced at the empty air full of anger, hesitated and continued, "There is news from the base of the 113th branch of the Navy stationed in the West Sea Godstar Kingdom. The fleet of the Fielding Kingdom is heading in the direction of the Costa Kingdom, and the suspected purpose is to attack the Costa Kingdom, and the Costa Kingdom has sent a request to the 113th branch, hoping that the Navy can send troops to resist the invasion of the Fielding Kingdom. Attacking the Kingdom of Costa." Hearing this, Sara, who was originally shocked and angry, suddenly frowned and became eerily quiet. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. From the point of view of intelligence, everything in the Fielding Kingdom is controlled by Fielding Lucian, and as the mastermind behind the scenes who has cultivated the Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit and has been enduring for many years, will he be a person who acts recklessly? The naval fleet has set off, but it is still attacking other countries. Is there something hidden in this? Sara frowned and muttered for a while, then raised his head and said to the sailors in a deep voice, "Order down, let all the members of the 113 branch withdraw from the territory of the Costa Kingdom, return to the headquarters, and don't conflict with the Fielding Kingdom for the time being." The sailor was stunned for a moment, and then quickly nodded, "Understood." Watching the sailors leave, he flipped through the documents on the table, stared at Luo Tian's photo and whispered to himself, "No matter what you are planning, this time, the Kingdom of Fielding will be destroyed. Kingdom of Costa, Royal Palace. How can this be? What the hell does the Fielding Kingdom want to do? At such a time, they are still attacking our Costa Kingdom? It's unbelievable. But that's the truth. The Kingdom of Service has fallen, and King Fielding's fleet has set off for us again. What about the Navy? We can ask the Navy for support. Won't the Navy unconditionally protect the member states of the world government? It's useless. The Navy of the Service Kingdom was scared away by the Fielding Kingdom without even fighting, and with the strength of the naval branch alone, it is not the opponent of the Fielding Kingdom at all. What then? Are we going to have to surrender?" In the main hall, all the high-ranking officials and nobles were panicking. Suddenly, a soldier ran in a panic and said, "Oh no, Your Majesty, all the navies of the 113th branch have evacuated our Costa Kingdom on warships." "What? How is that possible?" As soon as these words came out, Everyone in the hall was suddenly shocked and pale. Without the help of the navy, how could they be the opponents of the Fielding Kingdom? On the throne, Himid, the king of the kingdom of Costa, trembled when he heard this, and for a moment he seemed to be a teenager old, and his face turned pale. Then, he stood up with his body bent. "Your Majesty." Everyone looked at Himid. Himid glanced at everyone, sighed with a pale face, and the decadent voice made everyone's eyes widen. "We surrender." On the magnificent sea, 12 warships were sailing at great speed, and the blue and white flags belonging to the kingdom of Fielding were swaying violently against the sea breeze. In the cabin of the main ship, in the luxurious and spacious room, the little maid knelt at the table and concentrated on making tea. On the soft and comfortable sofa, Luo Tian looked at Stanley with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth and said, "So, the navy is already on its way to the West Sea." "Yes, Your Majesty," Stanley said respectfully, "with the speed of the navy, plus they can directly pass through the windless belt, at most 7 days, they will reach the sea area where our Fielding Kingdom is located." 7 days. The smile on the corner of Luo Tian's mouth deepened. 7 days, but it's enough to do a lot. "How long will it take to get to the kingdom of Costa?" Luo Tian asked lightly. "At the current speed of sailing, there are still about 2 hours left." Stanley replied respectfully and truthfully. 2 hours. Luo Tian closed his eyes and lay on the sofa and waved his hand. Stanley bowed respectfully and stepped out. Before you know it, in the calm sailing of the fleet, 2 hours passed like this, and the shadow of the kingdom of Costa also appeared on the horizon. After receiving Stanley's notice, Luo Tian came to the deck, squinting at the island that gradually became clear in the distance, while enjoying the oncoming sea breeze. "Your Majesty, something seems wrong." As the fleet approached the kingdom of Costa, Stanley frowned and whispered respectfully beside Luo Tian. Luo Tian looked up and saw that the harbor of the Costa kingdom was empty, there was not a single ship or warship, and there were no groups of soldiers on the coast, only a small group of people stood there, as if they were waiting for something. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. "Go ahead and land directly," Luo Tian said with an inexplicable smile. "Yes." Although Stanley was a little confused, he still did not hesitate to go down and convey Luo Tian's order. The fleet slowly approached the kingdom of Costa and then landed on the shore, and the process went smoothly to the point where all the soldiers were a little confused. What about the fleet of the kingdom of Costa? What about the army of the kingdom of Costa? In this somewhat eerie atmosphere, the soldiers began to disembark one by one, and then surrounded a group of people on the shore who were richly dressed but had uneasy expressions. Then, Stanley respectfully followed Luo Tian and walked down from the warship and came to the group of people. However, the next picture stunned all the Fielding soldiers, including Stanley. "Hello, Your Majesty the Great Fielding Russian." A man dressed in a white gorgeous costume stepped forward respectfully and said, "I am Himid, the current king of the Costa Kingdom, and welcome to the Costa Kingdom." "Oh, do you really welcome me?" Luo Tian said with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. "Of course." Himid bowed his head respectfully. He. Looking at the respectful Himid, Luo Tian smiled lightly and said, "So, you should know my rules, right? Surrender or destroy. Which one do you choose?" Hearing this, Himid and the other high-ranking officials and nobles behind him suddenly trembled, and their faces turned pale. Finally, "Can't you escape?" "Your Majesty." Himid's face turned slightly pale, and he said in a trembling voice, "We, the Costa Kingdom, are willing to surrender to the Fielding Kingdom." Ding! Congratulations on the host country level increase, current country level, second-class kingdom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a legion. Do you want to start the lottery immediately? As Himid's words fell, a cold prompt suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian's body trembled slightly, and he still had an indifferent smile on his face, but in his heart, he really couldn't suppress the ecstasy. Is the second legion finally about to begin? Good. Luo Tian looked at him with a smile and said, although I have always preferred to use people from my own country, but your choice makes me feel very happy, so this time I can make an exception to decide, after the kingdom of Kasta submits to me, if you perform well enough, I can let you continue to help me manage this town. What? Himid and other high-ranking officials and nobles were stunned for a moment, and then Himid looked ecstatic, and said to Luo Tian excitedly and respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, we..." The high-ranking officials and nobles suddenly glanced at each other one by one, and just wanted to say something. Luo Tian looked at it lightly, and the cold gaze suddenly made them sweat coldly, and they subconsciously closed their mouths. Luo Tian retracted his gaze, looked at him and smiled lightly, "Find me a room." "Yes, Your Majesty, please come with me." Himid said respectfully, and then walked directly to the palace with Luo Tian and the others. Kingdom of Kasta. In the palace, a luxurious and spacious room, as the door closed, Luo Tian's face finally showed a look of expectation and slightly excitement. After waiting for so long, the second legion can finally draw. Luo Tian took a deep breath, calmed down his excitement, and then walked to the sofa and sat down, and said in a deep voice, "Start the legion lottery." Ding! Clan lottery begins. Wow! The familiar light curtain popped up in front of him, and the same carousel-style lottery, but the difference was that the prizes on it were all kinds of legions. Ghost Legion, Knights of the Star Cross, Dragon Slayer Wizard Troop, Ultimate Zero Garrison, 5 Shadow Troops, Grim Reaper Shifter, Bronze Tree. His gaze swept over one powerful legion after another, and Luo Tian's eyes burst out with an incomparably hot gaze. One day, he will have all these legions in his hands and fight for him. Ding! The legion lottery begins. The lottery ends, and the host stops calling. With the same cold prompt sound, the turntable on the light curtain suddenly began to rotate, faster and faster, and finally, all the words on it became blurred. Luo Tian silently calculated the time in his heart, and suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Swish! The extremely fast rotating turntable stopped instantly. Luo Tian looked over, and when he saw the legion pointed by the pointer, the corners of his mouth suddenly lifted. Rumble! A force of substance suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping the entire kingdom of Kasta. All the ordinary people in the town, in the palace, and even the beasts and animals in the forest, were all in a trance at this moment, and their consciousness almost collapsed. Even the dark people hidden around Luo Tian's room, except for the white fangs, most of them had changed their faces, and their bodies seemed to be pressed against a boulder, which was extremely heavy. Then, the tremendous coercion suddenly disappeared. 20 minutes later. Chirping. The door was pushed open, and Luo Tian walked out with a smile on his face. "Your Majesty." White Fang instantly appeared in front of Luo Tian, half knelt on the ground, raised his head, and glanced at the room behind Luo Tian with some confusion in his eyes under the mask and said, "What were those just now?" "It's just a bunch of battle maniacs, don't care." Luo Tian shook his head with a light smile, and then walked towards the palace hall without looking back. "However, I have seen their strength, but it makes me look forward to more powerful troops. Let's go, continue to attack the next target. Since the navy still has 7 days to arrive, then these 7 days can't be too wasteful." Speaking of this, Luo Tian's footsteps suddenly stopped, his voice stopped abruptly, and he had a helpless expression on his face. Because just now, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Luo Tian's head, "Ding." Remind the host, upgrading to a first-class kingdom, the condition will no longer be simply expanding the national territory, but increasing the comprehensive national strength to 3 times the current national scale. I knew that it couldn't always be so simple to level up the kingdom. Luo Tian sighed and muttered in a low voice. He had already figured out the problem from the beginning. It would be too simple to simply increase the level of the country by constantly conquering other countries to gain more territory, and then draw powerful legions. For example, this time, the entire Western Sea has been completely frightened by the strength of the Fielding Kingdom, and in this case, Luo Tian even has the ability to capture the entire Western Sea in 7 days. And how many legions can be obtained by capturing the entire Western Sea? After obtaining these legions, how difficult can it be to capture other sea areas? It can be said that Luo Tian can easily dominate the world as long as he keeps repeating the 2 steps of capturing the country and extracting the legion. Now, though, it's clearly not possible. Forget it. Luo Tian turned back to White Fang and said, "Inform Stanley, let him prepare, and we will go back to the Fielding Kingdom." "Yes, Your Majesty." White Fang didn't ask much, and the figure moved and disappeared in an instant. And Luo Tian also turned around and returned to the room to wait for Stanley to return to China when he was ready. "System, what does this comprehensive national strength refer to?" Luo Tian asked as he sat back on the sofa. Ding. Comprehensive national strength refers to a country's average standard of living, average military strength, and average wealth, replied the system. "Is that?" Luo Tian thought thoughtfully. An hour later, Stanley came to the room and reminded Luo Tian that he was ready to return home. So, under the watchful eyes of countless forces in the West Sea, the fleet of the Fielding Kingdom left the Costa Kingdom and slowly sailed towards the Fielding Kingdom. After receiving this news, the major forces suddenly nodded secretly. It seems that the Fielding Kingdom has finally realized its current situation and is ready to go back and prepare for war with the navy. However, this idea was born less than 2 days ago, and it was dispelled by all the forces. Because after the fleet of the Kingdom of Fielding returned to Moro Island, not only did they not make any fortifications, but after leaving only 2 warships and a small number of soldiers, the other 10 warships all left. Subsequently, under the stunned gaze of countless strengths, the 10 warships returned to the first area under the Fielding Kingdom, carrying a large number of internal affairs personnel, and then divided into 2 fleets and came to the Kingdom of Service and the Kingdom of Costa respectively, and began the later work after the capture. Seemingly, there are no worries about the upcoming navy at all. As a result, while the Kingdom of Fielding was methodically carrying out the work of integrating the 2 countries that had been conquered, 7 days passed slowly. Moro Island, Kingdom of Fielding. The ruined town was deserted, and all the citizens had long since moved to Sector 1, leaving only the empty city, which had been badly damaged by the battles of White Fang and Polusalino. The only thing that remains constant is the splendid royal palace that stands high in the center of the town. On the harbor, the 2 warships and all the soldiers had all been evacuated an hour earlier. Everyone knows that the only thing left on this island is Fielding Roshan, the king of the Kingdom of Fielding, and his famous ninja assassination tactical unit in the West Sea. In the distant sea around Moro Island, surveillance ships from all over the world are watching Moro Island from afar, transmitting the images of this place to their respective leaders through special means. East China Sea, a deserted island. The picture is gone. Damn. I'd like to see how the battle between the Navy and the Kingdom of Fielding is going. Captain, you bastard. Don't shoot randomly. I'm just a bug with this eavesdropping video phone. You'll have to pay me if you kill you. Don't make noise, don't make noise. Look. The picture is restored. In a clearing in the forest, the red-haired pirates are huddled in front of a large 3-meter-high rock, and a dark green phone bug is projecting a picture on the stone wall. On the screen, the picture shown is the picture of the Kingdom of Fielding. Great Fairway. Don Quixote Pirates. Nana. Dover, isn't the Navy coming? Torrible, you're noisy. Wait quietly for the development of events, this is a real man. Oh. Raoji. Dover, what do you think of this Fielding Kingdom? Boom. Fielding Roshan, I'm kind of interested in him. New World. The Whitebeard Pirates. Look at it. Did you evacuate the common people, but what about the king's army? This Fielding Roshan is not going to deal with the navy alone, is he? Baista, don't forget, that kid seems to have a ninja assassination tactical unit under his command, right? Oh, that's right. Speaking of which, the people in that unit seem to be quite strong. I just don't know who the navy sent this time. Last time Polisalino lost, this time it won't be a general, right? Dad, don't you watch? Look at the time, the navy should be almost there. Goo la la la, a group of imps fighting, I'm not interested in watching it. Throughout the sea, almost all the forces were watching the sea where the Fielding Kingdom was located, waiting for the arrival of the navy. Everyone was curious about what kind of lineup the enraged navy would send after the defeat of Polisalino. And what will happen to the kingdom of Fielding in the end? Under the gaze and waiting of countless forces, finally, nearly half an hour later, a huge fleet slowly appeared on the sea in the distance. It's coming. All the forces and powerhouses in the entire sea suddenly stared. Boom. In the howling sea breeze, the flag belonging to the navy waved violently. 10 large warships sailed at high speed on the sea in A formation, each warship, densely covered with a door emitting a cold light of the muzzle. On the deck, an elite of the navy headquarters stood in a neat queue, exuding a powerful momentum. In front of these sailors, standing is a rear admiral. And on the decks of 5 of the warships, the 5 vice admirals of the navy headquarters stood even more upright, and a terrifying momentum erupted from them. No, and not only that. At the bow of the main ship at the front of the fleet, 4 sturdy figures stood, and the righteous commanders of the navy swayed wildly in the sea breeze, and their identities were impressive. Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Vice Admiral of the Admiralty Headquarters. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Vice Admiral of the Admiralty Headquarters. Hiss. As the naval fleet gradually approached, countless forces and powerhouses around the world who saw the scene through the video phone bug suddenly gasped. 10 large warships. Tens of thousands of elites of the Navy Headquarters. 10 Vice Admirals of the Navy Headquarters. The current Admiral of the Navy Headquarters Sengoku. And, the next 3 Admirals appointed by the Navy, who are now Vice Admirals Polisalino, Sakaski, and Kuzan. After a short period of sluggishness and silence, the whole world suddenly became a sensation. New World, the Whitebeard Pirates. What? All the captains looked at the terrifying lineup of the Navy, and their faces changed drastically, and their faces were full of horror. I'm afraid this lineup is enough to fight against a single 4 Emperor's force in the New World, right? Syllable. The wine bottle was directly crushed by the huge palm, and the huge body of the Whitebeard stood up from the chair, and a pair of eyes looked at the picture projected by the phone bug with an extremely solemn gaze. The Great Passage, the Don Quixote Pirates. There was silence in the noisy room, and everyone looked at the naval lineup in the picture with a dull look. Doflamingo suddenly stared at the picture and laughed. East China Sea, a group of red-haired pirates. Sengoku. Polisalino. Sakaski. Kuzan. How is it possible? They are all here. Oh my God, Captain, look at the Navy's lineup. Idiot. The members of the red-haired pirates were shocked one by one, and among them, the red-haired looked at the picture with a solemn face, and said in a low voice, "This Fielding Kingdom actually makes the Navy pay so much attention to." The whole world was shocked by the horror lineup of the Navy, and in the palace of the Fielding Kingdom, Luo Tian stood by the window, looking at the personnel of the naval fleet in the distance with a telescope, but the corners of his mouth grinned a little. The combat power of the 4 generals. You really can look down on me. Luo Tian put down the binoculars, looked at the sea in the distance with an inexplicable smile on his face and said, "But it's just right, that battle maniac who is full of thoughts about fighting must be very happy." Boom! The warship cut through the surface of the sea and sailed at great speed, and the island of Moro, where the kingdom of Fielding was located, was getting closer and closer in front of him. "I really miss it, I didn't expect to come back so soon." Dressed in a yellow striped suit with a casual and obscene face, Polisalino looked at the ruined town in the distance, and said in a very slow tone, "Is this the kingdom of Fielding? It's not what you imagined." Kuzan shrugged his eyelids and looked at the empty sea around the Fielding kingdom, raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that there are no warships and kingdom troops. Don't let your guard down." Sengoku said with a serious face, "The kingdom army and fleet are secondary, even if they are all here, it is up to the ordinary sailors to deal with it. Our main target is still the ninja assassination tactical force and the unknown strength of Fielding Luo Tian. Humph, the guy who ignores the authority of justice, I will burn him to ashes with magma." Sakisuke stared blankly at the royal palace road in the center of town. Report. At this time, a navy man ran over, saluted, and said loudly, "A large number of surveillance ships have been found within a nautical mile around the fleet. Do they need to sink them?" Surveillance ship. Sengoku frowned, and then a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. "With the current situation between the Navy and the Fielding Kingdom, I'm afraid the world's attention has been attracted, right? Leave them alone." Warring States shook his head, then looked at the silent Fielding Kingdom in the distance, frowned and said, "In addition, the order is to go down, everyone is vigilant, and let the fleet land directly on the shore in the Fielding Kingdom." "Yes," the sailor saluted respectfully, then turned to leave. "Mr. Sengoku, why don't you shoot directly at the Kingdom of Fielding from here? It seems safer, right?" said Polisalino strangely. "No, if not necessary, it is better not to fight at sea," Sengoku said in a deep voice with a serious face. "With the ability of the ninjas of the Fielding Kingdom to assassinate tactical troops, even with Kuzan's ability, the situation is very unfavorable to us who are all capable of devil fruits." Hearing this, Polisalino immediately thought of the overwhelming scene of the dark release of ninjutsu attacks, and did not speak again. The fleet slowly approached the Kingdom of Fielding, and during this time, they were not attacked by any attacks from the Kingdom of Fielding. If it weren't for the intelligence agents who explicitly said that Fielding Luo Tian was still in the palace, I'm afraid they would have thought that this was an empty island. The warship docked, retracted its sails, and dropped anchor. Groups of sailors disembarked from the ship in an orderly manner, and then divided into 10 queues of more than 1,000 sailors in each queue on the harbor, led by a rear admiral as the leader. 5 vice admirals, Sengoku, Polisalino, Sakisuke, and Kuzan, a total of 9 high-ranking naval officers, stood at the forefront. The oppressive momentum instantly filled the entire harbor. All vigilant. Always ready to fight. Sengoku gave an order, and then a group of people began to enter the town vigilantly and began to advance towards the palace. Warring States General, the situation seems to be very wrong. We have all landed on the island, why hasn't the Fielding Kingdom done anything yet? Walking out onto the deserted town streets, looking at the collapsed houses and the traces of the battle around them, a vice admiral stepped forward and whispered. Hearing this, Warring States nodded, and said in a deep voice, "This Fielding Luo Tian is not simple, it is very likely that he is planning something, and it." Before the Warring States' words were finished, his face suddenly changed. Rumble. The coercion like a substance fell from the sky, covering the entire Moro Island in an instant, and the ground trembled slightly, and the entire island seemed to tremble under this terrifying coercion. Tens of thousands of naval elites suddenly only felt a roar in their ears, and the coercion that penetrated deep into the soul made nearly half of the seamen's souls almost collapse, rolling their eyes, opening their mouths wide, and falling down in pieces like cutting wheat, and the remaining small half of the sailors, one by one, slowly bent their bodies, and then fell to their knees with a bang, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even the 10 rear admirals turned pale at this moment, their bodies stiffened, and the heavy pressure made it extremely difficult for them to even raise their hands. And the 5 vice admirals, under this terrible pressure, also felt unprecedented pressure, and a feeling of imminent death almost involuntarily rose in their hearts. The only ones who are not affected by this momentum may be the 4 Sengoku, Polisalino, Sakisuke, and Kyuzen. Jingle. A crisp bell rang out, and although the sound was not loud, it strangely reached everyone's ears. Who? The 4 warring states people, whose faces changed drastically, hurriedly turned their heads to look in the direction they came from, and their pupils suddenly contracted. On the roof of a moving house on the right side of the street not far away, a stout man sat on the edge of the house, a white man with the words 11 written on it swaying in the wind, and a bell tied to his hedgehog-like hair, which made a crisp sound as the breeze blew. Yo! Genmu Jianba's head tilted, and a cruel smile appeared on his hideous face. Is that what your Majesty said? The Navy. That will allow me to fight to my heart's content. Airplanes. The air wailed under the terrifying pressure. Sengoku, Sakisuke, Polisalino, Kyuzen, the 4 lieutenant generals, and the 10 lieutenant generals suddenly looked at the sturdy man on the roof in the distance, feeling the coercion as if the sky was about to fall, and their faces suddenly changed drastically. Trample. Kenpei jumped off the roof, grinning as he walked towards the Sengoku and other naval units. You are the Navy, right? You guy. Who is it? Warring states stared at Genmu Jianba and said loudly, and at the same time quickly glanced at the tens of thousands of elite navy behind him who had all fallen to the ground under this coercion, and a trace of cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. This coercion. Is it overlord domineering? No, it shouldn't be. This coercion is more aggressive than the overlord's color. Why haven't you heard of this terrible guy before? How? Did you come here without even investigating it? Genmu Jianba's footsteps stopped, slowly pulled out the slashing knife full of gaps at his waist, and grinned. Then I, as a courtesy before the fight, introduce myself. I'm the captain of the 11th team of the 13th team of the Fielding Kingdom, and I'm here on a special trip. I'm fighting with you. Of the Kingdom of Fielding. Warring states and the others suddenly changed their faces. The Kingdom of Fielding. It turned out to be the Kingdom of Fielding. Hey, I haven't heard of any guardian captain in the intelligence. Is there still such a monster hidden in the Fielding Kingdom? Said Vice Admiral Rockver with a far-fetched smile on his face. 13 Guardian Team. In other words, are there at least a dozen more monsters like this? A trace of cold sweat flowed down his cheeks, and he stared at Genmu Jianba in disbelief. Have we underestimated the Fielding Kingdom again? The others looked shocked and incredulous. After all, this time, in order not to have any accidents because they underestimated the Fielding Kingdom, they sent a lineup that was enough to face the 4 emperors, but now it seems that they underestimated the Fielding Kingdom again? 13 Guardian Team. Is there such a terrible organization hidden in the Kingdom of Fielding? AHH. In this solemn atmosphere, a delicate exclamation suddenly sounded, and Kenpei's head was pushed away by a small hand, and a cute little girl with short pink hair sprang out from Kenpei's back, looking at the Navy elites who had fallen into a piece, and exclaimed, "They are drooling. Little kids." All the navies, including Sengoku and others, couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. However, then, trample. A little foot suddenly stepped on Vice Admiral Doberman's shoulder, and the little girl who appeared at some point looked curiously at the Navimen who were trembling under the spiritual pressure and said, "Ah, they seem to be very afraid of the little sword. It's so fast." When Sengoku, Sakisuke and the others suddenly looked at each other with drastic faces. Bastard! Doberman's scarred face was covered with cold sweat, and he shouted in shock and anger, and shook his shoulder. The little girl's petite body jumped slightly, returned to the body of Kenpeki, bit her fingers timidly and looked at the shocked warring states and the others and whispered, "They seem to be angry, what should I do?" "Stupid, you brought it all on yourself, 8,000 streams, you go to the side first." Kenpeki glanced at the 8,000 streams. "Ah, that little sword needs to come on." Yachiryu shook his fist at the 8 ways of the wood sword, and then jumped on the roof of the building on the side, looking at it with a happy face. "So, if you can withstand my spiritual pressure, you are the strongest navy in this group, right?" Genmu Kenba carried the sword of slashing, and as soon as he lifted his footsteps, his figure disappeared from the field of vision of the navy in an instant. "Ready to fight." Warring State's pupils suddenly contracted, and he yelled. Swish! The sturdy body of Kenba appeared in front of a vice-admiral in an instant, and the sword in his hand was raised high, grinning, "Come with me to have a good fight." Armed color domineering, hardened. The lieutenant general's face was suddenly shocked, and the armed color domineering gushed out wildly, and the arms covered by the armed color domineering suddenly turned into a metallic pitch black, and there was no time to make other movements, so he crossed his arms and moved forward. Clang! Rumble! The slashing sword full of gaps slammed into the pitch black arms, and the ground under the lieutenant general's feet suddenly collapsed, accompanied by a violent roar, and a powerful shock wave suddenly spread out around the two of them, and then... poof! The slashing knife paused slightly, and instantly cut into the arms of the armed domineering, hardening, and in the blood splashed, the two arms flew out directly. "Ah! My hand! My hand!" The vice-admiral screamed and flew upside down, slamming to the ground, rolling in pain with his severed arms. "Cut! Isn't this the strongest?" The blood stains on the sword were shaken, and he pouted unpleasantly. "Lieutenant General Garnton." The other lieutenant generals were suddenly stunned, and looked at Kenpeki, who suddenly appeared in the middle of them in shock. "Bastard!" Warring States shouted angrily, and a violent golden light emanated from his body, and in the light full of divine aura, the whole person of Warring States continued to rise and become bigger, and finally turned into a huge golden Buddha. Big Buddha impact. Warring States, who had turned into the golden Buddha, raised his right hand, and his palm blasted towards the sword with a terrifying sound. "Huh? It turns out that you are the strongest." Turning around, feeling the extremely powerful aura of the Warring States, Genmu Jianba's face suddenly grinned with a trace of hideous arc. Looking at the huge palm that slapped over, he didn't dodge, excitedly raised the slashing knife in his hand, and directly greeted it, and the next moment... bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the huge palm collided with the completely disproportionate small slashing knife. As if a huge explosion had occurred in the air, the ground trembled violently, and Kenpeki was directly slapped into the ground by the huge palm, and the terrible shock wave directly centered on the palm of the Warring States, shattering and collapsing all the ground in the surrounding area of hundreds of meters, and the terrible shock wave spread out wave after wave like a wave. In the shocking screams, everyone was blown away by the shock wave, including 4 lieutenant generals and lieutenant generals with their arms cut off, as well as 10 major generals and countless sailors who fell to the ground under the pressure of the spirit. The only people who were not affected by this terrible shock wave were Sakisuke, Polisalino, and Kuzan. Ha ha ha! Crazy laughter rang out from under Sengoku's palms that slapped on the ground. Bang! The ground turned over like a wave on the surface of the water, and with a huge roar and a terrifying shock wave, it raged around again, and the palm of Sengoku's slap was violently bounced away, and the terrifying force even made his entire body stagger back a few steps. In the pit on the ground that was completely shattered, Kenpeki looked up at the big Buddha Sengoku, who was emitting golden light, and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha! Very good killing intent. That's it? Come on. Let's fight to our heart's content. What a monster! Looking at Kenpeki, who was stubbornly resisting his own blow, Sengoku's heart shook violently, and he glanced at the other vice-admirals, rear-admirals, and ordinary soldiers who were blown around, and shouted loudly to the three of Polisalino on the side, "Let's go together. We must deal with this monster as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the other enemies come, we won't have any chance." Hearing this, the three of Sakisuke immediately thought of the self-introduction before Kenpeki. The 13th team of the court guard, the captain of the 11th team. That is, are there still a dozen such monsters? Let's get on it. Sakisuke, Polisalino, and Kuzan looked at each other and made up their minds instantly. This guy must be moved farther away first, so that ordinary sailors are completely incapacitated. Kuzan said as he glanced at the sailors who had fallen to the ground in the distance and were almost mentally broken. Then leave it to me. Polisalino's casual and obscene face also became serious at this time. Airplanes. A dazzling golden light emanated from his body, and Polisalino's figure suddenly turned into a ray of light and shot out, instantly appearing on the side of Kenpeki, who was laughing wildly. His body soared into the air, and his right leg kicked Kenpeki's head with a dazzling light. Huh! Kenpeki turned his head and watched the blinding light that was approaching. The next moment. Light speed kick. Su. With the dazzling golden sea light shooting out, the figure of Kenpeki was instantly shot out by the golden sea ray. Boom 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 boom. In a straight line hundreds of meters long, countless houses were all knocked down, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose into the air amid the continuous roar. Rumble. The materialized golden spiritual pressure blasted all the ruins, and Kenpeki stood up from the ruins, with a small blood mark on his cheek, looking at the four warring states who shot out. The terrifying spiritual pressure carried a powerful shockwave to the surroundings, blowing everything away. Ha ha ha. Kenpeki was carrying the sword, and with an excited smile on his face, he laughed wildly. What, isn't this quite capable? Come on, let me feel the joy of the fight again. Whoosh whoosh. Sengoku in the form of a big Buddha, Sakisuke, Polisalino, and Kuzan chased after Kenpeki, who flew out at a very fast speed, and then stopped on the ruins of an island, looking at Kenpeki, who was laughing with excitement all over his body, and suddenly felt shocked. What a monster! Polisalino hid the shock on his face with a casual and obscene expression, and said in an amazed tone, not to mention resisting the impact of Mr. Sengoku's big Buddha with my body, even the light speed kick that I specially aimed at my head only caused a small bruise. 13 Guardian Team. Could it be that the organization that I had never heard of in the intelligence was also secretly cultivated by Fielding Roshan? Kuzan said in a deep voice, frowning. Humph. No matter what, we must deal with the Fielding Kingdom today, otherwise the face of our navy will be lost. How can we talk about maintaining the justice of the world? Said Sakisuke's face was cold, exuding a strong killing intent. Well, stop making useless guesses. Warring States was emitting golden light, and the powerful domineering aura was surging wildly around him, staring at Genmu Jianba, and said solemnly, no matter what is going on with this 13th Guardian Team, and no matter what secrets Fielding Luo Tian is still hiding, the top priority is to get rid of this guy as soon as possible, otherwise when other enemies appear, we will have no chance of winning. Hearing this, the three of Sakisuke were suddenly speechless, and their expressions became solemn. They all knew that if the 13th team of the court protector really had 12 of these monsters as they had guessed, then they would have no chance of winning. No, it's not just them. Even the entire navy plus the world government has no chance of winning. Huh, what are you still talking about? I've been waiting for you for so long, and I don't have any plans to do it. At this time, Genmu Kenpeki suddenly looked at the warring states and the others unhappily, and the spiritual pressure raging around him suddenly retracted, and with a swish, a burst of air flowed down in place to roll up smoke and dust, and instantly disappeared from the sight of the four warring states. It's coming. The four warring states suddenly felt like they were facing a great enemy, and their whole bodies were tense. And the next moment, swish! Without any warning, the figure of Kanpeki appeared in front of Sakazuki in an instant, and the slashing sword in his hand suddenly swung down, and laughed wildly, "Since you don't want to do it first, then let me come first." So fast. Since he had been prepared, Sakazuki was still extremely shocked by the speed of Kanpeki, but his cold face did show a sneer, seeing that the domineering spirit had already captured Kanpeki's movements, and at the same time as the slashing knife in his hand fell, Sakazuki's body turned to the side, and the blade suddenly slashed from his side. Bang! The ground shook, and the sharp sword pressure instantly tore a huge furrow on the ground. Greyhound! Sakazuki snorted coldly, and his right arm instantly turned into hot magma that exuded scorching heat, and swung his fist at the more wooden sword that hit the air. Su! Like a bullet that ejected from it, the magma fist instantly stretched out and shot out towards Kanpeki's head, and the terrifying temperature suddenly made the air hot. However, just as the magma fist was about to attack Kanpeki's head, a large hand directly caught the magma fist, and the strong shockwave suddenly spread around the big hand and the magma fist. Zzz. The scorching white smoke and scorching smell emanated from the palm of his hand. However, Kanpeki grinned at Sakazuki as if he didn't feel any pain, and in Sakazuki's suddenly constricted pupils, he directly pinched the magma fist and threw it into the sky. "Impossible, how can you directly contact my entity without domineering?" Sakazuki exclaimed in disbelief, and his body was directly pulled into the sky. "Domineering? I've never heard of that kind of thing, I'm using spiritual pressure." Kanpeki laughed wildly, and the arm that grabbed the magma fist swung down again, and Sakazuki was suddenly dragged and smashed to the ground. Bang! The ground collapsed, rubble splattered, and Sakazuki suddenly smashed a large crater in the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood in his mouth. However, he didn't have time to feel the pain in his body, and his body rolled to the side in embarrassment. Bang! Kanpeki laughed wildly and swung his slashing knife and slashed at the ground where Sakazuki was before, and the terrible sword pressure suddenly caused the ground to collapse, and a large piece of the ground directly turned over. Sakazuki, Sengoku, Polisalino, and Kyuzen suddenly looked shocked, and Kyuzen, who was closest to Sakazuki, suddenly waved his arm, and a ball of cold air that exuded a terrible chill shot towards Kanpeki. Frozen time capsule. Boom! The cold air bomb directly hit the sword of the Saki, and the terrifying cold air instantly completely froze the sword that was about to swing the sword and turned it into a statue. Su! In the dazzling golden light, Polisalino's figure instantly appeared in front of the frozen Kanpeki, and as soon as he raised his leg, his face kicked Kanpeki hard from the bottom up with a dazzling light. Light speed kick. Su! The golden light flew straight into the sky with the frozen wood sword 8, and due to the speed being too fast, it even brought a strong wave of chi to spread out. Bang! With a violent roar, the sky suddenly emitted a dazzling light like a small sun, and a terrifying shockwave was vented down from the sky, and the whole ground suddenly flew sand and rocks, and the wind howled. 2 seconds later, in the light that slowly dissipated from the sky, Kanpeki fell from the sky with the scorched smoke of the explosion. However, while Sengoku was still in the air, Sengoku's huge figure exuding divine gold instantly appeared on Senji Kanpeki, his clenched right fist raised high, emitting a dazzling and intense golden light. Benevolence and righteousness, Big Buddha steel fist. Boom! The huge fist that emitted golden light directly hit Kanpeki, and a white wave of white air suddenly exploded in the air, and in the middle of the wave of chi, Kanpeki's figure shot towards the ground like a cannonball, smashing to the ground with a terrifying sound. Bang! The entire island shook violently, and in the town, centered on the ground where Kanpeki had fallen, the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer shattered and collapsed, and the entire ground surged as if it were the sea, countless houses collapsed, and a terrifying shockwave blew everything around it away. Soon, when everything calmed down, a kilometer radius had turned into a large circular crater full of ruins, and pieces of ground debris were turned upside down. Trample. The huge figure of the warring states fell beside Kuzan and the others, and the four of them looked at the center of the ruins with solemn expressions. Did you win? Kuzan said in a deep voice. Rumble. It was not the voices of Sengoku and the others who responded to Kuzan, but a huge pillar of golden light that soared into the sky from the ruins in the distance. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by excited and crazy laughter, the golden pillar of light unleashed a terrifying coercion and shock wave, blowing away all the rubble and ruins around it. Releasing a terrifying spiritual pressure that seemed to have no end in his body, he stood in the center of the golden spiritual pressure pillar, covered in scorched black and abrasions, and the right eye patch of Kenpeiga was shaky in the shock wave. It's been a long time since I've encountered it, this kind of fight that people can't help but indulge in. It's really exciting and trembling. Kenpeiga smiled wildly with a look of enjoyment on his face, and then touched the blindfold with a broken strap on his right eye, and said a little unpleasantly, "Ah, h." As he spoke, Kenpeiga suddenly pulled the blindfold. Rumble. More violent golden spiritual pressure rushed into the sky, and the clouds in the sky twisted and rotated like a whirlpool centered on the pillar of light of the golden spiritual pressure, and the spiritual pressure that was even more terrifying than before was frantically vented on the entire island without any scruples. The ground was shaking, and even the sea outside the island began to swell wildly. The whole world is trembling. Unexpectedly. There is still this level of power hidden. The violent shockwave hit wave after wave, and the four warring states blocked the oncoming shockwave with their hands, feeling the coercion that even they couldn't help but tremble a little bit, and their eyes were full of horror. This level of power, without a doubt, has definitely reached the level of the four emperors. No. Even judging from the coercion they felt, even the four emperors could not have brought them such a great sense of oppression. This kind of coercion that seems to go directly into the soul, if it weren't for the fact that they all possess a powerful domineering power, even their actions would be affected and suppressed because of this. Airplanes. At this moment, the huge coercion shrouded between heaven and earth, the golden pillar of light that penetrated through heaven and earth suddenly shrank back into the body of Genmu Kenpeiga, the distorted clouds in the sky began to calm down, the wanton shockwave also began to dissipate, and the shaking island also began to calm down. In an instant, the whole world seemed to suddenly and strangely quiet. Sengoku, Polisalino, Sakisuke, and Kuzan suddenly tightened their hearts, staring at Kenpeiga with a dead stare. In the center of the ruins, the spiritual pressure had all converged back into his body, and Kenpeiga raised his left hand and clenched his fist, frowning. Then, the right hand holding the sword waved lightly to the side. Rumble. The terrifying sword pressure instantly cut a huge sword mark on the ground that stretched for 500 or 600 meters, and along the way, all the ruined houses and buildings were all cut, and the incisions were neat and smooth, like a mirror. What? The pupils of the four warring states suddenly contracted. After the restrictions were lifted, it was really hard to control the force. Kenpeiga twisted his neck and said unpleasantly. Could it be? Have you been hiding your strength before? A trace of cold sweat appeared in the corner of Sengoku's eyes, and he stared at Genmu's sword Beidao. Yes. Genmu Kenpeiga didn't have the slightest intention of concealing it, and took out the blindfold from his arms and said unpleasantly, "This is specially made for me by the Technology Development Bureau, in order to better enjoy the pleasure of fighting, so I usually bring him to suppress and consume my spiritual pressure." In other words, when this blindfold is taken off, is it your full strength? Kuzan said in a deep voice as he looked at Kenpeiga with a solemn look in his eyes. That's probably it. But you don't have to worry about that. Genmu Kenpeiga put the sword on his shoulder, grinning and said, "Come on, let's continue to fight." Rumble. With a hard step on the soles of his feet, a large piece of the ground suddenly turned upside down, and Kenpeka shot towards the four of the warring states at a very fast speed with a wild laugh of excitement, and even brought a long tail of smoke and dust behind him because of the speed. Don't keep your hands any longer. This guy is dangerous. Do your best to deal with him in the shortest possible time. Sengoku suddenly shouted. The three of Sakisuke's faces suddenly froze, and the powerful domineering aura in their bodies gushed out without any reservations. Grunt. Sakisuke was covered in magma surging wildly, black smoke began to float from his body, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose to his body. Big Spitfire. Sakisuke let out a loud shout, and with a fierce swing of his right fist, a large amount of magma gushed out, forming a huge magma fist with a diameter of 50 or 60 meters, and blasted towards the fierce Sword 8 with an extremely terrifying temperature. Airplanes. A sword light shot up into the sky, and the huge magma fist slammed, and then directly split into two halves from the middle, and in the middle of the two halves of the magma fist, the speed of the more wooden Sword 8 did not decrease at all, and rushed towards Sakisuke with a wild laugh. Tienkong Cloud Sword. Ice Blade. Polusalino and Kuzan on both sides of Sakisuke suddenly let out a low shout, and a long knife formed by light and ice appeared in their hands at the same time, and one left and one right rushed towards Sajai Kenpeka, and the long knife in his hand turned into a Deo remnant and slashed towards Sajai Kenpeka with a terrifying sound. Ding ding. The three long knives slashed together frantically with the remnants of the Deo, one left and one right. Polusalino and Kuzan kept waving the lightsabers and ice blades in their hands, launching a stormy attack on Kenpeka. Kenpeka laughed excitedly, and the slashing knife in his hand waved wildly towards the two without any hesitation, and the terrifying shock wave after wave of madness spread around. That's it? That's how it feels. Ha ha ha. A little more makes me feel a little more like death. Kenpeka laughed frantically, and the slasher slashed wildly at Polusalino and Kuzan without any discipline. However, even if it was a swing without any discipline, the terrifying power and speed contained in each knife made Polusalino and Kuzan tired of parrying. Click. Suddenly, in the shadows of countless swords, the ice blade and the lightsaber suddenly broke, countless ice chips and light points floated in the air. Holding the broken sword in their hands, Polusalino and Kuzan's pupils suddenly contracted, and the cruel smile on the face of Genmu Jianbo became even more creepy, and the slashing knife in his hand did not have the slightest merciless meaning, and swung it fiercely at Polusalino with a terrifying momentum. Time, as if stopped at this moment. Subsequently. Benevolence and Righteousness, Big Buddha Angry Fist. Sengoku's huge body exuding golden light suddenly appeared on the side of Kenpeka Sajai, and his right fist, which had been stored for a long time, swung fiercely at Kenpeka. Boom! Kenpeka was hit directly, and the huge fist almost enveloped his entire body, and the terrifying power made Kenpeka shoot out directly. Thundered. In the continuous explosion, in a straight line of nearly a kilometer, all the buildings were collapsed, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose into the air. Rumble. Ha ha. Come again and again. A kilometer away, the collapsed ruins exploded directly, and Kenpeka Sajai, who had blood stains on the corners of his mouth, stood up, with an extremely excited wild smile on his face, and shot in the direction where the four Sengoku were again. Little sword, it seems to be having a lot of fun. Sitting on the edge of the roof, a pair of white and tender calves swaying constantly, Yachiru looked at the crumbling buildings and rising smoke and dust in the distant town, biting his fingers and laughing happily. On the ground on the street behind them, as the terrifying coercion that enveloped the entire island disappeared, the sailors began to slowly regain consciousness one by one, but everyone's faces turned a little pale as they felt the constant vibration of the ground, as well as the roars and shock waves coming from afar. What a terrible fight! The vice admirals and rear admirals could clearly feel the terrifying collision of forces coming from a distance, and their faces were full of shock. But then, One by one, they came back to their senses. It's terrible to be able to fight with the Sengoku General and Vice Admiral Sakisuke to such an extent. Vice Admiral Doberman said with a solemn face, I really didn't expect that this fielding kingdom would still hide such a terrifying powerhouse. What are we going to do now? Are we going to help the Sengoku generals? Said Vice Admiral Rockver in a deep voice. No, it's better not to go. That level of fighting, it's not something we can participate in. Doberman shook his head and said. At this time, a rear admiral ran over and saluted. Report, Vice Admiral Garnton's injuries have been urgently treated and are out of danger, but the medical equipment on the warship is limited, and unless you can rush back to the headquarters within 10 hours, it will be difficult to recover the severed arms. Damn it! Hearing this, the faces of Doberman and the others suddenly became ugly, and they couldn't help but clench their fists. Now is the time of rage. Although Doberman's face was ugly, he did not lose his cool, glanced at the smoke and dust raised from the battle in the distance, and said to the others, our real purpose this time is to deal with the king of the Fielding Kingdom, Fielding Lucian, and now the most terrible enemy has been entangled by the warring States General, and we can't waste time in vain and do nothing. Then the other lieutenant generals and major generals immediately looked at Doberman, waiting for him to continue. Doberman glanced at the palace standing high in the middle of the town in the distance with a solemn expression, and said in a deep voice, according to the intelligence, Fielding Luo Tian should be in the palace. As long as we can deal with Fielding Luo Tian while the warring States General is entanglement with that monster, this war will be won by our navy. The others' eyes lit up suddenly, but then Vice Admiral Gumeyer suddenly remembered something and said, that ninja assassination tactical unit, could it be that you are also in the palace? Hearing this, the others were suddenly speechless. Even if there is no monster, the ninja assassination tactical unit, even if all of them go together, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win, right? No matter what. We can't stay here and sit still. What if the ninja assassination tactical unit is in the palace? As long as we defeat them, our navy will win. As long as we win this war, everything will be worth it. Vice Admiral Doberman said in a deep voice. The other people's expressions suddenly straightened. That's right, no matter how strong the enemy is, they will go up. In this battle, their navy cannot afford to lose. Okay. Let's go to the palace. Damn. I was scared just now. Isn't it just the ninja assassination tactics? And I'm afraid of them. Fight. Our navy must not lose. One by one, the vice admiral said in a firm voice. Doberman's expression suddenly relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face, just about to say something. Huh, are you going to the palace to find your majesty? A delicate voice suddenly sounded around them. All the vice admirals and rear admirals suddenly contracted their pupils, and they quickly lowered their heads to look to the side, only to see a cute little girl with short pink hair looking at them with a curious expression. It's her. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. Whoosh whoosh. All the rear admirals and vice admirals scattered, especially Doberman, thinking of the speed at which the little girl appeared on his shoulder strangely before, he suddenly felt a creep, and his face changed greatly and shouted, all attention, prepare for battle. Boom. The sailors who had recovered from the shock of spiritual pressure immediately raised their guns one by one and aimed them at this cute little girl who looked to be only about 10 years old. All the major generals and lieutenant generals also looked like they were facing a great enemy, tense and staring at the little girl. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. However, in the face of tens of thousands of sailors pointing guns at her, 10 major generals and 4 lieutenant generals, Bakian Liu still had a lovely look on his face, but his whole body was indeed slowly filled with pink spiritual pressure. I advise you not to go. Yacheryu looked at the navy with a lovely smile and said, because if you disturb your majesty's mission to Xiaojian will be considered a failure, and if the mission fails, Xiaojian will be angry. So. Rumble. The pink spiritual pressure gushed out from the small body of the 8,000 streams-like substance, and a shockwave of the carrier instantly swept through the tens of thousands of naval elites, 10 rear admirals and 4 vice admirals, and everyone was suddenly shocked. Their eyes were full of horror, and they didn't dare to make any moves. So, in order not to make Xiaojian angry, you have to stay here quietly. Yacheryu said in a coquettish voice with a serious expression on his face as he looked at the center of the raging shockwave, looking at the navy who had all froze their bodies. Airplanes. Pink spiritual pressure gushed out from the 8,000 streams with waves of chi as if endless, sweeping towards the navy like a gust of wind. It did not cause a large number of sailors to collapse and fall to the ground directly as before, however, it made all the navies, including Vice Admiral Doberman and others, suddenly feel extremely dangerous in their hearts. What a terrible killing intent. Doberman looked at the petite figure of Yaki and Liu in shock, and couldn't believe that such a cute little girl who looked no more than 10 years old could exude such a terrifying coercion and killing intent. For a time, the entire naval force did not dare to make any action at all. And that's when. Lucky, looks like there are still a few guys with good strength here. The captain who only cares about himself has already picked out the most powerful ones, the vice captain of the 8,000 streams. Can you leave the rest to us? We also want to move the bones. A somewhat happy man's voice sounded, followed by a dense sound of footsteps. Doberman and all the other navies immediately looked at the sound, and saw a group of nearly 400 figures in wide black kimonos walking over at the end of the deserted and dilapidated street. Walking in the forefront, there was a bald head with a knife on his shoulders and his hands on the knife, looking at the naval force with tens of thousands of people, and a look of extreme excitement faintly flashed in his eyes. Before the crowd arrived, all the navies, including Doberman, felt an extremely strong battle spirit rushing towards them. Damn, that's a problem. Doberman's heart sank suddenly, and his face became ugly. Huh, it's a little bald head and a bow. 8,000 streams came back to their senses, looking at all the members of the 11th team who came over with a happy face, and at the same time, the spiritual pressure gushing out of their bodies was also all constricted, but the navy felt light, and the pressure that made them dare not make any movement suddenly disappeared. Little bald head. Ha ha ha. Little bald head, a corner, this name is really suitable for you. Gong family, the name Agong sounds pretty good, ha ha. The vice captain is still so good at choosing names. The members of the 11th team suddenly laughed one by one. Madara Kazuku and Ayasukawa Yukina suddenly frowned, and at the same time turned around and shouted, "Shut up for me." The loud laughter suddenly fell silent. Deputy Captain Yacheryu, can those guys be handed over to us to deal with? Madara looked at Yacheryu helplessly with a frown. Yes, if Agwang wants to fight these people, of course it's no problem. Yacheryu suddenly smiled cutely. The 11th team again heard the low laughter that they were trying to hold. The corners of Madara's mouth twitched, and he wanted to say something, but looking at Yacheryu's cute smiling face, he didn't know how to speak. Then I'll leave it to you here, I'll go find Xiaojian. Yacheryu grinned and disappeared directly in place. Whew! Madara breathed a sigh of relief. Then, looking at the naval forces. And Doberman and the other navies also looked at the 11th team and frowned. He could get it, and there was a powerful aura on this group of people, especially the bald head and the man who was dressed a little bewitchingly, very strong. At this time, the corner of the spotted eyes that stared at the naval force for a while finally stopped at Vice Admiral Doberman and the others, and the corners of his mouth suddenly grinned with excitement. A few here, it's mine. Madara suddenly laughed excitedly, and the slashing knife at his waist disappeared in an instant. The next moment, in Doberman's suddenly shrinking gaze, appeared in front of him. So fast. Doberman's heart was shocked, and he instantly pulled out the long knife on his waist and greeted him. Bang! The two knives intersected, and in the collision of spiritual pressure and domineering, the violent shockwave instantly blew all the surrounding people back again and again, and the ground under his feet collapsed, and Doberman's arm holding the knife sank, almost coming out of his hand. AHH. Damn, let's get on to. Haha. I want these guys. The other 11 team members also reacted immediately, and more than a dozen people disappeared in an instant, and then fought with the 10 major generals who were shocked, while the others also rushed towards those naval elites one by one. Facing the members of the 11th team who rushed over at a very fast speed, the sailors suddenly raised their weapons and attacked without hesitation. Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire. However, in the ghostly steps of the members of the 11th team, all the bullets missed, and the members of the 11th team rushed into the naval unit with excited laughter. Lieutenant General Doberman. The other 3 lieutenant generals looked at Doberman, who was suppressed with a knife by the corner of Madarame, and their faces were shocked, and they rushed forward without hesitation. However, in addition to Lieutenant General Gomir, who rushed towards the corner of Madara, the other 2 lieutenant generals were stopped by a figure. Although I don't like to fight with you rude people, but since it is ordered by the great Majesty himself, it can only be done. Ayasukawa showed a look of helplessness on her bewitching face, and then pulled out the slashing knife at her waist. Bloom. Shave. Gomir instantly appeared next to Madara corner, and his right hand instantly hardened with armament, and he punched towards Madara corner. Sure enough, you're the strongest here, lucky. Madara laughed excitedly, holding the knife in his right hand to suppress Doberman, and holding the scabbard in his left hand, he met Gomir's fist. Bang! Madara was shocked, and the whole person flew out directly, and then turned over in the air and landed safely. Shaking his right arm, which was a little sore, Madara looked at Doberman and Gomir and grinned. Tell your name to the person you want to kill, this is what the guy who taught me how to fight will say in the end, because the guy who will definitely die on the battlefield in the end, at least he should know who killed him, so. Stretch it out, Oni Lantern Maru. The hilt and scabbard snapped together, swirling and covering it as the white spirit pressed against it, and then vanished, and a spear appeared in Madara's hand. I'm the 3rd seat of the 11th team. Knives turned into guns. Gumil was stunned. Be careful, this guy is not simple. Doberman looked at the corner solemnly, reminded in a low voice, and then looked at the corner of Madara and said in a deep voice, I am a lieutenant. In the Navy. AHH. Madara grinned and said, because the person who is about to die, it is enough to know the name of the person who killed him. Rumble. Thundered. In the town, there was a constant roar, houses collapsed, smoke and dust filled the air, and from time to time a blinding light flashed, and terrible power fluctuations spread throughout the island. In the palace in the center of the town, Luo Tian leaned against the window with a flat smile on his face. Kenpei'ka seems to be a little too much. But forget it, if it were him, even if the opponent was those 4 people, he would be able to win. Luo Tian smiled lightly and muttered to himself, then paused, and said without looking back, White Fang, how is the cage prepared? Swish. The figure of White Fang instantly appeared behind Luo Tian, half kneeling on the ground and respectfully, it's all ready, and you can do it at any time. Good. The smile on Luo Tian's face deepened, looking at the fierce battlefield in the town, the corners of his mouth raised. The Navy has sent such a large line, if you don't report it well, how can you be embarrassed? P.S. It's a thunderstorm outside, there's a power outage. This chapter is still uploaded before the laptop is turned off. There's no code word for the time being. See if there's a call at night. If there's no power, it's only updated tomorrow. In addition, welcome to join the Peerless Emperor to exchange Junyang number. Everyone can discuss the later summoning of the Legion and plot issues together. Damn. They are really fast enough to attack, and all the powerful guys have been selected by them. They can only deal with this group of ordinary people. Haha. Don't brag. Even if you are asked to deal with those guys, it will definitely be you who will be beaten. You guys just keep arguing, haha. All the opponents here are handed over to me. What? You want to monopolize so many people? It's all mine. The members of the 11th team rushed towards the 10,000 naval elites, and the number of them was less than 400, and in the face of the number of sailors far exceeding them, not only did not any of them feel panicked, but they all blushed and argued about who would deal with more sailors. On the opposite side, tens of thousands of naval elites suddenly looked a little ugly. If it were those monsters who exuded terrifying coercion before, maybe they would have turned their heads and ran away without hesitation, but these people who knew at a glance that they were ordinary team members, there were less than 400 people, and they dared to be so arrogant in the face of tens of thousands of them? Shoot! Finish them off! Among the naval elites, one by one the naval captains stared at the 11th team rushing over with ugly faces, and coldly gave orders. Click! Click! A famous sailor immediately raised the weapon in his hand and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Dense gunfire rang out, and bullets shot at the members of the 11th team who rushed over while arguing. Most of the sailors suddenly showed disdain and mockery in their eyes. Tens of thousands of sailors opened fire, and in their opinion, the gang would be torn to shreds in the next moment. However, Luo, Luo, Luo. In the shocked gaze of the sailors, the figures of nearly 400 members of the 11th squad suddenly disappeared from their sight, and all the bullets shot through the air, leaving no target for them to hit. Only in place, due to the speed of movement, the resulting air currents kick up a faint cloud of smoke and dust on the ground. And immediately afterwards, the figures of the members of the 11th team suddenly appeared among the sailors in the naval unit. Yo! A member of the 11th team grinned at the few sailors around him who had not yet reacted, and the slashing knife in his hand was swung out with a violent sound of breaking through the air. Ah! H! Screams instantly began to sound in the naval forces. Facing the 11th team that suddenly broke into the formation, all the sailors were caught off guard, and they didn't even have time to raise the guns in their hands, so they were all slashed by the excited 11th team one by one. A naval colonel waved the long knife in his hand violently, and with a bell, sparks flew everywhere, and the opponent's strong arm strength made the colonel's expression change, looking at the surrounding navy that fell to the ground one by one, and yelled, "Don't panic. Use a knife to fight them in close quarters." Hearing the words of the colonel, the sailors immediately reacted, threw down their guns, and pulled out the knives on their backs one by one to fight with the 11th team in close combat. However, they soon despaired. Hee, interesting, playing with our 11th team. The members of the 11th Brigade who had blocked the colonel grinned, and disappeared in front of him in an instant. What? So fast? Completely invisible. The colonel was suddenly shocked, and suddenly, a flash of sword light flashed in front of him, and blood gushed out from his chest instantly, and he fell down with wide eyes. P.S. Don't look at the strength of ordinary team members in the original book. In order to highlight the protagonist, the original book makes these ordinary team members weak one by one. In fact, they are very strong. I'm the third member of Team 11, the name of the man who is going to kill you. Needless to say, your name goes without saying. After all, the dying person only needs to know who killed him. Looking at the corner of the spear in hand, Doberman and Gomir's faces suddenly turned ugly. Doberman glanced at the naval forces that were flustered during the attack of the 11th team, frowned, took a deep breath, stared at the corner of Madara and said coldly, "It seems that if you want to go to the palace, you must be defeated first. The Majesty you're looking for is inside, it's just. Do you have what it takes?" Madara grinned, and the figure suddenly disappeared in the constricted pupils of Gomir and Doberman. So fast. Doberman's heart was shocked, and the long knife on his waist was instantly pulled out, and he turned around sharply and raised his hand to block it. Bite! The tip of the spear instantly hit the blade, and the terrifying power made the long knife in Doberman's hand almost come out of his hand, and the whole person flew out directly upside down with the long knife. Thundered. 3 houses in a row were directly knocked down, smoke and dust rose up, and Doberman was buried directly in the rubble. Lieutenant General Doberman. Armed and domineering. Gomir was suddenly shocked, and shouted angrily, and the powerful domineering aura covered his body and shot towards the corner of Madara. It's good to come. Madara laughed excitedly, and the spear in his hand shot towards Gomir with countless after images. Bell bell bell. Gomir's hands waved at great speed, and his arms were directly clashed with the sharp spear, sparks flew in all directions, and the terrifying shockwave rushed in all directions. It's useless. Oh! The corner of Madara was unmoved, and suddenly, his eyes glared, and the speed of the spear stabbed out increased sharply, and the pupils of Gomir Moron, who was waving his fists, shrank, and a piercing chill hit his body. Looking at the spear that suddenly accelerated its speed and stabbed it, there was an extremely dangerous signal in the domineering look. Must be dodged. Otherwise, it will be pierced. Su. Clang. A figure shot from a distance, and a long knife swung with a powerful domineering spirit, and in the powerful shock wave, it directly picked away the spear that was shooting towards Gomir. Gomir, are you all right? Said Doberman, who had rushed over, staring at the corner of Madara. It's okay. Gomir let out a cold sweat on his forehead and exhaled deeply. Tisk, have you been blocked? Madara looked at Doberman and Gomir unhappily, and then suddenly grinned excitedly on the corner of his mouth and said, but it's okay, after getting used to it just now, I already know how much force to use. To be able to pierce your domineering body. Doberman and Gomir's faces changed slightly in an instant. Ding ding. Bang. On the deserted and dilapidated street, with the sound of continuous explosion of shockwaves and metal impact, the speed of the 3 figures was as fast as lightning, and the figures continued to appear and disappear all over the street. Occasionally a shining knife light flashed, and the ground and even the houses were cut open in an instant. Clang. There was another fierce confrontation, and the 3 figures separated violently. Alas! Ayasuka kissed his hair, and said with a face full of amazement, I didn't expect you 2 guys who look so unbeautiful to have this kind of strength. As far as humans are concerned, it's very good to be able to reach your level. On the opposite side, Stoloberg, who was holding a double knife, and Rockver, a giant lieutenant general with a large sword, looked at Ayasuka Yukanai with a solemn expression. How many of you are as strong as you are in the 11th team? Also, the 13th team of the Imperial Court, is there always a 12-strong army like you? With my strength, I'm the 5th seat in the 11th team, and I'm about the same as me, right? Ayasuka tapped his chin with his finger and said thoughtfully, as for the other 12 teams, who knows? Really, that is, except for you and that bald head, no one else is so strong, right? Then I'm relieved. A smile appeared on Strawberry's face and said, then, Rockver, let's go. Said Rockver in a deep voice. Thorn Jungle. Strawberry suddenly let out a loud shout, and under the surprised gaze of Ayasuka Yukin, countless black-red thorns broke through the ground from the ground within 100 meters of the surrounding area, and then rose into the sky, twisting and entangled together to cover the sky, completely sealing the formation of an impermeable cage within half a meter. It's... Ayasuka looked at the scene suspiciously. I'm the Thorn Fruit ability. This is my ability. With a triumphant smile on his face, Stoloberg said, in this thorn jungle, I will be able to control all thorns at will to launch a never-ending attack on the enemy, and as long as you are touched by these thorns, they will instantly suck your blood dry. It's disgusting. It's such a disgusting ability. Ayasuka said with a disgusting look. Is it disgusting? Stoloberry smiled coldly and said, "Let me tell you one more thing, in this thorny jungle, your breath of life, your voice, and everything cannot be communicated. This thorny jungle has completely isolated the outside world, so if you want to ask for help and escape, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible." You say. What? Ayakawa was stunned for a moment, and then, under the puzzled gazes of Stoloberry and Rockver, Ayakawa suddenly smiled. "That's great, I was still wondering how to solve your problems more easily." With a bright smile on his face, the slashing knife in his hand like a peacock opening screen instantly turned back to a shallow state, as if talking to himself, "Since this place has been completely isolated from the outside world, even if I use that, no one will know, right? Airplanes." Brilliant spiritual pressure erupted from Ayakawa's slashing sword, and in the light, countless rattan-like shadows shot out towards Stoloberry and Rockver. "Bloom wildly. Glass-colored peacock. Hum." Ayakawa Yukina walked briskly through the ruined town, without any signs of battle, with an extremely cheerful look on his face, and gently brushed his well-groomed hair as he walked. Soon he returned to the ground where the naval forces were located. "I saw that on the ground, tens of thousands of navies, including 10 rear admirals, all fell in a pool of blood and groaned, although they did not die, but they were completely incapacitated. On the side, the members of the 11th team, covered in wounds, were gathering together to grin and apply medicine to the wounds. After all, the people here are all the elites of the Navy headquarters, and with the large number of them, it is inevitable that they will be injured." "Huh, Ayakawa Goxi, your opponent has been solved." At this time, the members of the 11th team also saw Ayakawa Yukin, and immediately looked over one by one, and when they saw Ayakawa Yukin's spotless appearance, they couldn't help but exclaim, "There is no mess of clothes?" "Humph, of course." Ayakawa Bao smiled proudly, then thought of something, and said strangely, "Where's the corner? Is his battle over?" "Ah, it just ended." Not far away, there was a sound from Madara, and Ayakawa turned his head to look, only a few dozen meters away on a roof, and Madara with a lot of knife wounds on his body looked up into the distance. On the ground below the room, Lieutenant General Doberman and Gomir had fallen in a pool of blood. "What are you looking at?" Ayakawa Yukin and I jumped on the roof curiously and looked at it together. The captain sighed, "It seems to be having a lot of fun." Looking at the smoke and dust and the sound of explosions rising in the distance, Madara said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "Ice block pheasant beak. Canine tooth red lotus. The speed of light refers to Big Buddha impact." Thundered. The ground continued to shake under the terrifying power, and the 4 extremely terrifying attacks of ice, magma, laser, and shockwave were intertwined, and the ground of countless houses was frozen in ice, and then swallowed by the magma that followed, and then a laser shot through, and suddenly a huge explosion occurred, but before the explosion was over, the terrifying shockwave blew everything away. "Ha ha ha. That's it? Do your best. Don't be afraid of death. Just have fun and die. Enjoy the fun of fighting." Bang. Accompanied by terrifying spiritual pressure and crazy laughter, countless attacks converged in the center, and Genmyo Kanpeka was covered in tattered clothes and was riddled with injuries, but in the face of this injury that was enough to make ordinary people feel unbearable pain, Genmyo Kanpeka seemed to be not injured at all, and frantically waved the slashing knife in his hand. No dodge. No flinching. All the attacks were taken head-on by him. The near-death fight made him laugh wildly. Crazy. Click. The ice that spread to his body was directly broken free by his brute force. Poof. The oncoming magma is directly split with a slashing knife. Bang. The explosion and shockwave of the laser are carried directly with the body in the wild laughter. This guy. The 4 of the warring states were suddenly shocked, and their eyes were full of horror. It had been several hours since the battle began, and in these few hours, it could be said that they had completely tried their best to exert their strongest combat power. Even with their physical strength, they even felt that their bodies had begun to get a little tired. However, Genmuji and Peika completely gave up dodging and took on their countless attacks head-on, leaving countless wounds on his body. But not only did his combat power not weaken in the slightest, but even his attack strength became stronger and stronger. This crazy image made a sturdy figure flash in the minds of the four warring states for the first time. One of the four emperors, 100 Beasts Kaido. This guy is really enjoying the battle. It's hard to imagine that there is such a monster in the world. Kuzan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice with a solemn face. Polusalino and Sakasuke didn't speak, their bodies tensed, and they stared at Kenpeika with a fixed fix. No. I can't go on like this. Warring State suddenly said with an ugly face, Doberman's side has all been defeated. If we continue to wear down like this, it is very likely that our navy will lose. Doberman, they lost. The three of Sakasuke were suddenly shocked, and the domineering aura of seeing and hearing instantly spread out, and when they sensed that all the naval aura, including Vice Admiral Doberman, had become extremely weak, their faces suddenly became extremely ugly. They understand that the situation is already very serious for them. The Navy sent a fleet mightily, and even sent enough combat power to fight against the single four emperors. However, they didn't even see the face of the main master, fielding Luo Tian. No, not only fielding Russian, but also the ninja assassination tactical units they were ready to face in battle. A team of 13 court protectors that suddenly appeared, or even just 11 of them, almost put them in a situation where they could fail at any time. This result will be a lifetime of shame for their navy. Haha. Why don't you continue to attack? In that case, let's change me to attack you. Kenpeika smiled madly, and rushed towards the four of them with a slashing sword. No way. Sengoku sighed suddenly, then suddenly closed his eyes, clasped his hands in front of him, and the dazzling golden light and waves of golden shock waves spread out violently. It's... The three of Sakasuke, who were preparing to face Kenpeika Sagi, suddenly looked shocked and looked at Sengoku in shock. Even Kenpeika was stunned, stopped, and felt the terrifying power fluctuations on Sengoku's body, looking extremely excited and crazy. Boom! Warring States looked solemn, and the waves of golden light and golden chi on his body continued to spread out wave after wave, and suddenly, his closed eyes opened, and a majestic voice like a bell rang out. 10,000 Buddhas. Airplanes. Golden light. The dazzling golden light seems to shine all over the world. The sky is dyed golden. The ground is dyed golden. Everything in sight was dyed golden. In the golden world, the three of Sakasuke looked around with wide eyes, their eyes full of shock. Genmu Kenpeika was also stunned for a moment, and then, looking at the countless figures around him, he laughed wildly. What? It turns out that you still have this kind of power hidden. It's so funny. My body has begun to tremble with excitement. Wow! In the sacred golden light, I saw that with Genmuji and Peika as the center, the surrounding 1 kilometer was covered with a huge Buddha figure like the warring states, forming a circle, looking at Genmuji and Peika with a solemn expression. That's amazing. I didn't expect Mr. Sengoku to hide this kind of power. Polusalino said with a lewd and casual expression, but the shock in his eyes could not be concealed in any way. That's what it is. Is the awakening of the great Buddha form. Kuzan exclaimed. Sakasuke's face was indifferent, but his palms were unconsciously clenched fiercely. And at this time, Sengoku suddenly moved. The golden light dyed all the heavens and the earth into sacred gold, and countless Buddhas formed a large circle with a diameter of 1 kilometer, staring solemnly at the center and grinning even more. Suddenly, all the big Buddhas neatly separated their palms, and the terrifying aura and domineering spirit gushed out. The three of Sakasuke were shocked, Understanding that Sengoku was reminding them to leave his attack range, and without any hesitation, Polusalino instantly turned into a golden ray of light and left, and Sakisuke and Kyuzen also used all their strength to shave away from the encirclement of the great Buddha. Genmyo Kenpeiga still didn't have any intention of running away, grinning and showing a cruel grin, and in the excited laughter, the spiritual pressure came out without any suppression. Rumble. The ground shook violently, and the spiritual pressure that rushed into the sky collided with the domineering understanding, and there seemed to be a roar in the air, and the terrifying chi wave instantly raged wildly in this kilometer. It's a monster. Feeling the spiritual pressure of Genmyo Kenpeiga as if it was about to crush the heavens and the earth, the three Kyuzen who had escaped from the encirclement of the big Buddha were suddenly shocked, and they didn't expect that Genmyo Kenpeiga could still exert such a powerful power. And at this time, watching the three of Sakisuke leave, Sengoku also moved. 10,000 Buddhas. All the Buddhas raised their right palms at the same time, and their mouths started at the same time as the sound of bells, and then, they swung at the wooden sword ate fiercely. Impact. Rumble. The terrifying impact was released from the hands of all the big Buddhas in all directions at the same time, and the ground was directly lifted, and then shattered and annihilated in the shock wave, and the center of the countless shock waves was even more wooden sword ate. Bang! A loud roar that shattered the eardrums resounded through the sky, and the entire Moro Island shook violently, causing a huge wave on the surrounding sea. What a strong force! The violent shaking made the members of the 11th team almost unsteady on their feet, and everyone, including Yujiao and the others, looked at the boundless golden light in the distance, their faces full of shock. But, although this kind of power is very strong, it is still impossible to defeat the captain, isn't it? Yasukawa suddenly stroked his hair and laughed. Madara Kazuki had an extremely trusting look on his face, and grinned. After all, our captain, but the more this situation can be a monster, the stronger it becomes. A strong force, worthy of the future marshal. The palace, feeling that the entire island was shaking violently, Luo Tian, who was leaning against the window, looked at the boundless golden light in the town, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. But that way, that battle maniac must be very satisfying. Thundered. In the golden world, countless shockwaves instantly hit Kenpeiga, who was in the center of the encirclement. With Sajuji Kenpeiga as the center, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters instantly collapsed into a large pit nearly 10 meters deep, opening a shockwave in all directions to instantly squeeze Sajuji Kenpeiga in the middle, and Genmyo Kenpeiga's skin instantly cracked under this terrible pressure, and blood splattered out. However, the expression on Kenpeiga's face was not only not painful, but became more and more excited, and the corners of his mouth grinned more and more, grinning more, and finally. Ha ha ha. It's amazing. It's amazing. This feeling of being with death. This kind of fighting. Squeezed by the shockwave from all directions, he couldn't move, and even more Mukenba smiled wildly, and the golden spiritual pressure spread from the body wave after wave to the surroundings as if there was no end, gradually pushing the terrifying shockwave around it. What? Among the countless great Buddhas, as the ontological warring states, he couldn't help but change his face suddenly, as his strongest move, he deeply understood how terrifying his power was. Without hesitation, if all the countless shockwaves just now fell on this island, the entire island would be torn apart in an instant. This move, since he learned it, had only been used once by the Navy in a battle with Kaido a few years ago, and that time, even Kaido, who claimed to be immortal, took this blow, and the bones of his entire body almost completely collapsed. However, this time, in the face of this terrifying blow, Kenpeiga completely withstood it. Is this guy also immortal? At this moment, the horror in the heart of the warring states can be imagined. And the three Sakisukes, who were surrounded by the big Buddha, were also horrified and looked at Kenpeiga. The body has become like this, and it can still exert such terrifying power. It's a monster in the middle of a no-nonsense rumble. Under the increasingly exaggerated spiritual pressure, the raging shockwave all collapsed, and the bloodied Kanpeka suddenly laughed as he looked at the countless Buddhas around him. I don't want to use what the old man taught. The empty left hand and the right hand held the hilt of the slashing sword together, and the excited gaze of the more wooden Kanpeka directly stared at the body of the warring states in the countless great Buddhas, and grinned. However, in order to fight better, let's make an exception today. Rumble. The ground within a radius of 10 meters suddenly collapsed into a circle, and the figure of the wooden sword 8 suddenly disappeared. Warring State suddenly shook his heart, and in the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing it, an extremely dangerous signal made his hair stand on end, and he didn't dare to hesitate, and all the big Buddhas raised their hands to the sky together, and a huge golden palm fell from the sky. 10,000 Buddhas, ruling. Bang! The huge palm fell on the ground hundreds of meters in front of the Sengoku body, and the terrifying force made the palm directly and deeply slap into the ground. Suddenly, airplanes. A sword light rushed into the sky from under the huge golden palm, and the entire palm was directly split into 2 halves, shattering into countless stars and dissipating in the air. I don't know how deep the palm-shaped pit was. Genmyo Kanpeka shot out with both hands holding the slashing sword, and almost in an instant, he came to the Sengoku body whose pupils suddenly contracted. Did you know that a sword is much more powerful than a single hand if you swing it with 2 hands? Kanpeka grinned at the warring states whose face had changed drastically, and the slashing sword he held in both hands slammed down. 10,000 Buddhas, golden body. The breath of death approaching made the voice of the warring states almost roar suddenly, and the golden and countless Buddhas that filled the entire heaven and earth instantly shrank back into the body of the warring states, and the protective cover containing the divine aura instantly enveloped the warring states in it. At the same time, the blade of the slashing knife also slowly slashed on it. Time seems to stand still. Subsequently, poof! Scarlet blood splattered in the air. The golden protective shield was cut directly without any use, and then the slashing knife directly broke through the armed color domineering covering the body, and cut a huge scar on the chest of the huge body of the warring states. I lost. Sengoku's body fell backwards uncontrollably, and at the same time, the huge Buddha form slowly disappeared, and he looked at the bloodied Kanpeka in front of him with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Poof! Sengoku's body fell to the ground with a bang, looking at the sky in confusion, and the blood that kept flowing red stained the ground. Mr. Sengoku! It's impossible! The 3 Sakasuke in the distance watched this scene, and their pupils suddenly contracted, and they shot frantically towards the sword of the wood. P.S. Many readers are worried that if they are too invincible, there will be no plot to write, resulting in the appendix eunuch of this book. Please rest assured, although this book takes the invincible route, but the main line is to develop the country and achieve the Peerless Emperor, and there are still many things to write behind, and invincible will only make the plot more refreshing, and everyone will watch it more enjoyable. In addition, welcome to join the Peerless Emperor to exchange Junyang. Everyone can discuss the plot and summon the Legion and other issues together. Junyang number ***. 8 mirrors. The golden rays of light refracted in the air and instantly spanned a distance of hundreds of meters, and the light moved at the speed of light in the light, leaving Sakasuke and Kyuzen far behind, and almost blindly, he came to Kanpeka. Then without any hesitation, he picked up the seriously injured Sengoku, and the elementalization of the lower body directly led Sengoku to shoot away into the distance. Polusalino didn't choose to fight Kanpeka alone, because he knew that anyone here wouldn't have any chance of winning against Kanpeka alone. Even if it's the strongest Sengoku among them. Cut. Have you started playing cat and mouse? Covered in blood and scarred, Kanpeka held the sword in one hand in his right hand, looking at Polusalino, who fled with Sengoku, his expression was a little unhappy, but then he licked his lips and grinned, although I don't like cat and mouse games very much, it doesn't mean that I'm not good at it. Rumble. The ground collapsed, and Kenpeiga's figure shot out like an arrow off the string, chasing after Porosalino. Not good. Porosalino's face suddenly changed slightly, his body was now only semi-elemental, plus he was still carrying Sengoku, and his speed was almost less than half of full speed. And even though his body was already scarred, not only did it not have any impact on it, but his combat effectiveness was even more exaggerated. Su. Su. Looking from the sky, a golden streamer could be seen moving rapidly in the completely ruined town, followed by a white figure in hot pursuit, and as time passed, the distance between the two was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the white figure instantly caught up. Airplanes. With a smirkling look on his face, the slashing knife in his hand swung fiercely at Porosalino. Porosalino, who had already captured the movement of the more wooden sword aid with his sight and hearing, hurriedly flashed to the side. Rumble. The ground shook violently, and in the splash of rubble, the terrifying sword pressure instantly drew a terrifying sword mark of hundreds of meters on the ground. Ahem. Porosalino, let go of me, you are not his opponent, this battle, our navy lost, you immediately retreat back to the headquarters. Sengoku, who was held by Porosalino, was moving extremely fast, and the scars on his chest, almost across the entire upper body, continued to flow red blood. Su. Porosalino's fast-moving body flashed to the side, and the next moment, Kenpeiga swung his sword and slashed at the position where he was before, and in the roar, a huge sword mark appeared on the ground again. That's not going to work, Mr. Sengoku. Porosalino tried his best to move as fast as he could, and said helplessly with a dignified look on his obscene and casual face, the naval forces brought by you have been completely wiped out, and you have been so seriously injured, if you run away like this, it is not the style of the navy, and besides, that guy is also scarred now, as long as he continues to persevere, it must be our navy that wins in the end. Not to mention. The solemn look on Porosalino's face relaxed a little and said, we don't need to run away anymore. The Great Spitfire. Ice cubes. 2 thorn spears. With 2 loud shouts, the huge magma fist and 2 ice spears shot in one left and one right towards Porosalino's more wooden sword aid. Cut. It's annoying. Genmu Jianbo pursed his lips unhappily, and his extremely fast-moving body couldn't help but stop, and the slashing knife in his hand waved violently. Click. The sword press directly crushed the 2 ice spears, and then directly cut the remaining houses hundreds of meters away in half without abating. Poof. The huge magma fist directly split the sword, split into 2 halves, one left and one right, and roared past Kenpeiga, and then smashed down on the ground 100 meters behind him, smashing the ground into 2 large pits. At the same time, Porosalino also brought Sengoku to Sakisuke and Kyuzen, and put Sengoku covered in blood on the ground. What a serious knife wound. You have to go back to the main office for treatment as soon as possible. Seeing the terrifying knife wound on Sengoku's body, which could even see the internal organs, Kyuzen suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Porosalino's expression also changed slightly, and he needed to go back to the headquarters for treatment immediately, and the Fielding Kingdom. What? Go back to the headquarters immediately. Sakisuke suddenly frowned, and said coldly with an ugly face, what about the Fielding Kingdom? In order to exterminate the Fielding Kingdom, the Navy has already paid such a big price, and when we return to the headquarters at such a time, do we have to admit defeat to the Fielding Kingdom? Isn't Sengoku-san's life important? Kyuzen suddenly frowned and stared at Sakisuke, his eyes a little cold. As long as you can defeat the Kingdom of Fielding, salvage the lost reputation of the Navy, and uphold the justice of the Navy, all the sacrifices are worth it. Sakisuke said in a cold voice. Kyuzen's eyes suddenly became even colder. Ahem. Warring States, who was lying on the ground, looked at this scene, and opened his mouth with a pale face to say something, but the passing vitality of his body made it extremely difficult for him to even move his fingers, and he couldn't make any sound at all. You. First. Polusalino looked at the scene with a headache, and was just about to say something, when the voice of Kanpeka came. What? It turned out to be an internal conflict. Scarred and covered with blood, Kanpeka dragged the tip of the slashing knife to the ground, and slowly walked towards the four of Sakisuke, with an extremely dissatisfied expression on his face, and said disappointedly, I also expect you to bring me a lot of quick fighting. It seems that except for the guy who can turn into a big Buddha, the three of you are all the same waste. Forget it. I've lost interest in you anyway. Kenba's empty left hand gripped the hilt again, and he looked at the three of Sakisuke and said with a cruel smile, then, please all die here. Rumble. The golden spiritual pressure erupted from Kanpeka's body with an astonishing killing intent. With both hands again. On the other side, the three of Sakisuke suddenly tensed, staring at the hands of Genmu Kanpeka holding the slashing sword, and when they saw and heard the signal of extreme danger, they couldn't help but shed a trace of cold sweat on their foreheads. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of the scene where Kanpeka defeated Sengoku with both hands holding a sword. Hey! Kenya Yan licked his lips with a grin, holding the sword in both hands, his heel slightly raised. Suddenly. That's it? An indifferent voice suddenly came from afar, not loud, but strangely into everyone's ears. The three of Sakisuke and Genmu Kanpeka turned their heads to look at the same time, only to see two figures slowly walking over the ruins in the distance. In front of him was a young man wearing a black gold-rimmed robe, with a faint smile on his face, black hair and black eyes, and behind him, a man wearing a black bodysuit, a white suspender, and a white mask in the shape of an animal. Sakisuke, Polusalino, and Kyuzen's pupils suddenly contracted, and they were shocked when they looked at the face that had been seen countless times in intelligence. Fielding Luo Tian. Sakisuke's face suddenly turned cold, and he barely hesitated, and the magma all over his body surged wildly, and he rushed towards Luo Tian. However, just when Sakisuke had only run 10 meters. 4 purple flame arrays. Wuo, wuo, wuo. 4 cold whispers suddenly came from around Sakisuke, Polusalino, Kyuzen, and the warring states who had fallen to the ground, and then, 4 lilac translucent light curtains rose from dozens of meters around them, and then the top was also closed by the purple light curtain, locking them in it. It's... Polusalino's expression was shocked. Something, break it for me. Sakisuke looked at the light curtain that suddenly surrounded them, and suddenly his face was cold and he let out a loud shout, and with a wave of his arms, countless magmas shot out with the sound of breaking through the air. Boom! 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 Countless magma crashed into the light curtain and exploded, but the light curtain did not move at all, and there was no tendency to be broken. What? It didn't work. Sakisuke's face changed slightly. And that's when. 4 purple flame array. 4 purple flame array. 4 purple flame array. 4 purple flame array. A cold whisper resounded around him, and then, in Polusalino's discolored gaze, a curtain of lilac light rose from the ground outside, forming a square cage. When everything was completely calm, the 4 of Sakisuke had been closed in the 4 purple flame array by the 6 layers of lilac light curtains. Now. Trouble. A cold sweat flowed from Polusalino's forehead, and his heart sank. Cut, is this the end of it? Seeing Luo Tian appear, the 4 of Sakisuke were also sealed by multiple layers of the 4 purple flame arrays, and the more wooden sword 8 suddenly snorted unpleasantly, and the spiritual pressure gushing out of his body instantly dissipated, and he withdrew the slashing knife from the scabbard, walked to the side and sat down on the ruins and stones. Josaka, thank you for your hard work, Let me enjoy a wonderful battle. Luo Tian looked at the scarred Zhenmu Jianpeke with a faint smile on his face and chuckled. To be honest, the strength that Zhenmu Jianpeke showed just now surprised Luo Tian. Originally, according to Luo Tian's estimate, the strength of Zhenmu Jianba, who didn't even know the name of the slashing sword, was in this world. At least the strength would not be worse than the so-called four emperors. Luo Tian originally only planned to let Zhenmu Jianba deal with 3 of the 4 people of the warring states, and the other one would be handed over to White Fang to deal with. But unexpectedly, Zhenmu Jianpeke chose to fight 1 against 4, and as a result, although he was seriously injured, but in a certain way, this battle can be said to be the victory of Zhenji Jianpeke. This strength has definitely reached the top level in the world. Cut. I'm just following orders to fight the enemy. Zhenmu Jianba turned his head and said disappreciatively. Ah, Xiaojian, you can't talk to your majesty like that. Suddenly, the figure of Yacheryu somehow suddenly burst out from behind Jianpeke, scratching and scratching at Jianpeke with an angry face. Shhh. Stupid, you've touched my wound. Jianpeke suddenly gasped and scolded in a low voice. Ah! Little sword, you're so badly injured. Only then did Yacheryu discover the serious injuries on Jianpeke's body, and immediately stopped fighting, and his face was full of panic. He. Looking at this picture, which he had seen countless times in the depths of his memory, Luo Tian couldn't help but chuckle, and then looked at the 4 Sakasuke people in the 4 purple flame array. And the 4 people in the 4 purple flame formations also stared at Luo Tian tightly. Fielding lotion. Sakasuke clenched his fists and stared at Luo Tian. His eyes were full of cold killing intent. If it weren't for the 4 purple flame arrays in front of him that were difficult to shake at all, he would definitely attack Luo Tian as soon as possible. Is this Fielding Roshan, the king of the Fielding Kingdom, the leader of all events? Kuzan and Polusalino also saw Luo Tian himself for the first time, staring at Luo Tian tightly, which was also the ultimate goal of their navy this time. However, the reality makes them very helpless. The goal is obviously in front of them, but they can't even get closer. And on the ground next to Polusalino, at some point, Sengoku, who had lost too much blood, had fallen into a coma. Ladies of the Navy. Luo Tian glanced at the 3 of warring states and Kuzan on the ground, and said with a faint smile on his face, "First time we meet, I am the king of the Fielding Kingdom, Fielding Luo Tian, welcome all the people of the Navy to my kingdom." Humph, the guy who hides his head and tail, even when he comes out to meet us, you have to rely on this layer of protection, as the king of the Fielding Kingdom, do you only have such a little bearing? Sakasuke looked at Luo Tian and sneered. Look for death. A cold light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the white teeth behind Luo Tian, and a cold light flashed in his gaze staring at Sakasuke, and the terrifying killing intent began to pour out from his body. This guy. Sakasuke was taken aback, and then he noticed the white fang behind Luo Tian. It's horrible, murderous. Is this the head of the ninja assassination tactical unit? Kuzan said in a deep voice as he looked at White Fang. That's right, I remember that he seems to be called White Fang, and he is a terrible swordsman. Polusalino said with a lazy and obscene look, but his eyes were staring at White Fang. White Fang, don't get too excited. Luo Tian smiled lightly and waved his hand to let the white fangs disperse and the killing intent quieted down, and then looked at Sakasuke without anger and chuckled. What Lieutenant General Sakasuke said is right. After all, compared to the strength of my subordinates, my current strength is not very mature. Be careful, you will live longer. But there's one thing, Lieutenant General Sakasuke, you're mistaken. Luo Tian suddenly said with an inexplicable smile on his face. Sakasuke, Polusalino and Kuzan suddenly looked at Luo Tian, and for some reason, Polusalino suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. He who had faced the 4 purple flame arrays naturally knew how troublesome this kind of lilac light curtain that seemed to break with a single stab was, and to put it bluntly, even he would not be able to get out of it for a while. At this time, Luo Tian arranged 6 floors without mistake. What is this? Polisalino guessed a little uneasily in his heart, but Luo Tian, the smile on his face deepened. The 4 purple flame array is not here to prevent you from attacking me. It's... Luo Tian paused with an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth, and said with a light smile, it's used to prevent you from escaping. The 3 of Sakasuke were shocked, especially Polisalino, whose face couldn't help but change slightly, and his heart suddenly became more and more uneasy. All right, that's the end of the small talk, then. Luo Tian snapped his fingers with an unpredictable smile on his face. Syllable. Let's get started. Whoosh. Around the 6-layer 4 purple flame array, which was maintained by the 24 dark ones at the same time, except for the white fangs, the remaining 79 dark ones all appeared instantly, and the eyes under the mask stared coldly at Sakasuke and the others in the 4 purple flame array. Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit. The expressions of the 3 of Polisalino suddenly changed, especially Polisalino, looking at the hands that the shadows slowly raised. By chance, he was shocked, as if he understood something. Could it be? The obscene and casual expression completely dissipated, and for the first time in his life, a look of horror crept up on Polisalino's face, and in the shocked eyes of Sakasuke and Kyuzen, he yelled at them in panic, hurry! Break these seals with all your might! Polisalino, what the hell is this? Kyuzen looked at Polisalino with a look of horror on his face. Sakasuke also frowned. It's too late to explain, we must break through these seals immediately. Polisalino had completely lost his usual calm, and after saying this sentence with a shocked face, his whole person emitted a dazzling golden light, ready to take the lead in attacking. It's just that obviously, it's too late. Because at this time, the 79 dark parts outside the enchantment had all finished receiving the seals in unison, and then, all the dark parts were half squatting on the ground, and their hands were pressed on the ground fiercely. Water escape fountain. Water escape fountain. Water escape fountain. Water escape fountain. A coherent and cold whisper came from under the masks of the shadows, and then... rumble. In the hundreds of square meters of ground shrouded by the 4 purple flame array, the ground burst into a burst of water, and countless streams of water gushed out from everywhere like a fountain, and in the blink of an eye, the ground in the 4 purple flame array was submerged, and all the 4 of Sakasuke were soaked in water below their ankles. And, at a rate visible to the naked eye, the water level is constantly rising rapidly. Water. The expressions on Kyuzen and Sakasuke's faces were stunned at first, and then instantly turned to horror and horror. At this moment, they finally understood that Polisalino would suddenly lose his cool. I finally understood what these 6-layer 4 purple flame arrays were going to do. Luo Tian actually wanted to fill this space with water. In an instant, looking at Luo Tian who was smiling outside the 4 purple flame formation, Sakasuke and Kyuzen suddenly felt a burst of hairs stand on end. Damn! In the sky, Polisalino, who was floating in the air with a semi-elemental transformation, saw that the water below had risen rapidly, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly, and while emitting a dazzling light, he shouted loudly, Kyuzen! Sakasuke and Kyuzen were shocked, and they looked at the water that had submerged their calves, and they were shocked. Frozen. Kyuzen exuded a cold chill all over his body, and with him as the center, the water surface was frozen in an instant. However, before he and Sakasuke could breathe a sigh of relief. Click. Click, 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 click. Numerous cracks began to appear in the ice, and then the entire ice surface shattered, and a huge current of water gushed out of the ground again. Here is the text. Although it's just an ordinary sea-level ninjutsu, it's not something that can be solved by simply freezing it when it is released by 79 dark divisions. Looking at the ice surface in the 4 purple flame array that was directly shattered by the violent current, Luo Tian raised the corners of his mouth and said with a light smile. And in the 4 purple flame array, at this time, the Polusalino in the air had already emitted an unprecedented dazzling light, suspended in the air like a small sun, and then, a low cry was heard. 8-foot Kyan Hook Jade. Whoosh whoosh. Countless balls of light shot out from the dazzling little sun in an instant. Shot away at the lilac curtain of light in all directions. Boom 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 boom. Countless balls of light collided on the light curtain in all directions and exploded in huge explosions, like falling stones on the surface of the water, and the entire internal layer of 4 purple flame arrays suddenly began to tremble violently. On the ground, the water that broke through the ice had spread above the calf, and seeing that his freezing ability could not stop the gushing water, Kyuzen's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said to Sakazuki with a gloomy face on the side, "Sakazuki, you go and work with Polusalino to find a way to break these seals, and I will delay the speed of the water rising." Good. Sakazuki didn't say anything, his body jumped up, and he flew directly into the air with the moon step, and then the magma all over his body surged wildly, and his right arm swung violently at the lilac light curtain. The great Spitfire. Rumble. The huge magma fist slammed into the light curtain, and the light curtain suddenly bulged outward, trembling violently, as if it would shatter at any time. However, before Sakazuki's eyes could show joy, as the power of the huge magma fist was exhausted, the convex lilac light curtain suddenly returned to its original state, without any gaps. Damn! Sakazuki's face suddenly turned ugly, he glanced at Polusalino who was attacking frantically, gritted his teeth, and the magma all over his body gathered on his arms again, and launched an attack on the 4 purple flame array. Below, the pheasant's body was once again filled with an icy chill, and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Kyuzen's face changed, and he quickly turned his head to look. I saw that there was already nearly half a meter deep water on the side, and the pale warring state sank into the water with his eyes closed. Mr. Sengoku. Kyuzen was taken aback, and hurriedly ran over to hug Sengoku up, feeling that Sengoku's life fluctuations were very weak, but he was not yet dead, and he was immediately relieved. Suddenly, a feeling as if he didn't need his strength came to his heart, and when he looked down at the water that was almost to the big Tui, Kyuzen's heart suddenly tightened. I can't stay in the water any longer. Moonwalk. Kyuzen let out a low snort, stepped on the moon step and flew into the air in an instant, holding the warring states with one hand, and waving his hand with endless cold air gushing out with the other. Ice ball, ice hockey. Whoosh. 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 5 icicles shot towards the raging water, and the terrifying low temperature instantly completely frozen the entire surface of the water. However, less than 3 seconds later, the entire ice surface shattered, and the raging water gushed out again. Kyuzen's face sank, he gritted his teeth, and his right hand swung out again with an endless chill. Ice ball, ice hockey. Outside the 4 purple flame formation, Luo Tian looked at the 3 future generals who were struggling in the 6-fold 4 purple flame formation, and the smile on his face was a little sighing. Who would have thought that in less than a month, he had just crossed over to become a waste prince who was seriously injured and the country could perish at any time, and now he had become a monarch of a country who didn't even need to move his hand, and almost most of the combat power of the naval headquarters. And now, the 3 major generals in the future are struggling to escape in front of him. Peerless Emperor. Is it? Luo Tian muttered to himself in an inexplicable tone, then shook his head, shook off the messy thoughts in his mind, looked at the water surface that had been submerged for more than a meter in the 4 purple flame array, and snapped his fingers again. Speed up. Wuyo. The hands of the 79 dark people around the 4 purple flame arrays suddenly turned into Deo remnants again and began to seal, and then. Water escape fountain. Water escape fountain. Water escape fountain. Water escape fountain. Bang. In the 4 purple flame array, in the pupils of Kyuzen, Polusalino, and Sakisuke that suddenly contracted. On the ground, the water that was already gushing out like a fountain suddenly erupted, and columns of water rose into the sky, and the turbulent water surface rose at an extremely terrifying speed. 2 meters. 3 meter. 4 meter. In just a few seconds, more than a quarter of the height of the four purple flame array, which was more than 10 meters high, was completely submerged by the water surface. Ice ball, ice hockey. Kyuzen stepped on the moon step, and with a wave of his arm with endless cold air, 5 icicles shot towards the surface of the water again, and the terrifying chill instantly froze the gushing water. However, in less than a second, the entire ice surface shattered. 5 meter. 6 meter. 7 meters. The surface of the water was still surging wildly, almost reaching half the height of the four purple flame arrays. The surface of the water can't be sealed. Attack with all your might. You must break the seal. Otherwise, everything will be completely finished. In the sky, Polusalino, who noticed this scene, suddenly sank in his heart, and a trace of cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and he hurriedly shouted. Good. Kyuzen gritted his teeth, stepped on the moon and soared into the sky, dragging Sengoku with one hand and launching a crazy attack with the other. Rumble. 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 Blinding golden light and explosions, containing high-temperature magma and chilling ice, 3 completely different attacks instantly erupted wildly in the four purple flame array. In the violent roar, the terrifying power and shockwave made the innermost layer of the four purple flame array twist wildly, and under this terrifying attack that was enough to destroy the island, finally, with a soft sound of snap, the first layer of the four purple flame array turned into countless stars and dissipated in the air. Sakisuke and Kyuzen's eyes flashed with surprise. Don't stop. Don't forget that there's another 5 floors. Polusalino reminded loudly as he frantically shot countless lasers with both hands, and his expression did not dare to relax at all. Sakisuke and Kyuzen immediately reacted and hurriedly continued their frantic attacks. 5 seconds later. Syllable. The second 4 purple flame arrays shattered, however, before the 3 of Sakisuke could be happy, the 3 of them who stayed in the air with the moon step suddenly felt a chill under their feet. Boom. The sound of turbulent water was in their ears, and the faces of the 3 of them suddenly changed greatly, and they lowered their heads, only to see that the turbulent water had risen to a depth of more than 10 meters, and in the entire 4 purple flame array, there was only less than 3 meters of space left. At the same time, it is still frantically rising. In an instant, it flooded their calves. At this moment, whether it was Sakisuke, Polusalino, or Kyuzen, the expressions on the faces of the 3 of them instantly changed to horror, then horror, and finally powerless despair. Ice Age. Kyuzen's endless chill poured out wildly, an almost roaring roar, centered on the surface of the water that flooded his calves, and the surface of the water instantly froze. However, before it could freeze to a depth of 1 meter, the frantically surging water surface submerged the entire ice surface. Subsequently, the endless gushing waves of water instantly completely submerged Sakisuke and the others in their pale faces. The feeling of powerlessness that I had almost never felt since eating the devil fruit instantly hit the bodies of the 3 of them, and a large amount of water poured into the chest cavity from the mouth and nose, and the heavy body slowly sank into the water, and the feeling of death began to approach. It's over. In the 4 purple flame array, which had already been filled with water, Polusalino, Sakisuke, Kyuzen, and Sengoku, who had long been unconscious, slowly stopped struggling, and all slowly sank into the deepest depths, without moving. Luo Tian looked at this scene, exhaled lightly, closed his eyes and said without twisting his head, Zheng Muo, how is their spiritual pressure situation? Hearing this, he was sitting on the ruins not far away, and with an impatient face, he pouted his lips and said disdainfully, the spirit pressure is pitiful, and he will almost die in a while. Really? Luo Tian opened his eyes, waved his hand and said, "Untie the enchantment." "Yes, your Majesty." The dark parts that maintain the 4 purple flame arrays immediately unraveled the enchantment. Bang! As soon as the remaining 4 purple flame arrays were unraveled, the huge stream of water suddenly scattered on the ground, and the 4 warring states who had fallen into a coma also fell to the wet ground, motionless. "It seems that we won this war." Luo Tian smiled slightly, turned around and walked towards the palace, and said without looking back as he walked, "Lock everyone up." Yes. All the shadows immediately began to act. Tens of thousands of sailors. 10 major generals. 5 lieutenant generals. A general. 3 generals are on standby. All arrested. In the sky, several seagulls flew far above Moro Island, and the surveillance phone bugs on their backs filmed all the pictures on Moro Island and spread it to the hands of forces all over the world. New World. The Whitebeard Pirates. On the deck, the huge white screen was projected by the video phone bug on the Moro Island of the Fielding Kingdom, and the entire Whitebeard pirates were silent, except for Whitebeard. Even Marco and other captains had a shocked expression on their faces. Really, what happened in the Kingdom of Fielding shocked them too much. The terrifying lineup sent by the Navy headquarters amazed the whole world, and it could even be said that it was terrifying, and everyone could feel the Navy's determination to exterminate the Fielding Kingdom this time, and everyone felt that there was only one end for the next fate of the Fielding Kingdom, that is, to completely die out in the anger of the Navy. Even if the Kingdom of Fielding has an extremely powerful ninja assassination tactical force, it can't escape this result. However, as the war between the Navy and the Kingdom of Fielding officially began, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was shocked by what happened next. A man. A man who is so powerful that he seems to be like a monster. 1 against 4. Unexpectedly, he alone blocked the top combat power of the Navy's lineup this time. He even directly defeated the famous Warring States generals, making them on the verge of death. The battle scene that shattered the earth that day, the body that seemed to be immortal and tired, and the golden spirit pressure pillar that made the heavens and the earth change color, all shocked everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. In comparison, the battle between the other vice admirals and the 11th team was not noticed. And in the end, Luo Tian personally appeared and used the special ability of the Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit to flood the 3 general candidates, and this shock reached the point of no return. 10 warships. Tens of thousands of naval elites. 10 major generals. 5 lieutenant generals. 3 generals are alternate. A current general. All of them were captured alive by the Fielding Kingdom. Astound. Almost everyone on board was shocked. Then, after a few minutes of silence, an instant erupted. Actually, this is how it turned out. It's so strong. The man with the sword. It's terrifyingly strong. It's a pity that the distance is too far to hear the voice at all. Who is that man? Could it be that he is also from this Fielding Kingdom? Actually flooded those 3 general candidates. Is it so difficult to break that layer of lilac light film? The captains spoke loudly in disbelief in their voices, and their faces were full of horror and shock. Even Marco, who had been shrugging his eyelids, couldn't help but open slightly, turned his head with shock on his face, and said in a deep voice to the Whitebeard standing behind the captains, "Dad, it seems that both us and the Navy underestimate the Fielding Kingdom. In addition to the Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit, they actually hide such a powerful force. The Admiral Sengoku and the 3 admiral candidates were all captured alive, and now the Navy is afraid that it will be a big mess." Whitebeard didn't speak, staring at Luo Tian's departing back in the light curtain with a solemn look on his face. He was silent for a while, and suddenly turned his head to look at the calm sea in the distance. It's going to be a change. The Great Passage, the Don Quixote Pirates. In the large conference room, the silence was terrifying, and all the cotters were staring blankly at the picture projected on the light curtain, their mouths wide open, their eyes wide, their faces full of shock and horror, and then Furfur. Doflamingo, who was sitting in the first place, staring at the screen, suddenly leaned back in his chair and laughed excitedly. Interesting. It's really interesting. The Navy headquarters will be defeated. The Admiral and the 3 major candidates have also been captured alive. Now, let alone the Navy headquarters, even those old guys from the world government will be in chaos. Under the openness of the Fielding Kingdom, the era of only the truly strong can survive is coming. Get ready. The new era that the great heroes are looking forward to is coming. The new era is coming. North Sea, Germa 66. In the luxurious and exquisite room, only the sound of heavy breathing remains. Vince Mokgei stared at the picture from the surveillance ship in front of him, his eyes were full of disbelief and strong unwillingness, and with a bang, the corner of the marble tabletop was directly smashed by it. Damn! Why? A small kingdom in the West Sea would have this kind of strength. What is my hard work and forbearance over the years? Vince Mokgei suppressed the anger in his heart and roared unwillingly, and then stared at Luo Tian's back in the picture, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Wait. One day, I will let you know who is the strongest country in this world and who is the ultimate master of this sea." East China Sea, a group of red-haired pirates. The man with the sword. The man with the sword is as strong as a monster. The Navy has been all caught. Now, I'm afraid the world government is really going to be in chaos. Kingdom of Fielding. What a terrible country. The crew screamed loudly in shock, and they still couldn't believe what was happening on Moro Island. "Captain, what do you think of this Fielding Kingdom?" said Deputy Captain Beckman, holding a cigarette in his mouth, as he walked over to Shanks and said in a deep voice. Shanks stared at the back of Luo Tian departing in the picture. His face was solemn, he shook his head and sighed. "A terrible country, the naval headquarters has failed miserably this time. I'm afraid the sea is going to set off a wave of chaos again." An unknown sea. On some deserted islands, a huge building stands tall. In one of the simple conference rooms, figures sat at the conference table and looked at the picture on the light screen, their faces full of shock, and the exclamations of disbelief made the conference room noisy. The Navy was defeated. Warring states actually lost? Who is that man? He can challenge the combat power of 4 generals alone. What a terrifying strength. It seems that we have all underestimated the Kingdom of Fielding. This is an extremely terrible country. We must think of countermeasures to deal with it immediately. A figure exclaimed in disbelief or shock. "Dragon, this Fielding Kingdom may have an impact on our actions. Do we need to act?" A man with purple hair, a very large head, heavy makeup on his face, and a dress that looked neither male nor female suddenly said to the person sitting in the first place. The body of the man known as the Dragon was shrouded in a wide black robe, and the face covered by the hat on the black robe groaned solemnly, and he shook his head and said, "Let the people of the West Sea not have any contact with the Fielding Kingdom for the time being, and wait until the matter at hand is dealt with. I want to go to the West Sea to meet this Fielding Luo Tian in person." Naval Headquarters, Marin Vanda. There was silence in the large conference room. As an important battle related to the reputation of the Navy and attracting the attention of the whole world, how could the Navy headquarters not release a surveillance phone bug to follow up the details of the battle at any time? In the center of the conference room, a large, clear screen was playing the picture of Moro Island. However, looking at the picture on the screen, all the top echelons of the Navy were pale, a little paralyzed and weak, and their eyes were full of fear and disbelief. The Navy, defeated. How could it be like this? The empty man who was sitting in the first place couldn't help but turn a little pale at this time, watching all the navies in the picture, including the Admiral Warring States and the 3 Admiral candidates, being arrested. There was a roar in his head, and under the strong stimulation, his body stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a sailor pushed the door open in a panic and ran in, exclaiming to the blank with a dull face, "Report to the Marshal. World conquest is calling, and the 5 old stars are asking to talk to you." 1510 Highwan Calendar, June 28, Summer. It was a day long enough to go down in history, because on this day, something big happened that shook the whole world. The Fielding Kingdom in the West Sea and the fleet of the Navy headquarters officially started a war on Moro Island, where the capital of the Fielding Kingdom is located, and after 8 hours of fighting, the Navy headquarters was completely defeated. 10 large warships. Tens of thousands of elites of the Navy headquarters. 10 rear admirals of the Navy headquarters. 5 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. 3 alternate admirals of the Navy headquarters. A current admiral of the Navy headquarters. All of them were seized and captured by the Kingdom of Fielding. With the full operation of the world's major newspapers, the newspaper carrying this astonishing news spread like a storm throughout the world and became known to almost everyone. For a time, the world was shocked. The fame of the Kingdom of Fielding spread all over the streets, and the name of Fielding Roshan is also remembered by everyone in the world. No one dared to question the strength of the Fielding Kingdom anymore, and everyone was shocked by the terrible strength displayed by the Fielding Kingdom. Subsequently, under the solemn orders of the leaders of countless large and small forces around the world, countless intelligence officers and spies from all over the world converged on the West Sea to find out all the information about the Fielding Kingdom. And in the West Sea, where the Fielding Kingdom is located, almost all the forces and countries are almost nervous. After all, with the Fielding Kingdom's style of acting, they will attack them one day. Therefore, after a short discussion, the major forces and kingdoms of the Western Sea immediately sent envoys one by one, bringing a large amount of gold, silver, treasures and gifts to gather in the Kingdom of Fielding. The major forces of the entire sea are taking different actions because of this incident. However, the next day, another event happened that shocked the world. Most of the high-end combat power of the Navy headquarters was captured by the Fielding Kingdom, and the prestige of the Navy in the world has dropped again and again, plus the whole world knows that the combat power of the Navy headquarters is now seriously lost, so the pirates all over the world have begun to riot. In the 4 seas of the southeast, northwest, and northwest, a large number of pirates began to attack into the Great Waterway, and all over the world, pirates began to burn and loot wildly. Even in the Great Passage and the New World, a large number of pirates began to act evil, and even in the Great Passage, even a naval branch was completely defeated by the gathered pirates, and the entire naval branch was slaughtered. The whole sea suddenly fell into unprecedented chaos. The world is shaking. The Navy headquarters is shaken. By absolute order of the world government, the Navy headquarters is on the move. Countless sailors have launched a thunderous counterattack against pirates around the world. One by one, the admirals and colonels all poured out of the nest. Even the naval hero Carp and the Admiral Blackwrist Zifa, who has not appeared in front of the world for many years, these 2 world-famous powerhouses also appeared in the counterattack against the pirates. In the extremely powerful counterattack, in just 2 days, the pirates were completely defeated by the naval headquarters. It was only then that most of the pirates began to understand that even if the naval headquarters was badly damaged in the Battle of the Fielding Kingdom, it was not something that their rabble could fight. However, despite this, the Navy, whose prestige has been greatly lost, is no longer an invincible image in the minds of the pirates, and there are still many pirates who still ignore the Navy on the sea and make waves. The whole world began to become turbulent. West. Kingdom of Fielding, Moro Island. After a battle with the Navy headquarters 3 days ago, the entire island was in shambles. The ruins of collapsed houses, the craters created by the explosions, the cracks that spread across the island, and the entire island seemed to collapse and sink at any moment, except for the royal palace in the center of the town. On the coast, 10 naval warships have been driven away by the soldiers, and they are being transformed into warships of the Fielding Kingdom in the first area, and at this time, there are only 3 warships moored on the coast, and on the warships, the soldiers are excitedly talking about the battle 3 days ago, occasionally looking at the palace, and their eyes suddenly show a feverish gaze. Palace. The entire palace, except for the dark part guarding Luo Tian, was already empty long before the war with the navy. In the luxurious room, Luo Tian sat on the comfortable sofa with a calm face, while in front of him, Stanley and a thin man were bent down respectfully. The administrative operation of District 1, formerly the Kingdom of Ruth, has basically returned to normal. The mood of the people is not as fierce as before, the sense of belonging to the Kingdom of Fielding is slowly increasing, and the residents of the capital are also living well in the newly established urban area of District 1, and the praise of His Majesty is increasing every day. The second district, formerly the Kingdom of Sevis, and the third district, the former Kingdom of Costa, have also sent the internal affairs personnel of the kingdom to take over the power, and now the formation and operation have been initially restored, although most of the people's mood is a little uneasy, but this problem should be solved well over time. In addition, according to Your Majesty's wishes, the third district is temporarily taken over by the former king of the Kingdom of Costa. Himid, but just in case, we still sent relevant personnel to take over and monitor it. After the thin man finished speaking, he respectfully lowered his head and closed his mouth. As the new Minister of the Interior of the Kingdom of Fielding, he knew that the king in front of him did not like his subordinates to say superfluous words. Seeing this, Stanley, who was on the side, lowered his head and stepped forward respectfully. Your Majesty, in terms of military affairs, after integrating the Kingdom Army of the original Service Kingdom and the Costa Kingdom, we already have nearly 160,000 kingdom troops, and in terms of warships, plus the warships harvested from the fleet of the Navy headquarters, now we have 28 warships, and now they have all been evenly distributed in 1 to 3 districts to maintain the safety of the town. In addition, all the navies, including the Admiral of the Navy headquarters Sengoku, have been imprisoned by us in cells, and the handcuffs and cells made of halustone purchased at a high price, plus the adults of the Dark Department and the adults of the 11th Brigade are jointly guarded. Please rest assured that Your Majesty, there will be no chance for them to escape. After saying that, Stanley also closed his mouth and bowed his head respectfully. On the sofa, after listening to the report of the two, Luo Tian smiled faintly, and was just about to say something, when he suddenly ding. Congratulations on the host country's reputation level increase, current level, level 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for an exclusive lucky draw. Do you want to start the lottery immediately? Suddenly, a cold prompt sound sounded in Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian's heart was shocked, and he still looked at Stanley and the two with a faint smile on his face and said, "You guys are doing a good job, let's go down first. I hope that the Fielding Kingdom can resume normal operation in the shortest possible time, no matter which aspect, do you understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley and the Home Secretary nodded quickly and respectfully exited the room. The door was closed. Luo Tian took a deep breath, and smiled helplessly. It seems that the king is really not so easy to be. There are a lot of things to deal with. If you can summon some talent team in development, it will be a lot easier. But for now, let's see what prizes we can draw. Luo Tian smiled slightly in anticipation, and there was no surprise about the upgrade of the country's prestige. Although his reputation at home has not increased significantly recently, national prestige refers not only to his prestige at home, but also to the prestige of the Kingdom of Fielding in the world. With this defeat of the fleet of the Navy headquarters, the reputation of the Fielding Kingdom has long spread all over the world, and it would be strange if the prestige level was not raised. Let's start the lottery. Luo Tian took a deep breath and shook off the other thoughts in his mind. Ding. Wow. The familiar light curtain unfolded in front of him, and Luo Tian looked at the prize on the turntable with some anticipation. Divine Light Stick Tiga. Slashing Knife, Flowing Blade Like Fire. Sacred Tree. King's Treasure. Personality, One for All. Hades Clothes. Tinder Source. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Sure enough, it's still as amazing as ever. Looking at the kind of prize that could easily cause a bloody storm in this world, even if he had seen similar scenes countless times, Luo Tian still couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Ding! The exclusive lottery begins, and the lottery ends, and the host shouts to stop. With the cold system prompt, the turntable began to slowly accelerate and spin, and as the speed became faster and faster, the awards on the turntable suddenly blurred. Luo Tian didn't care either, but then, he suddenly had a whimsical thought: if he had a pair of eyes similar to the riding wheel eyes that could capture high-speed moving objects, would he be able to see the awards above, and then consciously draw anything he wanted? As soon as this idea came up, Luo Tian shook his head funny. How could a system that could give such a powerful prize allow him to take advantage of such a loophole? I'm afraid that even if he really had similar eyes, he wouldn't be able to see anything clearly. Shaking off the messy thoughts in his mind, Luo Tian looked at the extremely fast rotating turntable, silently calculated the time in his heart, and suddenly said, "Stop." Swish. The high-speed turntable stopped instantly, and the pointer pointed to the prize this time. Luo Tian suddenly looked shocked. It turned out to be. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hades Divine Clothes. Ding! The exclusive lottery is over. Next lottery, National Prestige Level 4. Wow! The light curtain in front of him dissipated instantly, and at the same time, a feeling of connection with something also surged in the depths of Luo Tian's soul. Sitting on the comfortable sofa, Luo Tian's face was indescribably weird. Hades Clothes. As if he was born with it, Luo Tian stood up from the sofa and slowly spread his hands flat. A black light flashed as if it came from the endless abyss, and a gorgeous divine robe instantly appeared on Luo Tian's body, tightly wrapping his whole body. This is a gorgeous divine robe with gold patterns on a black background, perfectly worn on Luo Tian's body, covering the black gold-rimmed kaftan on the original body, without a trace of gap, and the 3 pairs of flamboyant metal wings behind it add a bit of unusual beauty. At the same time, a faint divine power slowly emanated from Luo Tian's body. This feeling. There was no time to go to the mirror to admire the gorgeous appearance of the Hades Divine Clothes. The moment he put on the divine clothes, Luo Tian was shocked, felt the great changes in his body, and after being stunned for a moment, he quickly opened the personal panel of the system. Host, Fielding Roshan. Country, Kingdom of Fielding. Status, King. Country class, Second-rate Kingdom. National Prestige, Level 3. Subordinate Legions, Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit, Reaper Changing Wood Team. Exclusive Armament, Reincarnation Eye, Ninjutsu Scroll, 5 Elements, Hades Divine Clothes. Number of lucky draws, none. With his gaze quickly swept over the personal panel, Luo Tian directly opened the details of the Hades Divine Clothes. Name, Hades Divine Clothes. Grade, Lord God. Attribute, Death. Status, Semi-awake. Ability Introduction. Hades Divine Clothes contain a small amount of divine power. Wearing Hades Divine Clothes can obtain part of the divinity, unlimited energy, soul immortality, flying in the air, etc. The divine clothes have their own divine power, and non-divine attacks cannot cause any damage to the divine clothes. Hint: due to the host's physical mortality, the divine clothes are temporarily in a semi-awake state. What a strong attribute! Looking at the introduction of the Hades Divine Clothes, even Luo Tian, who had not changed much emotionally, couldn't help but show a shocked look on his face. It's no wonder that when he first put on the Hades Divine Vestment, he felt that he was full of strength. his spirit was unprecedentedly clear, and he didn't feel any tiredness and fatigue at all, as if he had endless energy. Even if it's a part of the divinity, can I use endless energy, and even my soul can't be destroyed? Luo Tian clenched his fists, feeling the abundant strength in his body, and muttered, his expression slightly excited. Infinite energy. In other words, as long as he wears this Hades divine clothes, he will have unlimited physical strength and energy, that is to say, the reincarnation I that has always been limited by physical strength, he can now use it at will. And what made Luo Tian even more excited was the last one introduced by the Hades divine clothes: non-divine attacks could not cause any damage to the divine clothes. Is there a god in the world of pirates? Obviously, this is not a mythical world where mythical species exist, there are no gods. In other words, in this world, as long as Luo Tian Hades was in his divine clothes, even if everyone in the world attacked him together, they would definitely not be able to hurt him in the slightest. At this moment, Luo Tian, who had always been a little timid due to his lack of strength, finally did not have any worries about life. Exhaling a breath, Luo Tian walked to the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. A gorgeous black background gold-striped divine robe perfectly covers the whole body, including the head, and 3 pairs of arrogant wings are raised behind it, with Luo Tian's face that can even be called a little handsome. If it is not for the lack of long hair, I am afraid that it is really the same as Hades, the king of Hades in the original book. Looking at this Hades divine vestment, which was extremely exaggerated in terms of appearance and attributes, Luo Tian's eyes were full of satisfaction. As soon as his mind moved, the Hades divine clothes slowly faded and disappeared on his body, but Luo Tian knew that as long as he was in need or in danger, the Hades divine clothes would be worn on him in an instant at a speed far exceeding the speed of light. Now that our own security problems have been solved, it is time to think carefully about the issue of developing countries upgrading their national level. After calming down the agitated mind, Luo Tian walked to the sofa and sat down, and began to ponder the development of the country. According to the system, if you want to upgrade from a second-rate kingdom to a first-class kingdom, it is no longer necessary to meet the requirements by conquering other countries alone, but to improve the country's comprehensive national strength, such as the country's economic level, the people's living standards, the country's military and armed forces, and so on. Thinking of this, Luo Tian suddenly felt a little headache. To put it bluntly, the current fielding kingdom can have its current existence, relying entirely on the Dark Department and the 11th team under his command, which seems to be very powerful, but if you want to talk about comprehensive national strength, I am afraid that it is not much stronger than the Costa kingdom that directly surrendered to Luo Tian. After all, the requirements of the system are 3 times the comprehensive national strength of the current national scale. And what about the current kingdom of fielding? Economic level? How could a merchant who had only now resumed administrative operations, and who had even just finished the war with the Navy headquarters not long ago, have had time to develop commerce? The standard of living of the people? The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd districts were all directly forcibly captured or surrendered by the kingdom of fielding. In this case, how good can the living standards of the people be? As for the military armed forces, excluding Luo Tian's Dark Department and the 11th team, how much strength can that group of 170,000 kingdom troops and 28 warships that have been cobbled together really exert their strength? I am afraid that the fleet led by a random rear admiral sent by the Navy headquarters can be easily destroyed. Thinking of this, the corners of Luo Tian's mouth suddenly twitched invisibly. Trouble, it seems that we need to search for some related talents. Moreover, the construction of the Ninja Academy will probably be put on the agenda sooner. Luo Tian rubbed his forehead with a headache and muttered. And just when Luo Tian was worrying about how to improve the comprehensive national strength of the fielding kingdom, an emergency meeting was also unfolding at the World Government Headquarters, which was tens of thousands of nautical miles away. Red Continent. Holy Land, Mary Joa. This is the headquarters of the world government, and it is also the place where the world's nobles and the draconians live. Behind the cloud-shrouded town, a huge castle-like building stands tall and majestic, the headquarters of the world government and the residence of the 5 elder stars, the highest rulers of the world government. In a luxurious and spacious hall, at the large conference table, the marshal of the admiral headquarters sat in one of the empty positions, and the face of the former majestic and resolute was now full of exhaustion, and in the seat next to him, sat Vice Admiral Crane of the Admiralty headquarters. Tsuru looked down at the table with his eyes down calmly, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. Kong suddenly looked straight, raised his head and turned his head to look at the crane together. I saw that on the stairs leading from the second floor to the first floor, 4 old men in black suits and a white kimono walked down. All of them were old next year, but their bodies were extremely strong, although their bodies did not exude any aura belonging to the strong, but the depths of those eyes revealed an amazing momentum. They are the supreme power holders of the world government, the 5 old stars. Seeing the 5 old stars, Sky and Crane immediately lifted their spirits, because they understood that the next conversation would be related to the future situation of the world government and the kingdom of Fielding and the outcome of the handling of this naval defeat. Under the gaze of Sara and Tsuru, the 5 old stars sat down on the seats opposite Sara and Tsuru one by one. After a few seconds of silence, one of the 5 old stars spoke. Sara, it's a big shame for your navy to lose face in the world this time. Dressed in a black suit, with white curly hair and a white beard of Peng Song, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face, Wu Laoxing quietly looked at the empty Comdeo. There was a bitter look on his empty face, and he said in a bitter voice, "This time our navy is too light on the enemy, and we rushed out without thoroughly investigating the hidden power of the Fielding Kingdom in advance, which caused the current result. No matter what, I will bear this responsibility, and after this incident, I will take the initiative to resign from the position of marshal." The crane on the side frowned invisibly, and his eyes fluctuated for a moment, but he still didn't say anything. "Since you are willing to take responsibility, then we will not ask too much about this matter, but in order to prevent the lack of combat resources, you resign and come to the world government. There is a position suitable for you." Dressed in a crimson suit, with blonde hair and a golden beard, and an open collar revealing a scar on his chest, the 5 old stars looked at the sky lightly and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Kong's expression was slightly stunned, and his eyes flickered, as if he understood something, but then hesitated, sighed in his heart, and nodded. "Okay, now that everything that needs to be said has been said, let's talk about how to deal with the kingdom of Fielding." Wearing a white kimono, holding an unknown famous sword, and wearing glasses, the bald 5 old stars said expressionlessly. As soon as the words Fielding Kingdom came out, the atmosphere in the audience suddenly became solemn. We've also read the information from the Navy headquarters. The white-haired curly-haired 5 old stars, who were the first to speak, spoke again, frowned and said, "A ninja assassination tactical unit that has a mortal threat to the Devil Fruit ability, the strength is not inferior to the Minister of the General, plus the mysterious swordsman unit that suddenly appeared in this battle, among which the swordsman who is suspected to be the leader of the team, has stopped the 4 general-level combat power with 1 enemy and 4, since the Fielding Kingdom has this strength, from the perspective of threat alone, it is not inferior to a 4 emperors at all. A 4 emperor level force can be hidden until now and exposed. This Fielding Luo Tian is not a simple character, and there doesn't seem to be any mention of his own strength in the report. The question of the strength of Fielding Roshan is not very clear even now in our navy." Sara shook his head and sighed helplessly. In the long time since he appeared in front of the public, the only time he made a move was to summon 2 powerful creatures that were not afraid of cannonballs and killed a naval branch colonel with an unknown ability with a wave of his hand, and in addition, only the ninja assassination tactical unit was secretly cultivated by him. This information can be used as a reference. To be able to cultivate such a powerful force, and to make them willing to obey orders. This kind of person cannot be a mediocre person. The last bald-headed 5 old stars wearing dark green suits and beards said in a deep voice. With a force comparable to the 4 emperors, coupled with a behind-the-scenes mastermind whose strength is unknown, it is indeed difficult to deal with the current navy alone, but they have to deal with it. After all, most of the high-end combat power of the navy is now in their hands. The golden-haired and bearded 5 old stars said with a deep frown. Neither Sara nor Chizuru spoke. They both knew that the main decision object of this meeting was still the 5 old stars, and their task was not to come over to supplement the content of the meeting, and then go down to implement the final decision of the 5 old stars. If we send troops from the world government and cooperate with the current strength of the navy, is it possible to solve the Fielding Kingdom? Hearing this, Kong was silent for a moment, and then said in a deep voice, "To be honest, our navy always thinks that the troops sent out are enough to solve Fielding, but every time we send enough combat power to solve them, they show stronger strength, and I can't easily assert it without confirming how much the true strength of the Fielding Kingdom is." "Humph, don't you dare to assert it lightly, Sara. Could it be that a Fielding Kingdom has already smoothed out your sharpness?" The swordsman Wu Laoxing, who was wearing a kimono, snorted coldly. Hearing this, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he sighed a little decadently and didn't say it. In fact, it is true that as the 5 old swordsmen said, in the shock that the kingdom of Fielding brought him again and again, he has gradually become a little frightened by this seemingly bottomless country. Especially this time, a large number of high-end combat forces of the navy, including the warring states, have never returned, which makes him feel extremely guilty and unwilling. Maybe the 5 old stars can't understand Sara's thoughts, but for the Fielding Kingdom, Sara no longer dares to underestimate it casually. I agree with the idea of emptiness. At this time, Chizuru, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. The 5 old stars and the sky all looked at the crane at once. The crane looked quietly at the gaze of the 5 old stars and the sky, and said calmly, "There are 3 reasons. First, if our navy goes out to war with the Fielding Kingdom again this time, the pirates on the sea will no longer have any concern, and even the emperors of the New World will probably carry out some kind of action because of this, and at that time, whether we can defeat the Fielding Kingdom or not, the status of the navy will not be guaranteed, and there is even the possibility of affecting the dominance of the world government." Hearing this, the 5 old stars and Kong's expression suddenly changed slightly, and they reacted suddenly. Crane ignored the change in the expressions of the 5 old stars and the sky, and continued to say calmly, "Second, including the warring states, nearly half of the high-end combat power of the navy has fallen into the hands of the Fielding Kingdom. If we go to war with the Fielding Kingdom again, in order to weaken our combat effectiveness, they will definitely not hesitate to execute all the navy. This kind of loss, can the navy, or the world government accept it?" Kong's expression suddenly tightened. If the warring states and others were really all killed, then the navy. The expressions of the 5 old stars were also a little ugly, and after listening to Crane's analysis, they suddenly reacted, and they seemed to underestimate the Fielding Kingdom a little. Third. Crane continued to speak, but when it came to the third point, her expression suddenly became a little solemn, and she said in a deep voice, "This is also the point where the most unsuitable point to start a war with the Kingdom of Fielding. Among the fleets that went to Moro Island to fight with the Kingdom of Fielding, there was a naval colonel on my ship, and before the defeat of the navy, she sent me a message." "What's the news?" Sara looked at the crane in disbelief, completely unaware of such a thing, and the attention of the 5 old stars was completely attracted. "The unit that suddenly appeared on Moro Island is called Team 11. Chizuru took a deep breath, and said something with a solemn face that made the faces of Kong and the 5 old stars change dramatically at the same time. "There are still 12 such troops in the Kingdom of Fielding." "What?" Kong and the 5 old stars, their expressions were suddenly shocked. In the luxurious and spacious hall, an emergency meeting on how to deal with the kingdom of Fielding has ended. The result of the meeting, due to Tsuru's sudden astonishing words, has been completely changed, and the final decision is, temporarily stop all war operations with the Fielding kingdom. The world government will send an invitation. Invite the king of the Fielding kingdom, Fielding Roshan, to the Holy Land Marijoya to discuss the peaceful coexistence of the two sides. At the conference table, Tsuru and Sara had already left, leaving only the 5 old stars with different expressions. 13 Guardian Team. Is such an organization really in the kingdom of Fielding? The atmosphere was silent for a while, and the bearded 5 old stars with white curly hair whispered with a somewhat solemn expression. The other 5 old stars also looked complicated and dignified, but more of them were incredulous. After all, the news that Tsuru said was too shocking. The mysterious and powerful force that suddenly appeared on Waimaro Island and defeated the Navy turned out to be only one of the 13 teams of the court guard? Thinking of this, even the 5 old stars couldn't help but feel a little creepy. If this is true, then this Guardian 13 team definitely has the power to destroy the world government. Is it true? Wait to see this Fielding Luo Tian and try his strength. The 8 character Hu Wu Lao Xin calmly analyzed, if this organization really exists, then as their controller, Fielding Lucian must have enough strength to control them. If this Fielding Lucian is very weak, then kill him directly, the swordsman 5 old stars suddenly said coldly. The other 5 old stars did not refute, although they had decided to stop the war when they had a meeting with Sara and Crane before. It did not mean that they were willing to give up the opportunity to solve the Fielding kingdom. They will never allow an unexpected factor in the world that is so out of their control. But, even if we send out an invitation, will Fielding Law really come? Suddenly, the 5 old stars, with their long straight white hair and beard, frowned. The expressions of the other 5 old stars suddenly changed slightly, and they also frowned. Yes, will Fielding Law really be invited? As we all know, the Holy Land Marijoy is the headquarters of the world government, and it is also the place where the world nobles and Tianlong people live, and there are hidden masters of the world government, especially now that the world government can be said to be in a hostile state with the Fielding kingdom. In this case, will Fielding Law really be stupid enough to go deep into the enemy? Then give him a big enough temptation. The blonde-haired and golden-bearded 5 old stars suddenly said in a condensed voice, we noted in the invitation letter that among the matters that we invited to Marijoya to discuss this time, including the issue of the world government officially recognizing the independent status of the Fielding kingdom to the world. What? The other 5 old stars were stunned for a moment, and the 5 old swordsmen said in a cold voice, recognize the independent status of the Fielding kingdom? This is impossible. Do you want Fielding Luo Tian to become the 5th 4 emperors? No, it might work. The bearded 5 old stars with white curly hair seemed to understand something, and calmly analyzed, the Fielding kingdom has begun to conquer one country after another since it showed its fangs, and it has a resolute attitude towards the navy to the end, even until it caused the recent war. It is not for nothing. I guess that all this is very likely to be Fielding Luo Tian planned, after secretly accumulating enough strength, deliberately attracted our attention, and then captured a large number of high-end naval combat power in the battle with the navy, just to gain bargaining chips in the negotiations with us later, and Fielding Luo Tian's goal at the beginning is very likely to be national independence. The words of the bearded 5 old stars suddenly made the eyes of the other 5 old stars light up, and the fog in front of them suddenly opened. Oh, yes. If this is not the reason, why hasn't the kingdom of Fielding bared its fangs until now? If this is not the reason, why is it that in the face of the upcoming naval forces, the kingdom of Fielding is still frantically attacking other countries? If it weren't for wanting to keep the bargaining chips and negotiate with the world government, why would Fielding Luo Tian capture the warring states and other naval forces alive? The more they thought about it, the more they realized in their hearts, the eyes of the 5 old stars became brighter and brighter, and they felt that they had seen through Luo Tian's plan. If this is the case, Fielding Rushan will definitely not be able to refuse this condition. Even if he knows that there is a risk, he will definitely be invited to marry Joy. The 8-character Hu Old Star showed a smile on his face as if he had a chance to win. Then, we can test the strength of Fielding Rushan, so as to test whether the 13th team of the court really exists. If it is true, then temporarily stop the war against the Fielding Kingdom, let him become independent, and then we will slowly and secretly investigate the true strength of the Fielding Kingdom, and when everything in the Fielding Kingdom is revealed in front of us, it is not too difficult to solve the Fielding Kingdom, with our ability. And if Fielding Luo Tian's strength is very weak, then the assumption of the 13th team of the Guardian Court will be self-defeating, and we will be able to, at that time, kill him directly at Mary Joy. Hearing this, the other 4-5 old stars immediately nodded, with a slight smile on their faces. So, let's get in touch with the Kingdom of Fielding. The bearded 5 old stars with white curly hair said lightly. The 5 of them stood up and slowly walked out of the hall. It's just that the 5 old stars don't know that their ideas were wrong from the beginning, and the price of being wrong. 10 days have passed before the Fielding Kingdom and the Navy are in war. In 10 days, although the impact of the incident was not completely eliminated, it did not have the sensation at that time, and at most it became a topic of discussion for many people in the time after tea and dinner. However, the reputation of the Kingdom of Fielding has completely spread throughout the world, and everyone knows that there is such an extremely terrifying country. At the same time, under the strong tactics of the Navy, the pirates also began to settle down, and everything seemed to be slowly returning to calm. It's just that everyone understands that the Navy is defeated, and next, it will be the turn of the world government to act. In the West Sea, Luo Tian did not change in the unexpected world. 3 days ago, Luo Tian had already arrived at the Royal Palace in District 1 from Moro Island, which was in ruins. Subsequently, in order to raise the national level, under the order of Luo Tian, the Kingdom of Fielding was gradually beginning to develop steadily. Restore the role of various state institutions, find ways to add a sense of belonging to the Kingdom of Fielding in Zones 1, 2, and 3, and the construction of a ninja school. Everything needs to be seen and decided by Luo Tianlai. At this moment, Luo Tian thoroughly realized how difficult it is to be in charge of a country. Your Majesty, the Kingdom of Lubids has sent an emissary asking to meet with you. In the palace, in a luxurious room, Luo Tianzheng looked at the copywriting on the table with a little headache about various implementation plans. Suddenly, Stanley walked in and said respectfully, "The Kingdom of Rubid." Luo Tian rubbed his forehead, put down the documents in his hand, waved his hand and said lightly, "You don't need to inform me about these things in the future, you can watch and deal with it yourself." "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley immediately understood what Luo Tian meant, didn't dare to ask more, and bowed his head respectfully and exited the room. Watching Stanley leave, Luo Tian looked at the copywriting on the table that needed him to pass it, sighed, picked up one and looked at it. "Looks like we're going to have to ask Stanley to find someone to take care of the copywriting." Luo Tian sighed and muttered, but he knew in his heart that it was really difficult to find someone who could review these copywritings. Because these documents are about the policies to be implemented in the Kingdom of Fielding, they are all about the construction of ninja schools, and it is difficult for anyone to know how to correct them except himself. Night falls. District 1, in the bustling town, the lights are dim, and the crowds of people come and go. As the first kingdom of Ruth to fall to the Kingdom of Fielding, these inhabitants have been living as nationals of the Kingdom of Fielding for some time. From the initial trepidation to the current habituality, they have completely liked the feeling of being a citizen of the Kingdom of Fielding. Because the town is so peaceful. Under the orders of His Majesty Fielding Lawn, all pirates who enter the Kingdom of Fielding must go to a specific place to rank, pay the entrance fee, hand over all armed equipment, and do not do anything to harm the people in the territory of the Fielding Kingdom, otherwise they will be punished or even executed by the Kingdom of Fielding. Most of the pirates were taken in the current reputation of the Fielding Kingdom and obeyed the rules of the Fielding Kingdom, but there were also a small number of pirates who completely ignored this rule and entered the Fielding Kingdom. However, when an unregistered group of pirates finished their overlord meal at a restaurant in the Fielding Kingdom, and then was burned to ashes by a shadow minister, all the pirates were immediately separated. It is precisely because of this that the Kingdom of Fielding has now become the most stable country in the entire Western Sea and even in the world, and no pirates dare to make trouble. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the towns of the Kingdom of Fielding were still brightly lit. In front of the royal palace in the center of the town, a figure shrouded in black robes stood in a dark corner, looking at the palace with eyes hidden in the darkness, flashing an inexplicable light. "Is the king of the Kingdom of Fielding there?" A magnetic girl's voice sounded from under the black robe, and a pair of shining eyes stared at the palace for a moment. She looked away, ready to turn away. However, just as she was about to turn around, a kunao emitting a cold light stretched out from behind her and quietly stuck to her neck, and a dark part appeared behind her like a ghost, and said coldly, "Don't move, otherwise I will kill you." The figure under the black robe suddenly shook violently. Here are the main entrances. Kingdom of Fielding. Fielding Lotion. These are the two names Nicole Robin has heard the most in people's mouths in the past month. 10 days ago, after the defeat of the Navy headquarters in the battle with the Kingdom of Fielding, all the navies, including Admiral Sengoku, were captured alive, and related reports swept the entire sea, shocking the whole world. For Nicole Robin, this incident also shocked her. The navy that ruined her hometown, ruined everything she had, and even the terrible man who used ice and magma, actually lost. At this moment, Robin, who had always been like ashes and spent every day in a daze, suddenly had a complicated feeling and a strong desire to go to the Kingdom of Fielding. Without much hesitation, leaving a small group of pirates in the West Sea who was currently hiding, Robin came to the Kingdom of Fielding. Later, she saw how the Kingdom of Fielding differed from other kingdoms. From the time he entered the country, and from the occasional chatter of the residents, Robin could feel the reverence of the inhabitants for Fielding Roshan, the king of the Kingdom of Fielding. And because of the Fielding Kingdom's tough attitude towards pirates, the Fielding Kingdom is unexpectedly quiet. Even if there are occasional pirates, they just keep to themselves and never dare to make trouble. In particular, Robin also discovered an incredible thing. That is, there is no navy in this country. Finally, through the mouths of ordinary residents, Robin learned the reason. Since the original citizens of the Fielding Kingdom hated the navy, under the order of Fielding Lucian, no navy was allowed to set foot in the territory of the Fielding Kingdom. This made Robin feel strange. Such a powerful country without a navy seemed to be a good place for her now. With this thought, he wandered around the first district of the Fielding Kingdom until the evening, and finally came to the palace. Fielding Roshan. Is it right here? Standing in a shadow, Robin, dressed in a wide black robe, looked up at the golden palace and said in an inexplicable tone. Then, look away and turn away. She had decided to stay in a country without a navy for the time being. However, just as she was about to turn around, a handful of cold kunao was directly attached to her white neck, and at the same time, a dark figure also appeared behind her, and said coldly, "Don't move." Robin's body under the black robe trembled, feeling the undisguised killing intent, and sighed helplessly. "It is worthy of the famous Dark Department. Has you been eyeing me since you entered the Fielding Kingdom? To be honest, I don't want to make trouble in the Fielding Kingdom. Mr. Shadows, can you let me go first?" There was no sound of the dark part answering behind him, and just when Robin thought that the other party was going to arrest him, the dark part suddenly took the kunao away. Robin was stunned for a moment, and turned around strangely to look at the shadows. "Your Majesty's order, you can stay in the Fielding Kingdom?" The Dark Department suddenly said coldly, "As long as you don't make trouble in the country, no matter if you are the son of the devil or someone, no one will go to you for trouble, but if you have any bad thoughts in the country, our dark department will deal with you at any time, and in addition, without His Majesty's permission, it is best not to think about approaching the palace." After saying that, the dark part disappeared in place with a swish, leaving only Robin, who was a little stunned in place. In the palace, Luo Tian was conducting daily training in the training room. Even with the Hades divine clothes, he still won't relax in training. After all, only his own strength is really strong. After exercising, taking a shower and changing into a nightgown, Luo Tian returned to the bedroom and sat on the sofa. Seeing this, the little maid on the side hurriedly stepped forward and gently pressed Luo Tian's shoulder. Swish! A shadow appeared in front of Luo Tian in an instant, half kneeling on the ground, and said, "Your Majesty, I have already contacted Nico Robin according to your intentions. She seems to have the intention of staying in the country. In addition, this is her relevant information." The Shadow Department handed over a document in both hands. Luo Tian took the document and read it, and after 3 minutes, he closed the document and threw it aside, chuckling, "Do you want to settle here to avoid the navy?" However, it would be a pity that the only person who can decipher historical texts right now is wasted. The corners of his mouth hooked up a trace of inexplicable arc. Luo Tian looked at the dark part and said lightly, "Don't worry about her for the time being, just send someone to pay attention to her whereabouts." "Yes, Your Majesty," the dark part said respectfully, and then disappeared in an instant. Soon, another 2 days passed. Everything in the Fielding Kingdom has begun to develop steadily, and the Ninja Academy, which is also being prepared for construction under Luo Tian's orders, has not started construction because Luo Tian feels that there is still something missing. That is, the capital of the Kingdom of Fielding. As the original capital of the Kingdom of Fielding, Moro Island has been completely reduced to ruins in the battle 12 days ago, and it may sink directly one day in the future. The Kingdom of Fielding is now a well-known country in the whole world, not to mention, Luo Tian wants to develop it into a bigger country or even an empire. If there is not even a decent national capital, can it still be regarded as a complete country? An extremely important institution like the Ninja Academy must have been built in the national capital, allowing Luo Tian to keep track of any of his movements at any time. Therefore, Luo Tian began to choose the grounds suitable for the future capital of the Fielding Kingdom. As for the method of selection, Your Majesty, the largest country in the capital of the West Sea is here. Stanley presented a document respectfully to Luo Tian. "Well, let's go down," Luo Tian said lightly, and Stanley immediately retreated respectfully. Opening the file on the table, Luo Tian slowly looked at it. The Nale Kingdom, the area is good, but the architectural style seems to be a bit. The Kingdom of Caries is a bit small. Luo Tian swept through the information of one kingdom after another and the photos of their capitals on the document, and suddenly, his eyes were fixed on a photo of an architectural building in the ancient style of the East. "It's a good place to." Luo Tian stared at this architectural style that seemed to be the ancient times of the earth. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he looked at the details below. "The Land of Flowers, the strongest kingdom in the Western Sea." The strongest kingdom. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth raised, and he chuckled, "Since this is the case, then it is up to you to decide." Closing the document, Luo Tian planned to convey the order. Suddenly, Stanley, who had just left, ran over and said to Luo Tian respectfully, "Your Majesty, news has come from the Kingdom Army stationed at the border that a world government ship has requested entry, saying that there is an invitation letter from the world government to be handed over to you." Invitation. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth suddenly showed a hint of an inexplicable smile. Is the world government finally going to take action? But invitations. Do you want to invite me to the world government to negotiate an armistice, or do you want to save the Sengoku and other navies? It's a good idea, but unfortunately, I'm not interested in. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Luo Tian's mouth, and then he said lightly to Stanley, don't pay attention to them. If the world government ship wants to forcibly enter the border, don't spare your hand, just sink them. Yes, Your Majesty. Stanley suddenly felt a little hot all over his body. Sure enough, it is worthy of Your Majesty. Even if the other party is the world government, will it be ruthless? The kingdom of Fielding is subordinate to a district, a border sea. On the sea, a world government ship was moored on the sea, and less than 500 meters on the opposite side, all the guns of the 3 warships of the kingdom of Fielding were pointed directly at the ships of the world government. On the deck, Spandane, dressed in a black and grey striped suit, had an extremely ugly face, and was even trembling with anger. It's so arrogant. It's so arrogant. As the head of CP9, the secret agency directly under the world government, Spandine never imagined that one day the world government would be treated like this by a country. Don't say anything about them with an attitude that you will fire at any time, and you can't even enter the other party's border. If it weren't for the fact that the kingdom of Fielding had extremely terrifying strength, Spandane would have sent the navy over with a fleet long ago. After waiting for nearly half an hour, looking at the warship of the Fielding kingdom on the opposite side, which still did not move, Spandane's face had begun to distort a little because he was too angry, and he couldn't help but scold angrily, "What's the matter?" "Report to the Sir." There is no reply from the kingdom of Fielding. A government officer trotted over. Spandane's face suddenly became even more ugly, staring angrily at the warship of the Fielding kingdom, resisting the urge to force his way over, and walked into the cabin with a cold snort. 10 minutes later, Spandane walked out with an ugly face and ordered, "Back to Maryjoy." The holy land of Maryjoy, in a luxurious room. "What's the matter?" Fielding Luo Tian didn't accept the invitation, said the blonde-haired and bearded 5th Old Star, frowning. No, according to the news from Spandane, they didn't have a chance to enter the realm of the Fielding kingdom at all, and they didn't even see Fielding Roshan's face. The 5 Old Stars with the 8-character beard said in a deep voice. Humph. Forbidding navy and government personnel to step into the country, this Fielding Luo Tian is even more arrogant than the 4 emperors. The swordsman 5 Old Stars snorted coldly. But he does have the ability to be arrogant. The 5 Old Stars, who had long white straight hair and a long beard, said lightly. Let the CP9 people send it directly. At this time, the bearded 5 Old Stars, who had not spoken all this time, spoke, and he said with a calm face, whether it is for the warring states or to test the strength of Fielding Luo Tian, the invitation must be delivered to him, otherwise everything will be impossible. Hearing this, the other 5 Old Stars glanced at each other and were silent. Palace. In the bedroom, Luo Tian sat on the comfortable sofa, not paying attention to the world government's release of the invitation, but closed his eyes and thought about the development of the country. After a period of stable adjustment, the 3 major fetches under the kingdom of Fielding have almost resumed normal operation, and the inhabitants have also begun to return to normal life, except that the country to which they belong has changed. It seems to be no different from before. No, there are still differences. Everyone found that in the territory of the Fielding kingdom, whether it was pirates or other unknown elements, it seemed to be very peaceful, compared to the situation where pirates made trouble from time to time in the past. This place was simply a paradise, so that, due to the fall of the country, the residents who were a little worried about the future gradually began to accept the fact that they were already nationals of the Fielding kingdom, and are slowly integrating into this role. At the same time, thanks to the strong methods and strong national strength of the Fielding kingdom against the pirates, merchants gradually began to enter the Fielding kingdom to start commercial activities, and as these merchants found that there was no need to worry about security when doing business in the Fielding kingdom, more businessmen also began to tentatively come to the Fielding kingdom, and even, there were many admiring travelers who came to the Fielding kingdom with a curious attitude. All of a sudden, the average economic level of the entire country began to rise. There should be no need to worry too much about economic problems, as long as the Kingdom of Fielding can ensure absolute tranquility within its borders. There will be more and more merchants and travelers coming here, and the overall economic level of the country will also improve, and the economy will improve, and the living standards of the people will naturally improve. This is only a matter of time. The main problem now is to open a ninja academy and improve the overall military strength of the country. After all, those kingdom armies are too weak now. As for the ninja loyalty cultivated by the ninja academy, as White Fang said, since they can't maintain absolute loyalty, then just use the tongue vortex eradication seal to bind their lives. Luo Tian pondered secretly, slowly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised a slight arc. He suddenly felt that maybe it was not so difficult to triple the comprehensive national strength, and all he needed was some time. And if it is fueled by certain factors, it may take a short time. Then, the new national capital will have to be decided quickly. Go and call Stanley. Luo Tian said suddenly. Yes, Your Majesty. The voice of the shadows sounded out of nowhere, and then returned to calm. Half an hour later, an announcement was issued from the Kingdom of Fielding. The Kingdom of Fielding declares war on the Land of Flowers, and within a day, the Kingdom of Flowers must make a choice, surrender or destruction. As soon as this announcement came out, the entire West Sea suddenly shook, and even in other seas outside the world, many forces paid attention to it. After all, the current Fielding Kingdom is not the small kingdom it used to be, although there are no forces in the outside world that have officially recognized the status of the Fielding Kingdom, but everyone understands it. The Kingdom of Fielding is now the overlord of the Western Sea. A terrifying force that is even enough to resist the 4 emperors of the New Vision realm. And now, this terrible force suddenly issued such an announcement, and all the forces in the entire West Sea were suddenly panicked. Everyone knows that the Kingdom of Fielding is an extremely aggressive country, and from the very beginning it has shown its ambitions, and has continued to conquer other powers and countries one after another. Now that even the navy has been defeated, there are almost no forces in the West Sea that dream of resisting the behemoth of the Fielding Kingdom. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this behemoth is going to start ruling the entire Western Sea and become the real overlord of the Western Sea? Most of the forces in the entire world were attracted by an announcement from the Kingdom of Fielding, while at the same time, the country of Flowers, which was the center of the incident, was in a state of panic. The Land of Flowers. This powerful country in the center of the Western Sea has an island far larger than the territory of the Kingdom of Fielding as its capital, and around this island, there are several small islands, on which are also subordinate towns belonging to the country of Flowers. The territory area far exceeds that of ordinary countries, and the huge towns and people flow all show the strength of this country. However, with the announcement of the Fielding Kingdom, this powerful country suddenly fell into boundless panic at this moment. The inhabitants were in a panic, and merchants, travelers, and even pirates began to leave the place one by one. Unlike the previous unanimous disfavor of the Kingdom of Fielding, in the eyes of everyone now, this time it can only be the country of Flowers, and it is a fiasco without any doubt. Even the Admiral Sara, who learned of this, could only give an order with a gloomy face to evacuate all the naval divisions stationed in the territory of Hanano-kuni. At this moment, the terrifying influence of the Fielding Kingdom was suddenly clear. Just one announcement plunged the other country into chaos, a large number of merchants and travelers fled, and even the navy could only temporarily avoid the itch. The Land of Flowers. In the classical royal palace full of celestial winds, the usual tranquility has been lost at this time. Panicked figures are running around, and in the main hall where the king stays, there is even more chaos. Your Majesty is in a bad situation. Just 10 minutes ago, the 121st branch of the navy has all withdrawn from the country of Flowers. Your Majesty, the number of domestic consortia and tourists is rapidly decreasing, and the people are in a panic. The scene is almost out of control. Report. The Lubbles have stopped selling arms and ammunition to us. One bad news after another was reported one after another, and in the hall that was also full of classical style, a famous minister and nobles were suddenly shocked and panicked. Your Majesty. Let's surrender. The situation in the Fielding Kingdom's rule over the West Sea is unstoppable. We don't need to let our soldiers die in vain. Yes, not to mention the mysterious force that defeated the navy, even the shadows we can't deal with. Your Majesty, for the sake of the safety of the people, let's contact the Fielding Kingdom to surrender. One by one, the ministers and nobles looked at the king, who was sitting high, and said in a panicked manner. On the throne, Abahan, the king of the country of flowers, was silent, and his obscene face, which had not been slow and unhurried before, was extremely ugly at this time. He never imagined that as the strongest country in the Western Sea, one day he would face such a desperate situation. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also understood that the truth was indeed what these ministers and nobles said. Once they decided to start a war with the Fielding Kingdom, with the strength shown by the Fielding Kingdom alone, they didn't even need to send that mysterious army. As long as they dispatched the Shadow Department and the Kingdom Army, they basically had no chance of winning in the Kingdom of Flowers. After all, with a single white tooth, no one can stop the entire country of flowers. The failure of the country of flowers is inevitable. The panicked persuasions of the ministers continued to sound in his ears, and looking at the chaotic hall, Abahan's face gradually changed from ugly to struggling and hesitation, and then began to slowly become a little pale and trembling. Until the end, as if something had been decided, some weakness collapsed on the throne, and the whole person seemed to be a teenager old, and a hoarse voice sounded in the hall. Contact the Kingdom of Fielding, the land of flowers. Willing to surrender. Soon after, a shocking news came from the country of flowers. The country of flowers, willing to surrender to the Kingdom of Fielding. As soon as this news came out, the entire Zihai was suddenly shocked. Once the strongest country in the Western Sea, it announced its surrender and submission because of an announcement from the Kingdom of Fielding. At this moment, not only the West Sea was shaken, but even the other big forces who were concerned about this matter couldn't help but be secretly frightened one by one. With fame alone, bring the Kingdom of the Sea to its knees. This is already a realm that only the 4 emperors can reach. Could it be that the Kingdom of Fielding is really going to start ruling the West Sea and really become the overlord of the West Sea that is enough to compete with the 4 emperors? Not only the outside world thinks so, but even the kingdoms and other forces in the West Sea think so one by one. After all, the current Fielding Kingdom has been completely opposed to the world government. If there is no large enough territory and power, how can it compete with the world government? At this moment, all the forces in the West Sea couldn't help but feel a deep sense of crisis, and they knew that if they continued like this, what awaited them would only be the conclusion that they would be ruled by the Fielding Kingdom. As a result, secretly, many national forces began to send personnel to start their own contacts and discussions. Your Majesty, the Land of Flowers has declared its willingness to submit to us. Fielding Kingdom, Stanley, who received the news, hurried to Luo Tian and said respectfully. Hearing this, Luo Tian didn't have any surprised look on his face. With the current strength of the Fielding Kingdom, it is normal for the flower country to choose to surrender, but even if the flower country chooses to resist, what if he doesn't even need to dispatch the kingdom fleet with great fanfare, and it is enough to destroy the entire flower country by directly letting the wood sword 8 go? Then, let's act according to the original plan. Luo Tian said lightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Stanley nodded respectfully, then stepped out. Not long after, a fleet led by Stanley sailed out of the harbor and headed for the Land of Flowers. Their mission is to take over the power of the flower country, and at the same time carry out a series of actions to make the flower country the new capital of the Fielding Kingdom. 3 days later, all the renovation work was completed, and the country of flowers was officially renamed Fielding Island, becoming the new capital of the Fielding Kingdom. On the fourth day, under Luo Tian's order, all the citizens of the former kingdom of Fielding, who temporarily lived in District 1, began to move to the new capital to settle down. And on the fifth day, Luo Tian also officially came to Fielding Island. Walking in the corridor of the palace full of classical style, along the way, a maid and guard of the country of flowers looked at Luo Tian, and their eyes were full of awe and uneasiness. "How's the location of the ninja academy?" While looking at the architectural style that made him extremely comfortable, Luo Tian said with a faint smile on his face. Behind Luo Tian, followed by Stanley, he hurriedly said, "There is a very small desert island within a sea-mile west of Fielding Island. After our investigation, it is very suitable for transforming into a ninja academy, and now we can start building it just by waiting for your Majesty's order." "Very good, wait for the order to go down and complete the ninja academy as quickly as possible," Luo Tian said lightly. "Yes, your Majesty," Stanley said respectfully. "Another?" Luo Tian glanced at the guards and maids who occasionally stood respectfully in the aisle, and said lightly, "Let people withdraw, all the maids and guards. No one in the palace is allowed to enter or leave without my order." "Yes, your Majesty." Stanley nodded respectfully again. Night falls. In the palace, in a room that was not unlike the room in the ancient era, Luo Tian leaned back on the sofa and pretended to sleep. Suddenly, not far in front of Luo Tian, a door to the air suddenly opened strangely, revealing a strange dark green space inside, and a strong figure inside. "Su." A thin black shadow was thrown out by the sturdy figure, and it swirled towards Luo Tian and shot away. Then, without hesitation, the door of air was ready to close. However, "Su! Su!" White Fang and a shadow shot out from the unknown shadows, and the shadows instantly caught the object thrown at Luo Tian, and White Fang rushed into the dark green space of the door before it could close. Immediately after, there was a muffled sound of bang, and the sturdy figure flew out of the air door that had not had time to close, and fell to the ground fiercely. Then, the figure of White Fang flew out of the air portal, and a short knife was directly placed on the neck of the strong figure. At the same time, the strange door in the air also retreated and closed. It all happened in less than 3 seconds. And until this time, Luo Tian, who was pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the sturdy figure who was pressed to the ground by white teeth. With a black suit, a sturdy body, and a hairstyle like horns, this is a man who looks to be in his 20s. At this time, his face was full of disbelief when he was held by the white-tooth knife, and he looked up at Luo Tian, who was looking at him indifferently, and a trace of cold sweat began to flow from his forehead. "World Government CP9 people," Luo Tian said lightly as he looked at the sturdy man. "You? How do you know?" The stout man swallowed his saliva and looked at Luo Tian nervously. He. Luo Tian smiled faintly. In fact, when he saw the person who had the ability to open the door in the air, he had already recognized the identity of the other party. CP9 member, Door Fruit ability, Bruno. "Your Majesty, this is a letter." At this time, the dark part that caught what Bruno threw handed a white envelope to Luo Tian. "Deliver a letter." Luo Tian glanced at the nervous Bruno, opened the envelope, took out the letter, and looked at the letter inside. However, just looking at it like this, Luo Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "Because this letter is an invitation from the world government." Invitation from the world government. Looking at the invitation in his hand, Luo Tian's expression was flat, and his eyes were thoughtful. If he remembered correctly, the envoy of the world government, which he ignored 5 days ago and was unable to even enter the realm of the kingdom of Fielding, seemed to be trying to convey this invitation to him. However, after being completely ignored by Luo Tian in an almost humiliating manner, the world government not only did not have any anger, but instead sent a CP9 personnel directly to the palace again, knowing the true strength of the Fielding Kingdom. What is it about this invitation that makes the world government so important? Even let the world government not hesitate to give up a CP9 elite to send it to Luo Tian? Oh, that's interesting. Luo Tian smiled faintly and looked at the content of the invitation with interest. 5 minutes later, after reading the invitation, the smile on Luo Tian's face suddenly became even worse. In the invitation letter, it is clearly stated that the 5 old stars, the supreme ruler of the world government, officially sent an invitation to the king of the Fielding Kingdom, Fielding Luo Tian, hoping that Luo Tian can go to the Holy Land Marijoya to discuss the peaceful coexistence of the two sides, and also faintly pointed out that these discussion issues also include the world government's recognition of the independent status of the Fielding Kingdom. I see, the constant invasion of other countries, the confrontation with the navy, so that the world government mistakenly thinks that I want independence, and uses the official recognition of the status of the Fielding Kingdom to the world as a bait, and wants to lure me over? So, what after I pass? Negotiate for me to release those navies? Or just kill me on the spot? The corners of Luo Tian's mouth raised, and he said with an inexplicable smile. Bruno, who was controlled by the white hair, heard this, and looked at Luo Tian's gaze for a long time, and a trace of panic flashed. Hurriedly explained, no, our world government definitely doesn't mean that, we really seek consultation with an attitude of peaceful coexistence. Peaceful coexistence. Luo Tian glanced at Bruno indifferently, and the indifference revealed in his eyes made Bruno shiver, such a terrible look. Take him down and lock him up with the navy. Luo Tian suddenly said lightly. Yes, Your Majesty. White Fang nodded, and then left the room with another shadow to directly press Bruno, who didn't dare to resist. The room fell silent. Luo Tian's fingers gently rubbed the invitation in his hand and threw it aside, but suddenly, Luo Tian raised his eyebrows, and a thought flashed in his mind. To be honest, the reason why Luo Tian did not directly kill the navy, including the warring states, was indeed for some purpose, but it was not as the 5 old stars thought, in order to use it as a bargaining chip to negotiate with them. Let the world government officially recognize the status of the Kingdom of Fielding. Oh, it's not necessary at all. For Luo Tian, there is only one important thing, that is, to raise the level of the country and summon more legions. Only with these legions, what about the world government? If you get in the way, you can destroy it. But now, feeling from the invitation letter, the world government's eagerness to save the warring states and others, Luo Tian suddenly had a new idea, an idea that could make these navies play a greater role. An inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Luo Tian chuckled, inform Stanley and let him reply to the world government, just say that I, Fielding Luo Tian, agree to accept their invitation. Yes, Your Majesty. The respectful voice of the shadows rang out from an unknown place, and the room returned to calm. The next day, in the palace, Luo Tian finished his workout every morning, took a shower, changed his clothes, and returned to his bedroom. Your Majesty. As soon as Luo Tian returned to the bedroom, it was obvious that Stanley, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, the fleet is ready, we can set off at any time. Fleet? Luo Tian raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you were going to the Holy Land Marijoy? Stanley was stunned for a moment. I see. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, I don't need a fleet this time, it's just a trip to Marijoy, I don't have so much time to waste on the way to sail. Yes, Your Majesty. Stanley nodded respectfully, and although he wanted to ask how you would get to Marijoy without taking the boat, reason still kept him from asking. Go down, and during my time in Marijoy, the affairs of the kingdom will be left to you for the time being, and you may contact me at any time if you have any questions. Luo Tian said lightly. Yes, Your Majesty. Stanley was shocked, nodded respectfully, and then withdrew. Seeing Stanley leaving, Luo Tian poured a glass of water and took a sip, and muttered, "White Fang, go and call Zhenmu Jianba over. Holy Land, Mary Joa. Magnificent headquarters building. Did Fielding Luo Tian agree to our invitation?" said the 8-character Hu Wu Lao Xin with a slightly mocking expression. "Sure enough, he is young and vigorous, and a little temptation has been attracted." "What about the sect fruit ability?" said the 5 old stars with long straight hair and beard and a deep frown. "Let's be killed by Fielding Luo Tian." The swordsman Wu Laoxing snorted calmly, in exchange for a superhuman devil fruit ability, in exchange for the opportunity for Fielding Luo Tian to come over, he can be regarded as a well-deserved death. However, who will Fielding Luo Tian bring over? The blonde-haired and golden-bearded 5 old stars frowned and said, "Now he has 2 of his strongest subordinates on the surface, one is White Fang, and the other is Zhenmu Jianba. If he brings these 2 people over at the same time, I'm afraid we won't be able to do it. It shouldn't be, with the current status of the Fielding Kingdom, at least one master must be left in charge, and Fielding Luo Tian will not be stupid enough to bring them all out." The 8-character Hu Wu Laoxing shook his head and said, "But what if? Does he really have the 13th Guardian team under his hands?" The bearded 5 old stars with white curly hair suddenly said lightly. Hearing this, the others immediately glanced at each other one by one and remained silent. And in the silence, suddenly, the faces of the 5 old stars changed slightly at the same time, as if teleporting, and their bodies disappeared into the hall in an instant. The next moment, at the top of the headquarters building, 5 old stars appeared almost at the same time, raised their heads and looked at the sky. Their pupils suddenly contracted. Just because in the sky, 2 figures shot towards Mary Joya like arrows, so fast that they even brought a sonic boom in the air. Then, 2 figures slammed into the town in front of the headquarters building. Bang! With panicked screams, a large amount of smoke and dust suddenly rose from the town. What a strong breath! Who are they? Feeling those 2 astonishing auras, especially one of them, and even faintly carrying a coercion that made them all want to surrender and be in awe, the expressions of the 5 old stars suddenly changed slightly. The 8-character Hu Wu Laoxing closed his eyes, and after 2 seconds, he opened his eyes and said with a somewhat strange expression, "It's Fielding Luo Tian and the captain of the 11th team who used the sword." What? Boom! The smoke and dust spread along the streets of the luxurious town with the shock wave, and in the scream, a famous Tianlong person on the street was suddenly blown to pieces by the shock wave, and angry scolding and screams were everywhere. In the smoke and dust, Luo Tian, who was dressed in a gorgeous Hades god robe, and Zhenmu Jianba, who was sturdy, slowly walked out. Airplanes. The Hades divine clothes on his body gradually faded on his body until he disappeared. Luo Tian looked at the extremely luxurious towns around him with a flat expression, and said with a light smile, "It is worthy of being the residence of the world's noble Tianlong people. Just ordinary residential towns are far more than the palaces of ordinary small countries." "Ah, Your Majesty, is there really anyone in this kind of place who can let me fight to my heart's content?" On the side, Zhenmu Jianba twisted his neck and glanced around with an unhappy expression. Yachiryu's cute figure sprang out from behind Kenpei's shoulders, pulling Kenpei's hair with a puff of anger and shouting dissatisfiedly, "Xiaojian! How many times have you said it? You can't talk to Your Majesty in such an unkind tone." 8,000 streams, "You're very annoying," said Mormuji unhappy. Luo Tian looked at the scene with a light smile. "Lord Roswald, are you all right?" "Lord Tillister, I'll help you get up. How about you? You're not hurt, are you?" "Damn! Who are these 2 pariahs? Damn! Dare to hurt our noble Dracos, kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" At this time, The surrounding Tianlong people who were blown away by the shockwave and fell to the ground also got up with the support of their respective servants, and shouted frantically at Zhenmu Jianba and Luo Tian one by one. Hearing this, the servants beside the Tianlong people immediately took out their pistols from their arms one by one, pointing directly at Luo Tian and Zhenmu Jianba. "Hey, is this the gun of the world? It looks fun," Hakuryou said curiously, biting his fingers. "Cut. A bunch of spirit weakened, ant-like waste." Zhenmu Kenba glanced at these celestial dragons, pouted unhappily, and terrifying spiritual pressure gushed out from his body. Airplanes. The terrifying coercion of the deep soul instantly enveloped the entire town, and in the entire town, all the celestial dragons and other ordinary personnel of the world government suddenly felt a roar in their ears, and their souls seemed to be crushed and were close to collapse, rolling their eyes and falling down unconsciously drooling. Plop! 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 The street where Luo Tian and Zhenmu Kanpeka were located bore the brunt of the attack, and all the celestial dragons and the servants who served them fell to the ground one after another, and their souls almost collapsed. "Stop! Who are you? Damn! What a coercion, stop them!" At this time, on the rooftops in all directions of the town, there were suddenly more and more figures. Looking at the Tianlong people who fell to the ground one by one, they were suddenly shocked, and they shot madly towards Luo Tian and Zhenmu Jianba. "It's so fast that it's almost invisible to the naked eye. Hey, it looks like there's some good guys here." Zhenmu Jianba suddenly turned the corners of Tian's mouth excitedly, and said with a cruel smile without looking back, "Your Majesty, can these guys be handed over to me to deal with?" "Ah, no problem," Luo Tian said with a light smile, but there was a hint of thoughtfulness in his eyes. To be able to maintain his ability to act under the spiritual pressure of the unsealed state of the more wooden sword, then at least it would be possible at the level of a rear admiral. And this group of people. Funny. Looking at the nearly 100 government personnel around him, the corners of Luo Tian's mouth raised slightly. On the side, with Luo Tian's consent, Zhenmu Jianba suddenly smiled fiercely, pulled out the slashing knife on his waist and rushed out towards more than a dozen government personnel in one of the directions. 8,000 streams jumped down from Zhenmu Jianba, and stood beside Luo Tian and shouted, "Little sword! Deal with him together!" And seeing Zhenmu Kanpeki rushing over, these dozen or so government personnel suddenly didn't dare to relax at all, their expressions tightened, and at the same time launched an attack on Zhenmu Kanpeki. Finger guns, 10 empty bullets. Arashi storm. Secret sword sky flash. With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, light blue air blades and formless invisible air bounced towards Zhenmu Kanpeki. It's just that the next scene made the pupils of these government officials shrink suddenly. I saw that Kanpeki smiled and didn't dodge at all, allowing all the attacks to fall on him. However, the terrorist attack that was enough to blast ordinary people into meat sauce only caused Kanpeki's clothes to break and did not cause any damage on his body. "Impossible!" a government official shouted in disbelief. "He's coming, be careful." At this time, the faces of the other government personnel who saw that Kanpeki had rushed over suddenly changed their faces. "Ha ha! Come on, fight me with all your might." Kanpeki laughed wildly and rushed to a government official, the slashing knife in his hand swinging fiercely. Iron. The government official's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was shaken and yelled. Poof. Blood splattered, and the government official looked blankly at the wound that ran through his chest, and slowly collapsed. Beatty. The nearest government official on the side suddenly roared angrily, and the figure disappeared in an instant, and then appeared behind Kanpeki Sajai, and the long knife in his hand slashed at Kanpeki's neck with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Boom! With a muffled sound, the blade slashed directly into Kanpeki's neck, and the government official's arm slammed into it, and the tiger's mouth exploded, and blood poured out of his hands in an instant. The sword, it's not such a weak and powerless use. Genmu Kanpeka slowly turned his head, smiled hideously, and waved the sword in his hand casually. Poof! In the splattering of blood, another person fell to the ground in a daze. Damn! This guy is so strong. Deal with him first. Seeing this scene, the other government personnel who had originally rushed towards Luo Tian were suddenly shocked, and they all rushed towards Genmu Jianba one by one. 10 minutes later. Cut. I thought I could fight a good fight, but it turned out to be another bunch of waste. With a trace of blood on his face, Genmu Jianba walked towards Luo Tian unhappily with the blood-stained slashing knife, and on the ground behind him, all the government personnel had already fallen to the ground. Luo Tian looked up at the magnificent headquarters building in the distance, a trace of an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he suddenly smiled lightly at Kanpeka. Sajai, do you still want to fight with a stronger opponent? Luo Tian pointed to the surrounding Tianlong people who fell to the ground and lost consciousness, and smiled slightly, just kill them. Oh, if you kill these wastes, will a powerful opponent come out, said Kanpeka excitedly. Ah, definitely an opponent to your satisfaction. Luo Tian smiled lightly. Genmu Jianba suddenly laughed, and walked in front of an unconscious Tianlong man with the slashing knife, and the slashing knife in his hand waved down without hesitation. That's when. Clang. A blade with black and purple lines stretched out from the side, blocking the slashing sword swung by Kanpeka. Genmu Jianba suddenly smiled fiercely, turned his head, looked at the bald 5 old stars in white kimonos and said, "You. Is that my new adversary? You. Is it a new fight?" Genmu Jianba turned his head to look at the 5 old stars of the swordsman, and suddenly grinned. The 5 old swordsmen were expressionless, holding the long knife in one hand to block the sword of the slashing sword, and stared coldly at the sword. You are the captain of the 11th team, right? It's not your turn to be presumptuous here. Airplanes. The dark purple sword light appeared and coiled on the long knife like smoke, and with a sharp swing of the swordsman's arm, he was about to bounce away with the sword. Bang! The ground under the feet of the two of them collapsed, and the violent wave of chi suddenly blew all the surrounding celestial dragons away. Ha ha ha! Excited laughter came out of Genmu Kanpeka's mouth, and Genmu Kanpeka held the slashing knife in his hand and pressed the black-purple patterned long knife wrapped in dark purple energy in the hand of the swordsman Wu Laoxing, and said with a cruel smile, "Good sword intent, look and enjoy a good fight. Did you block the ghost?" The 5 old swordsmen looked at the smiling Kanpeka, his expressionless face finally became a little serious at this moment, and with a wave of chi spreading around him, dark purple smoke-like energy began to slowly rise from him. A creepy and dangerous aura began to spread out. The pupils of Genmu Jianba's pupils suddenly expanded, the arc of excitement at the corners of his mouth became larger and larger, and the spiritual pressure in his body began to gush out crazily. Bang! The collision of spiritual pressure and dark purple ghost chi caused the clouds in the sky to begin to surge, and the terrifying chi waves blew out wave after wave with the two of them as the center. However, at this moment, the figures of the other 5 old stars suddenly appeared beside the swordsman 5 old stars. "That's enough, do you want to destroy this place?" said the 5th old star, with long straight white hair and a beard, frowning coldly. Hearing this, the swordsman 5 old stars looked slightly stunned, and the ghost aura permeating his body slowly dissipated. "Genmu Kanpeka, you can stop too. Our purpose this time is to negotiate with you, not to fight." The white-haired 5 old stars also said calmly. "Stop." However, the spiritual pressure gushing out of the more wooden sword 8 did not have any intention of retracting, and he grinned, "This is not good, I finally met a few opponents worth fighting." Bang! With a cruel smile, the slashing knife in the hand of Genmu Jianba pressed violently, and the terrifying power was instantly transmitted to the blade of the 5 old stars of the swordsman. The ground collapsed again, and under guard, the swordsman Wu Laoxing was directly pressed by the powerful force from the knife and bent his body, almost kneeling on the ground. Look for death. The swordsman 5 old stars suddenly turned cold, their eyes were full of killing intent, and the ghost chi that had dissipated on his body gushed out wildly, completely wrapping the swordsman 5 old stars in a dark purple ghost chi, and only in the ghost chi, a pair of scarlet eyes could be faintly seen. Terrifying power fluctuations instantly diffused from the swordsman 5 old stars. The bent body slowly stood up straight, and the sword that had been suppressed by the sword of the slashing sword was slowly lifted against the sword. Then, with a sharp wave, airplanes. The dark purple sword flashed, and the more wooden sword 8 in front of the 5 old stars of the swordsman disappeared in an instant, and the next moment, bang! Hundreds of meters away, a house collapsed, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose into the air. Ha ha ha! That's it? Isn't that great? Obviously you have this kind of power. You should use it to fight to your heart's content. Rumble. The golden spiritual pressure gushed out from the ruins of the collapsed houses like a tsunami, and all the rubble of the ruins was blown away, and the surrounding houses and buildings were even shaking slightly. In the center of the golden spiritual pressure, Kenbo laughed wildly, and then stepped on it suddenly, and the ground cracked, shooting towards the 5 old stars of the swordsman. The swordsman Wu Laoxing's expression froze, and the ghostly chi all over his body surged wildly, holding the long knife in his hand, his heels raised slightly, and he was ready to meet it. However, at this moment, a palm slapped on the shoulder of the swordsman 5 old stars in defiance of the cold ghost aura. Stop it! You two are fighting, and this place is going to be ruined. The white-haired 5 old stars patted the swordsman 5 old stars on the shoulder with a calm face and said. The 5 old swordsmen suddenly frowned, snorted coldly, and stopped preparing to meet them. At the same time, Genmyo Kenpeki also came to the front of the swordsman 5 old stars and the curly-haired 5 old stars, with an excited smile on his face, and the slashing knife in his hand swung down without any hesitation. Well, it's really a madman. The curly-haired 5 old stars sighed, looked at the slashing knife that carried a terrifying momentum, raised his wrinkled right hand and slowly raised it, and met the blade of the slashing knife. Syllable. With a soft sound, the slashing knife slashed into the palm of the curly-haired 5 old stars. No splatters of blood. There is no sword pressure that tears the ground. There was no blast wave either. Yes, it's just an eerie calm. Huh. Genmyo Jianbo was stunned for a moment, and then, the corners of his mouth grinned again. It's so funny. The wooden sword laughed fiercely, and the slashing knife in his hand swung out wildly. However, the curly-haired 5 old stars still looked calm, and their palms quickly poked out, easily taking each of the more wooden sword 8. Calm. It's still eerily calm. Obviously, every blow was a slash that could easily tear the earth apart, but at this time, it didn't even cause a hint of breeze. It's useless, all your attacks have been cut off by me, no matter how much you attack, you can't attack me. While blocking the attack of Genmyo Kenpeki, the curly-haired 5 old stars said calmly. However, Kenpeki didn't care at all, and continued to attack the curly-haired 5 old stars with a cruel smile. It's stubborn. The white long straight-haired 5 old stars snorted coldly, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly stepped forward, and his body began to be filled with grey-white gas, and he spread towards the changing wood sword 8. Seeing this, a hint of discoloration flashed in the eyes of the other 5 old stars, and they did not stop it, if they could solve a high-level combat power of the Fielding Kingdom here. However, at this moment, hee, aren't you taking me too seriously? A chuckle suddenly sounded, and then, before the 5 old stars could react, a terrifying repulsion instantly acted on them, and the 5 of them flew out with a bang. Boom. 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 The 5 old stars crashed into the houses next to the street, and the houses collapsed, and a large amount of smoke and dust suddenly rose into the air. Then, the ruins exploded, and the 5 old stars stood up with dust and gravel on their bodies. What's going on? What kind of power was that? How could it be? My abilities can't be defended. What a weird power. Is it repulsion? The 5 old stars glanced at each other in some shock, and then as if they felt something, they quickly looked up, and when they saw the scene in the sky, they couldn't help but their pupils contracted suddenly. I saw that in mid-air, Luo Tian was standing in the air in a gorgeous Hades divine clothes, looking at the 5 old stars indifferently. Subsequently, the power of the gods, which made the 5 old stars tremble, exploded violently. Wearing a gorgeous Hades god robe, he stood in the air, and the lilac reincarnation eyes looked indifferently at the 5 old stars below, and then, the coercion from the god of the underworld, with Luo Tian as the center, instantly swept across the entire Maryjoy. All of a sudden, the whole Maryjoy was silent. There is nothing earth-shattering like the explosion of the 8 spiritual pressure of the wood sword, there is just the death coercion that makes everything in the world quiet. On the ground, the 5 old stars were shocked one by one, and their faces changed greatly. Under this terrible coercion, even they couldn't help but have a desire to surrender and bow down, and there was a chill all over their bodies, as if death was approaching them. This coercion. How could it be? The 5 old stars looked up at Luo Tian, who was like a god in the sky, and their expressions were horrified, and even in their hearts, an irrepressible tremor rose uncontrollably. At this moment, their hearts trembled violently. They never thought that if a person could do such a thing just by exuding aura, how terrifying would his strength be. This is no longer a realm that can be attained by human beings. That's God. How? How could it be? It's so strong, and the 13th team of the court is. The white-haired 5 old stars looked at Luo Tian with a shocked face, although he didn't say the rest of the words, the other 5 old stars all understood what he meant. They invited Luo Tian this time to test Luo Tian's strength in order to deduce whether there was really the meaning of the 13th team of the court guard, but now it seems that they can't believe it. In the sky, Luo Tian's expression was still calm, but in his heart, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Is this the power of God? Just the coercion left in the clothes of the gods can reach such a terrifying state. Luo Tian sighed in his heart, and then refocused his attention on the 5 old stars below. If you still want to fight, I'll accompany you to fight. Luo Tian said lightly, although the faint voice was not loud, but it clearly entered the ears of the 5 old stars. The 5 old stars were shocked, and finally came back to their senses. Feeling the boundless body, the curly-haired 5 old stars hurriedly raised their heads and said, "No need, just now it was just to prevent the 2 of them from fighting to cause damage to the town, and now it's okay, let's go discuss the future coexistence of the Fielding Kingdom and the world government." Luo Tian looked at the curly-haired 5 old stars lightly and did not answer. After a while, just when the 5 old stars were tense and ready to make a move with Luo Tian at any time, the divine power that permeated the heavens and the earth suddenly dissipated. "Zhenmuo, put away the slashing sword." Luo Tian said lightly to the Zhenmuo sword on the ground. "Cut." Hearing this, Zhenmuo Jianba could only put away the slashing knife unhappily. Since the divine power just now was a targeted release, neither the 8 nor the 8,000 streams felt the boundless divine might. And when the 5 old stars saw this scene, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In the luxurious hall, at the conference table, Luo Tian and the 5 old stars were opposite, while the 8,000 streams and the 8 wood Kanpeka were waiting outside the door. Luo Tian had a faint smile on his face again, but the mood of the 5 old stars was not as relaxed as before. Because they understand that it is impossible to destroy the Fielding Kingdom in a short period of time, for the sake of now, the only way to do this is to temporarily stop the war with the Fielding Kingdom. After all, the divine power released by Luo Tian just now makes them tremble a little when they think about it now. The 5 old stars glanced at each other one by one, and then the white-haired 5 old stars glanced at Luo Tian, and said in a deep voice, "I won't say more nonsense, fielding Luo Tian, this time we invited you over, there are 2 things we want to discuss." "Oh, which 2? Luo Tian smiled lightly. "First." The curly-haired 5 old stars stared at Luo Tian. "I hope that your fielding kingdom can stop attacking the navy, and the navy and the government can still continue to enter and leave the territory of your kingdom, but we will not interfere with each other, develop separately, and no more acts of war." "What about the second one?" Luo Tian still smiled lightly. "Second." The curly-haired 5 old stars took a deep breath, stared at Luo Tian's eyes and said, "I hope you can release all the captured navies. Of course, we won't let you do it. As long as you are willing to release the captured navy, our world government can issue a statement to the whole world to officially recognize the independent status of your fielding kingdom. Moreover, as long as the fielding kingdom does not take the initiative to infringe on the interests of the navy or the world government in the future, no matter what your fielding kingdom does, we will not have any obstacles." After speaking, the curly-haired 5 old stars and the other 5 old stars all stared at Luo Tian tightly, waiting for his answer. In the face of the gaze of the 5 old stars, Luo Tian tapped his fingers on the desktop, and his face seemed to show a thinking expression, and then suddenly the corners of his mouth raised, and he smiled slightly. "I agree with both of these things." However, before the 5 old stars could show a smile on their faces, Luo Tian then smiled lightly. "However, the specific content of these 2 things needs to be changed." "How to change it?" said the blonde-haired and golden-bearded 5 old stars with a frown. "It's simple." The smile on Luo Tian's face deepened, and he raised a finger and said, "First, I can stop the attack on the navy, but neither the navy nor the personnel of the world government are allowed to appear in the territory of the fielding kingdom, otherwise, I have the right to kill them on the spot. In addition, I can guarantee that I will never take the initiative to attack the navy or the world government." "It can't be." The 5 old swordsmen suddenly snorted coldly and said, "Could it be that where the fielding kingdom develops in the future, our navy will have to evacuate?" "That's not my business. I just know that in my country, there are absolutely no other forces allowed," Luo Tian said with a light smile. The swordsman Wu Laoxing suddenly looked cold, and just wanted to say something. The curly-haired Wu Laoxing touched him, made him close his mouth, and then looked at Luo Tian and said in a deep voice, "Okay, we can accept the first thing, what about the second thing?" "Good." Luo Tian suddenly smiled slightly, raised 2 fingers and said, "Second, I can also put back all the navies, including the Admiral Warring States, but you have to exchange the ransom." "Yes, how much do you need?" The curly-haired 5 old stars nodded, and the other 5 old stars also breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Luo Tian would make some excessive demands. Ransom. But soon, as Luo Tian's next sentence fell, the faces of the 5 old stars suddenly froze. "Not much, just 100 billion baileys." 100 billion bailey. The faces of the 5 old stars suddenly froze. What is the concept of 100 billion bailey? In an average country, the average annual national economic income is only about 50 million baileys. Even if it is similar to Alabastan, a superpower, the annual economic income will not exceed 200 million, 100 billion, even if all the baileys in the entire West Sea are combined, they are far from reaching this number. Even if the world government is the issuer of the currency, it is simply impossible to come up with so much money at once. It can't be. The curly-haired 5 old stars' face, which had been calm, also changed, and he looked at Luo Tian with a frown and said in a deep voice, "Even if our world government is the issuer of all the currencies in the world, then it is impossible to come up with so much money, and you should also understand that once a large amount of currency like 100 billion baileys enters the market, it will definitely cause economic chaos. Of course I understand. Luo Tian still said with a faint smile on his face, so, I can allow you to pay the 100 billion in installments, and you only need to pay 1 billion Bailey every month. Hearing this, the 5 old stars suddenly fell silent, and their faces were a little ugly. Although 1 billion Baileys a month is also a very large number, it is still capable of bearing it for the world government, not to mention, if the money can be exchanged for more than half of the high-end combat power of the Navy headquarters, even 100 billion Baileys are worth it. After all, without Sengoku and others, the current Navy is simply not enough to deter the sea, and if it continues like this, sooner or later the sea will riot because it does not have enough strength to suppress it. However, what they couldn't accept was that their world government was blackmailed by the Fielding Kingdom. Moreover, they do not dare to resist now. Okay, we agree. After being silent for a while, the curly-haired 5 old stars said in a calm voice. Well, happy cooperation. The smile on Luo Tian's face suddenly deepened, he turned around, and said without looking back as he walked out, then, farewell, I hope you can deliver the billion this month as soon as possible. Don't worry, a billion Baileys will be sent over tomorrow, and at the same time, we will also abide by the agreement to officially announce the recognition of the status of the Kingdom of Fielding. I hope you will also abide by today's agreement. The curly-haired 5 old stars looked at Luo Tian's back and said in a deep voice. Of course. Luo Tian still didn't look back, and directly pushed the door and walked out. In the hall, there were suddenly only the 5 old stars with ugly faces left. After being silent for a while, the swordsman 5 old stars said in a cold tone, could it be that we just let Fielding Luo Tian continue to mess around? For the time being, that's all there is to it. The bearded 5 old stars said a little helplessly, with the strength shown by Fielding Luo Tian, coupled with the 13 teams that really strange existence, even if the world government and the Navy are not necessarily the opponents of the Fielding Kingdom. No, not necessarily. The blonde-haired and golden-bearded 5 old stars shook their heads and said coldly, no matter how strong the Fielding Kingdom is, it can't get rid of the fact that they are human beings like us, as long as we use. Enough. The curly-haired 5 elders interrupted the blonde-haired 5 elder stars' words, and said with a somewhat gloomy look in their eyes, this matter is over in the end, until you are completely prepared, don't have any conflict with the Fielding Kingdom for the time being. Hearing this, the other 5 old stars were silent when they heard this. In the clear blue sky, 2 figures flew by at great speed. Your Majesty, why didn't you just get rid of those 5 old men just now? They are your Majesty's enemies, right? Sitting on the back of Genmu Jianba, the wind blew the short pink hair of Yaqian Liu, who bit his finger and looked at Luo Tiandao strangely. Hearing this, Luo Tian, who was flying in the Hades divine clothes, smiled faintly and said, now is not the time to solve the world government, I still need them to help me manage the sea temporarily. Not to mention. Luo Tian suddenly showed an inexplicable smile and said, the world government is not as simple as it seems. Baiqian Liu tilted his head and looked at Luo Tian with a puzzled expression. Luo Tian was flying towards Phil Island at great speed. And not long after, a news that shocked the world was also announced by the world government. Through consultation with the king of the Kingdom of Fielding, Fielding Roshan, the world government officially recognized the independent status of the Kingdom of Fielding. Government personnel and navy will no longer be stationed in the territory of the Kingdom of Fielding. At the same time, the Kingdom of Fielding and the world government will coexist peacefully and there will be no more war. As soon as this news came out, the world was immediately shaken. The world government has openly recognized the status of the Kingdom of Fielding, and has not even stepped into the sphere of influence of the Kingdom of Fielding. Everyone is shocked by this decision of the world government. After all, the only forces in the world that can be treated like this by the world government are the 4 emperors of the New World. And now, there is another Fielding Kingdom, the overlord of the Western Sea. At this moment, the world was a sensation. And in this sensation, Luo Tian also returned to the West Sea. The next day, a world government ship arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Fielding as promised, and under Stanley's shocked gaze, handed over a full billion Baileys to the Kingdom of Fielding. And when he learned that the world government still owed 99 billion Bailey to the Fielding Kingdom, Stanley was even more shocked, and there was only endless awe of Luo Tian in his heart. Because only he knew that the reason why the world government would openly recognize the status of the Fielding Kingdom, and even compensate the astonishing huge amount of 100 billion Baileys, was because Luo Tian went to the Holy Land Maryjoy. Your Majesty, a billion Baileys have all been transferred to the treasury. In the palace hall, Stanley respectfully knelt in the hallway. Sitting on the throne, Luo Tian nodded calmly, and said lightly, "Order, including this 1 billion Bailey, all the money transported by the world government in the future will be used for commercial and entertainment facilities, and I will increase the economy of the Fielding Kingdom by at least 3 times in the shortest possible time." "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley didn't ask much and nodded respectfully. "In addition, let's inform the Navy." Luo Tian showed an inexplicable smile on his face, and said lightly, "Let them come over and lead the dam." Bang dang. "Calm down, Sakaski. The handcuffs and cells here are all made of seafloor stone, and you can't escape with brute force alone. Bastard. Fielding Roshan, I'm going to kill you." There was a roar and the sound of banging on the cell door, and Peach Rabbit, who had fallen asleep at some point, opened his eyes. It is a newly built underground prison with only 2 cells facing each other. In one room, there are Peach Rabbit, Sambadai, and 10 rear admirals and 5 lieutenant generals who were defeated on Moro Island, while in the opposite cell, there are 3 admiral candidates, including Admiral Sengoku and Sakaski. There was not a single soldier guarding the cell, but everyone knew that if they had a tendency to escape, the shadows would appear like ghosts and attack them without hesitation. At this time, Sengoku and Kyuzan were holding down Sakaski, who was hitting the cell. Today is the 3rd time. Sanbadai on the side noticed that Peach Rabbit had woken up, and sighed helplessly. "Sakaski's guy is really, he can't change his stinky temper even if he is caught. Halustone is not so easy to break." Hearing this, Peach Rabbit glanced at the Halustone handcuffs on his hands and feet, and was silent. In fact, she still can't believe the facts in front of her. After she and Sambadai were detained by the Fielding Kingdom, the Navy headquarters was defeated by the Fielding Kingdom, and even the Admiral Warring States and others were all captured alive by the Fielding Kingdom. The true strength of the Fielding Kingdom has been terrifying to this extent. Stomp. Peach Rabbit's mind was messy, and a burst of footsteps suddenly sounded. The entire underground prison suddenly fell silent, and everyone, including Peach Rabbit, looked over. I saw Stanley walk into the prison with 19 shadows. Stanley glanced at these naval powerhouses who had not even been qualified to look up to him before. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and there was no jealousy or fear on his face. Because he understood that from the time he became the Legion leader of the Fielding Kingdom, these people were destined to no longer be the existence he needed to look up to. Taking a deep breath, Stanley shook off the messy thoughts in his mind, and then said extremely politely to the dark people behind him, "Adults of the Dark Department, I will trouble you next." One of the shadows nodded faintly, and then walked towards the 2 cells with the other shadows, and opened the cell door under the surprised eyes of Peach Rabbit and the others. Sakaski's expression changed and he leaped out of the cell door. However, before Sakaski could escape the prison door, a foot struck Sakaski in the abdomen and kicked him back. "Next time, I'll kill you directly." Kicking Sakaski's dark part, he said coldly. Including the Warring States, everyone's heart suddenly sank, and they could hear from the voice in the shadows that the sentence was definitely not a joke. "Get up." The Dark Department that kicked Sakaski glanced at the Warring States and others in the cell and said coldly, the world government has reached an agreement with your Majesty, and we will let you leave." Hearing this, all the navies were stunned for a moment, and then their faces were suddenly filled with joy. Even the ugly Sakisuke's face couldn't help but get better. "Haha, I knew the headquarters would get us out. Peach Rabbit, we can finally get out of this place." Sambadai laughed and stood up. "Yes, I can finally go back." Peach Rabbit couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face, stood up, and prepared to walk out of the cell with the other navies. However, just as Peach Rabbit and Sambadai were about to walk out of their cells, a shadow suddenly stopped them. "Your Majesty's order, you two are not on the list of people released this time." After Leng Leng said this, the Dark Department directly locked the cell door, and then a Dark Department detained a navy and walked out of the dungeon. Only Peach Rabbit and Sambadai in the cell remained, looking sluggish. Kingdom of Fielding, District 1. The port, which has been expanded, is now crowded with people. Because 2 days ago, there was a sudden news in the kingdom that the navy imprisoned in District 1 would be returned to the naval headquarters today, and even the legendary admiral was included. As a result, many residents of Fielding Island and even Districts 1, 2, and 3 came to see what the legendary admiral was like, which eventually led to this crowded scene. Even, the head of District 1 had to send the kingdom army to maintain the scene. Those people. Is it here too? In the crowd, Nico Robin clutched her left arm tightly with her right hand and muttered with an extremely complicated expression. And at this time, the crowd suddenly became a sensation. "Look! They're coming!" Robin looked up in the direction the crowd was pointing, and when he saw the familiar figures of Sakisuke and Kuzan, he was shocked, lowered his head, bit his lip deadly, and his body trembled slightly. In my mind, I can't help but think of the scene from 10 years ago. In the midst of the crowd's onlookers and discussions, the navy, including Sengoku, was detained by the shadows and walked over, and everyone's faces were embarrassed with humiliation. They never imagined that as a navy, they would have such a day. Damn. Listening to the sound of discussion in his ears, Sakisuke's face was extremely ugly, and suddenly, Yu Guang inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar side face in the crowd. Sakisuke's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Nico Robin! So you're here!" Robin in the crowd shuddered. The surrounding residents also looked at each other, and a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. It was obvious that they did not know what the word Nicole Robin meant. But the warring states and other navies looked over one by one, and a trace of solemnity flashed in their eyes. Soon, the Sengoku and other navies were escorted onto ships and transported away, and they were handed over to the navy at the border of the Kingdom of Fielding. The crowd on the harbor also dispersed one by one, and Robin stood on the harbor, looking at the warship gradually moving away with a somewhat complicated face. Fielding Island, the new national capital. Palace. After receiving the news from Stanley that the handover of the navy had been completed, Luo Tian smiled faintly, and did not feel any uneasiness in his heart. With his current strength and power, without enough confidence, the navy and the world government would never dare to clash with the Fielding Kingdom, and by the time the navy and the world government had the confidence to act, he would have no idea how many legions he would summon. At that time, what is the combat power of just 4 generals? However, the 100 billion ransom of the world government, although it is divided into 1 billion every month, but so much money every month is enough for Luo Tian to develop the national economy, and Luo Tian is even confident that he will triple the national economy and national living standards in the next 3 months. Then the next step is to wait for the Ninja Academy to be built and find a way to improve the military strength. Sitting at the table, Luo Tian was enjoying the massage of the little maid, and his fingers tapped the table with his fingers, and he secretly pondered in his heart. And after a full month, Luo Tian finally waited for Stanley's news. Ninja Academy. A month has passed in a flash. The sea that was constantly shaking because of the Fielding Kingdom also slowly settled down during this buffer time, and the navy and the world government did not step into the territory of the Fielding Kingdom in accordance with the covenant, and the Fielding Kingdom did not intend to wage war against the navy and the world government again, let alone completely dominate the entire West Sea as the outside world thought, but began to develop a commercial economy frantically in countless astonished eyes. The Kingdom of Fielding, the new capital. This town, which itself is the largest and most prosperous town in the West Sea, has undergone tremendous changes in the past month. Under Luo Tian's order, the Kingdom of Fielding began to build a large number of commercial and entertainment facilities with a large ransom paid by the world government, and officially opened to the public. At first, due to the terrible status and fame of the Fielding Kingdom, there were very few businessmen and travelers who dared to come to the Fielding Kingdom, but as the extremely stable atmosphere in the Fielding Kingdom and the entertainment facilities under construction were exposed, more and more businessmen and tourists and other unknown people began to flock to the kingdom. Until now, a month later, the streets of the town full of classical style are full of people, some of them are ordinary residents, some are merchants and travelers, some are pirates, and even unknown people from other seas. However, instead of causing chaos and unease, the mixed flow of people constitutes a strange and harmonious picture. Because no one in the town, whether it is a pirate or other unknown person, makes trouble in the town, because they understand that this kingdom belongs to the Kingdom of Fielding Lucian, the overlord of the Western Sea, even the navy and the world government dare not take a step, and whoever dares to make trouble here will only be waiting for them to die. The occasional appearance of corpses tied up in the central square is a good reminder of this. Those were the people who once claimed to be sea pirates and great forces who made trouble in the Kingdom of Fielding, and now, they have all turned into cold corpses. The breeze was gentle, with a slight fishy smell of seawater, blowing away the heat in the air. On the north shore of Fielding Island, there is a strange rocky sea cliff, and the raging waves constantly crash against the cliff wall, bringing up bursts of waves. On the sea cliff, Luo Tian, who was dressed in Hades' divine clothes, opened his lilac reincarnation eyes, and spread his right hand forward. Wind escape, spiral shuriken. Airplanes. The powerful airflow began to spread wantonly around Luo Tian, and in Luo Tian's hand, a giant shuriken composed entirely of chakra began to slowly take shape, emitting a piercing roar. Then, as Luo Tian's mind moved, it slowly dissipated, and the raging wind around him began to calm down. Unleashing the spiral shuriken, Luo Tian exhaled lightly, a slight smile appeared on his face. In the development of the Fielding Kingdom in this month, Luo Tian did not waste time. In addition to the indispensable physical exercise every day, Luo Tian will also take out the ninjutsu scroll every day to pick out some advanced ninjutsu to learn, maybe because of the reincarnation eye, or because of the Hades god clothes, or because of the system. In short, when learning these ninjutsu, he did not encounter difficulties. Even the spiral shuriken just now was completely mastered by him in just one day. With the countless high-level ninjutsu and reincarnation eyes that he has mastered now, coupled with the invincible defense of the Hades divine clothes and the divine blessing of unlimited physical strength, Luo Tian is confident that even if he faces the four emperors alone, he is not afraid at all. But if you fight normally, it won't be my turn to fight. Thinking that there would be more and more powerful legions under his command in the future, Luo Tian smiled faintly, and then his heart moved, and the Hades divine clothes on his body slowly faded and disappeared. As soon as his eyes closed and opened, and after returning to ordinary dark eyes, Luo Tian walked towards the royal court with a faint smile on his face. In order to match the name of the 13 teams that appeared in the future, the palace was officially renamed the Royal Court by Luo Tian a month ago. And in the surrounding hiding places, a dark department in charge of Luo Tian's guards also followed closely to prevent all unknown people from approaching Luo Tian. Back at the royal court, Luo Tian walked straight to the bedroom, and from a distance, he saw Stanley waiting in front of the bedroom. "Your Majesty." Stanley hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, After a month of continuous construction, the Ninja Academy has been completed and can be put into use at any time. Oh! A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Tian's eyes, and then he nodded, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, "Very good, take me to see it now." "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley nodded quickly, and then respectfully led the way. To the west of Fielding Island, 1 nautical mile away, there is a small island about 5 kilometers in diameter, a small area of forest, and the barren ground that occupies nearly 3/4 of the island is everything about this small island. However, with the work of countless workers over the past month, the entire island has been completely transformed. Small patches of forest are completely surrounded by walls made of barbed wire, and large barren lands are filled with magnificent buildings that are completely surrounded by tall walls, except for a large gate. Led by Stanley, Luo Tian arrived on the island on a ship built specifically for him. "Your Majesty, this place is all built according to the plan you gave." While walking towards the Ninja Academy with Luo Tian, Stanley pointed to the forest in the distance and said, "This forest is named the Forest of Death according to Your Majesty's wishes, and a large number of traps are planted in it, and then the beasts purchased from the Great Passage will be released, which are mainly used for the students of the Ninja Academy to upgrade and assess." As he spoke, Stanley led Luo Tian to the ninja school, which was surrounded by a wall and only had a huge gate left. Next to the giant gate, a surveillance phone bug was glued to the wall. Inside the walls of the Ninja Academy, the staff of the Access Management Office saw Stanley and Luo Tian through the monitor, and they were immediately shocked and quickly opened the door. Thundered. The giant door slowly opened, and several staff members hurriedly stepped forward and saluted respectfully, "Your Majesty." Luo Tian nodded lightly, and then walked in under the leadership of Stanley. Stanley took Luo Tian around and respectfully introduced the various facilities. "Your Majesty, this is a dormitory, a place for the Ninja Academy students to stay and rest. This is the school building of the Ninja Academy, where students learn about ninja warfare and most of their other activities. In addition, Your Majesty, you see, this is a place for learning ninjutsu and combat training, and the ground is all made of steel, which is definitely not easy to damage." Stanley introduced it little by little. Even Luo Tian couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Indeed, as Stanley said, this Ninja Academy is not much different from the appearance he evokes. "Well done." Luo Tian glanced at Stanley and said with a light smile, "I have seen all the efforts you have made these days, although you already have the ability of the devil fruit, but as the leader of the kingdom, your strength is still too weak. As a reward for you, when the Ninja Academy is officially operational, I can allow you to come in and study at any time." Hearing this, Stanley's expression first became sluggish, and then he was ecstatic, and he quickly knelt on the ground respectfully and said loudly in surprise, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "But..." Luo Tian glanced at Stanley lightly again, and said with a light smile, "If I find out that you have any behavior that is contrary to my wishes, I can give you everything, and I can also take back everything you have. You should understand, right?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley's heart trembled suddenly, and he didn't dare to say loudly without any hesitation, "Good." The smile on Luo Tian's face deepened, and he was just about to continue to say something, when in his mind, the system prompt that had been silent for a long time suddenly sounded. Ding! The host has been detected to open a Ninja Academy, and after analysis, the Academy meets the system specifications. Ding! The function of the military academy is on. The host can train soldiers through the military academy and obtain more powerful military power. Ding! Military Academy, Ninja Academy is officially launched. For more information, check the Properties panel. A series of cold prompts sounded in Luo Tian's mind, and Luo Tian's expression was stunned for a moment. The function of the military school? Alright, the situation in the Ninja Academy has been almost seen, let's go back. Without rushing to open the system panel to check the details, Luo Tian said to Stanley with a calm expression. "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley didn't dare to delay, and quickly left the Ninja Academy with Luo Tian, returned to the ship moored on the coast, and then gave the order for the ship to sail towards Fielding Island. In the luxurious cabin, Luo Tian sat on the sofa, drank a glass of juice that he didn't know what kind of juice to use, and opened his personal panel with the thought. Host, Fielding Roshan. Country, Kingdom of Fielding. Status, King. Country class, second-rate kingdom. National prestige, level 3. Subordinate legions, Ninja Assassination Tactical Unit, Reaper Changing Wood Team. Exclusive armament, Reincarnation Eye, Ninjutsu Scroll, 5 Elements, Hades Divine Clothes. Subordinate Military Academy, Ninja Academy. Number of lucky draws, none. Is it? Subordinate Military Academy. Looking at the extra function bar on the personal panel, Luo Tian's index finger wiped his lips slightly, and then opened the details of the Ninja Academy. Name of military school, Ninja Academy. Training profession, Ninja. Military Academy Aura, Chakra Origin. Formal cadets will obtain Chakra Origin and gain the ability to refine Chakra cultivation acceleration. Formal cadets will receive triple blessings for any cultivation during their time as a student. Never betray. The soul and body of formal cadets will be locked and they must not betray their country. Current instructors, 0. Current students, 0. His eyes swept over the introduction of the Ninja Academy, especially when he saw the aura of the Military Academy. Luo Tian was shocked, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. In fact, he has been having a headache for a long time. The issue of the country's economy and national living standards has been promoted by the ransom of the world government, and in 3 or 4 months at most, the economic level and people's livelihood level of the Fielding Kingdom can be increased by 3 times, but only with military strength. Even if the Ninja Academy is established, it is not so easy to achieve. After all, training ninjas is destined to be a long process. However, the cultivation acceleration function of the Military Academy system now made Luo Tian breathe a sigh of relief. 3 times the cultivation acceleration. Although it is impossible to cultivate a decent ninja army in a very short time, but the time required is greatly reduced. For example, as Luo Tian envisioned, all ninja academies implement 3-year training, and with a 3-fold acceleration of cultivation, it may only take 1 year to graduate, and even some of these geniuses may take even less time. And the aura of the military academy's never betrayal also made Luo Tian not have to worry about loyalty at all. You can come whatever you want. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and then put his eyes on the aura of Chakra Origin, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked in a low voice, "System, what's going on with this Chakra Origin? Didn't you say that everything drawn out by the exclusive lottery consumes physical strength? I use the ninjutsu scroll to train ninjas. Isn't it physical strength that they consume after learning to endure it?" Ding. Please note to the host, all lottery items are only limited to the host alone, and others are not included, said the system coldly. Luo Tian was suddenly speechless, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a helpless smile. There is no sacred tree in the world of pirates, and there is no such thing as chakra at all, and even if there is a chakra refining method, it is basically impossible to refine such a thing as chakra. For example, no matter how much the people of the Hokage world cultivate, it is impossible to learn the chi of the Dragon Ball world, because in the Hokage world, there is no such concept of chi at all. Originally, Luo Tian wanted to use the ninjutsu scroll to train the ninja troops by only consuming physical strength, but now it seems that everything is taken for granted by him, and he is the only one who can do it by consuming physical strength to perform ninjutsu. If it weren't for the system that opened the military academy system, I'm afraid that his ninja academy would be invalid. But in any case, the problem of improving military strength can almost be solved. Luo Tian shook his head, stopped thinking about those messy thoughts, turned off the system panel, closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. 5 minutes later, the ship docked on Fielding Island, and Luo Tian returned to the royal court. "Your Majesty, lunch is ready." As soon as he walked to the hall, he saw Luo Tian's little maid's beautiful eyes lit up, and he hurriedly trotted over and said coquettishly, Luo Tian nodded with a light smile, then turned back to Stanley and said lightly, "Since the Ninja Academy has been built, then notify it, let the Kingdom Army select the most elite 10,000 soldiers and send them to the Ninja Academy to start training." "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley nodded, then hesitated, "What about that?" "Your Majesty, the instructor in the school park." "I'll let the shadows pass, go down and inform." Luo Tian said lightly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley nodded respectfully, then quickly retreated and began to convey Luo Tian's order. The new national capital, the training camp of the Kingdom Army. Wuo, wuo. The blade kept waving in the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Betty was dressed in the system of the King's army, and kept repeating the action of swinging the long knife, although her delicate face was full of beads of sweat, but her blue eyes were full of determination. "Betty, it's time for lunch, let's go eat together." In the distance, several soldiers shouted at Betty. "Go eat first, I'm not hungry yet." Betty didn't turn her head, still repeating the movement of swinging the knife. Hearing this, several soldiers suddenly shook their heads helplessly, and could only follow the crowd to lunch. Soon, lunchtime passed. One by one, the soldiers began their afternoon training again. The soldiers who had asked Betty to go to lunch looked at Betty, and when they saw Betty doing endurance training, they couldn't help but be stunned. "This girl is too hard, isn't she?" "Who says it's not? I don't know what she's for, it's incomprehensible that she looks so beautiful, and instead of finding a good man to marry, she ran to the army to suffer. Speaking of which, I've heard her talk about it occasionally, and her dream is to become a ninja and join the shadows to protect Her Majesty." "Huh, become a ninja, this girl is dreaming, right?" Several soldiers reluctantly discussed a few words, and then began training one by one. Suddenly, all the soldiers who were training suddenly fell silent, and Betty, who had just stopped training, wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked up strangely, and saw their instructor coming over with an extremely excited look on his face. "Everyone, stop!" The instructor shouted loudly, and everyone, including Betty, immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at them suspiciously. Feeling everyone's gaze, the instructor took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his tone and said loudly, "Now inform one thing, the Ninja Academy that the kingdom has secretly built has been completed. Your Majesty personally issued an order, starting today, 10,000 elite soldiers will be selected from the Kingdom Army, and these people will be sent to the Ninja Academy to be personally trained by the ninja adults in the Dark Department to become powerful ninjas." Hearing this, all the soldiers were stunned, and then, the entire Kingdom Army training camp suddenly became a sensation. Ninja Academy. Our country has actually established a Ninja Academy. Great. Does this mean that we also have a chance to become powerful ninjas? Haha. I must enter the Ninja Academy. I want to become a ninja. I want to join the shadows. One by one, the soldiers went crazy. And in the crowd, Betty's delicate face was also full of surprise. I must become a real ninja, join the shadows. Serve His Majesty. Betty's eyes were full of determination and yearning, and she clenched her fists. The news of the opening of the Ninja Academy, and the selection of the most elite 10,000 soldiers in the King's army, who were sent to the academy to be trained by the Shadow Department to become ninjas, soon spread among the Kingdom Army throughout the Fielding Kingdom. In the national capital, in the training camp of the Kingdom Army from District 1 to District 3, all the Kingdom Army was suddenly boiling and excited. The two strongest forces in the kingdom today, one is the 11th team of the 13th team of the court that has only appeared once so far, and the other is the ninja assassination force. As the most common mistake in the public eye, the dark department is also the most impressive. Almost all of the kingdom army have a dream in their hearts, that is, to become a powerful ninja and join the dark department. And now, the opportunity for this dream site has come, and all the kingdom troops are suddenly rubbing shoulders one by one, ready to show their skills in the next personnel election. No one can resist the temptation to become a ninja. No one wants to pass up this opportunity. Even when this news somehow began to spread in the kingdom, the whole kingdom also became a sensation. The 10,000 most elite in the king's army have a chance to become ninjas. Upon hearing the news, most of the young people in the country were immediately excited one by one and frantically rushed to the conscription office. And the news that the Fielding Kingdom opened a ninja academy to train ninjas also spread to the outside world under the impetus of a certain force. The royal court, a large hall full of classical style. Luo Tian sat on the throne, looking flat and reading the introduction of the major forces and illusions in this sea. Suddenly, Stanley walked in, half knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the election of cadets has been communicated to the major training camps, and the most elite 10,000 soldiers will be elected and sent to training in 3 days." Luo Tian continued to stare at the book in his hand without raising his head, and replied lightly. In addition, the news of the opening of the Ninja Academy has spread throughout the country, and most of the citizens have begun to flock to the recruitment office, and now the number of the king's army is rising rapidly. Stanley continued. Hearing this, Luo Tian's hand turning the pages of the book paused slightly, raised his head to look at Stanley, and said with a raised corner of his mouth, "This is a surprise. The order goes down, all those who volunteer to join the army will be included in the kingdom army, and there is no need to have any scruples, and make every effort to expand the scale of the kingdom army." "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley nodded, but then continued, "But Your Majesty, if the kingdom army continues to expand, our fleet and munitions also need to be purchased in large quantities, and the warships can be solved by finding a shipyard, but the munitions, arms." Luo Tian nodded, and a figure involuntarily flashed in his mind. It seemed that he had to find a time to contact him. "Don't worry about the arms problem, I'll have someone solve it after a while," Luo Tian said lightly. "Yes, Your Majesty, there is one more thing." Stanley looked at Luo Tian cautiously, and said with some hesitation, "The news of the Ninja Academy has spread in the country, and those forces outside should know about it soon, and then send spies over to." Although Stanley didn't have the latter words, Luo Tian naturally knew what Stanley was referring to. Ninjutsu. This kind of technique, which has no side effects and is even comparable to the natural devil fruit, is now known to almost the whole world that only the kingdom of Fielding exists. This kind of power, without any side effects, can be mastered through learning. How can it not attract the attention of the major forces on the sea? If it weren't for the fact that the current Fielding kingdom is too powerful, countless forces would have come to the door long ago. In fact, some forces sent intelligence agents to Wano country to search for ninja legends that have been circulating for a long time, but nothing came of it. And now, Luo Tian has opened a ninja academy. How can the major forces that learned the news not send spies to steal the cultivation method of ninjutsu? It's just that only Luo Tian himself understands that even if he publishes the ninjutsu scroll, it is impossible for anyone to learn ninjutsu. Because, it is impossible for them to refine the chakra. Leave them alone. A hint of inexplicable smile rose at the corner of his mouth, and Luo Tian smiled lightly. If someone really stretches out their hand to the Ninja Academy without knowing whether they are alive or dead, and it happens that the 11th team has nothing to do recently, then let them solve it. Yes. Stanley shuddered suddenly, and when he thought of passing by the dojo west of the national capital a few days ago and seeing the terrible battle of the group of people in the 11th team, He couldn't help but mourn in silence for the other forces. That's right. At this time, Luo Tian suddenly remembered something, looked at Stanley and said lightly, "How are the Peach Rabbit and the Vice Admiral of the Navy?" "They are all in Halashi prison in District 1. Stanley replied quickly. Hearing this, Luo Tian groaned. Thanks to the Ninja Academy, the number of the Kingdom Army has also begun to increase greatly in this boom, and in order to meet the requirement of tripling the military strength as soon as possible, it would be better if these ordinary soldiers could also increase their combat effectiveness. And domineering, although there is no guarantee that everyone can learn it, but even if it is only a part of the Kingdom Army, it is enough to enhance a lot of military strength. Have someone go to the first district and bring them over, and they'll be needed in a while." Luo Tian said lightly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Stanley nodded respectfully, and then saw that Luo Tian didn't mean to speak again, and quickly retreated. 2 days passed calmly again. The election of 10,000 elite soldiers was still going on, and the craze for joining the army continued. In just 2 days, the kingdom's army has reached an astonishing number of 250,000, although the new recruits still need to undergo training before they can be officially arranged, but this number is already extremely large. At the same time, the outside world is indeed as Luo Tian thought. After learning that the Kingdom of Fielding had opened a ninja academy, most of the forces in the outside world suddenly became ready to move. Although no force dares to come to the strength of the Fielding Kingdom due to its current position, it does not prevent them from sending spies and intelligence personnel. So for a while, in the entire Fielding Kingdom, spies and intelligence officers began to act cautiously. At the same time, an uninvited guest also came to the Kingdom of Fielding that afternoon. Is this the capital of the Kingdom of Fielding? The bustling streets, the crowds of people coming and going are endless, the shops on both sides of the streets, the hawkers are constantly shouting, and in the distance, you can see the screams of excitement coming from the facilities of the amusement park in the distance. Everything is close to the prosperity of this place. The man shrouded in a grey robe, ignoring the strange gazes of the passers-by around him, looked at the bustling town, and a strange look flashed on his face shrouded in shadows. "Hey, boss, let's be cheaper. We're the boss, but there's a famous pirate Tyrannosaurus in the West Sea. Cheaper, our pirates will always take care of your family's business in the future." "No. I said that 200,000 Baileys are 200,000 Baileys, and not a single cent is missing." "Damn, let's go back and get the money." Seeing the scene where a group of pirates failed to bargain with the owner of a weapons shop, and although they were angry, they could only leave, the look in the man's eyes suddenly became even more surprised. It can really make the pirates settle down. This country seems to be different from what I imagined. Muttering to himself in an incomprehensible tone, the man continued to wander around the town. The longer he walked, the more he could feel the stability and prosperity of the town. There are merchants, there are travelers, there are pirates, and there are even mafia. And yet strangely there is no fighting. All the lawless people outside are safe here. Compared to all the other countries he's been to, it's paradise. The country. Walking in this fairytale-like peaceful town, the look of surprise in the eyes of the man shrouded in black robes became more and more intense, and even a trace of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was a joy like finding a like-minded friend. "Fielding Lotion, looks like it's time to meet you." The man looked up at the towering royal court in the distance, raised his feet and prepared to walk over. But suddenly, his steps paused, and a feeling of being targeted by some kind of gaze instantly came to his mind. As soon as he raised his footsteps, the man suddenly walked into an uninhabited alley, and then his whole body suddenly turned into a blue-white wind that rose into the sky and disappeared. And the next moment, the two shadowy figures suddenly appeared in the alley, raised their eyes at the sky, and then glanced at each other. Nature-based devil fruit ability. That's right, did you see his face clearly? No, It was deliberately covered. Do you want to report it to your Majesty? Good. Luo. After a brief conversation, the figures of the two shadows disappeared in an instant. The new national capital, west of the town. It's a forest. Call. A gust of wind suddenly poured down from the sky, the leaves were blown and rattled, and in the blue-white air current, a figure shrouded in black robes slowly took shape. Did the ninja assassinate the people of the tactical unit, and they found me so quickly with such strong reconnaissance skills? The hat on the man's head was blown down by the strong wind, revealing a wild face, and on the right side of his face, the red square tattoo was extremely conspicuous. If there were people from the world government or the navy here at this time, they would definitely be shocked by the identity of this man. Because this man is the leader of the revolutionary army who has subverted several countries and made the world government have to pay attention to it. Dragon. Removing the elementalization, the dragon glanced up in the direction of the royal court, and suddenly frowned and shook his head. He suddenly felt that it was better for him not to see Fielding Roshan now. Although judging from the situation in the kingdom of Fielding alone, this country is definitely the most ideal country, and it is not even much different from the perfect American degree he imagined. But the dragon knows that nothing can be seen just by appearances. Judging from the fact that Fielding Roshan constantly conquered other countries, and even wiped out a naval force without leaving any survivors, Fielding Roshan was definitely an ambitious and dangerous man, and under the rule of such a person, who could guarantee that the country would still be so perfect and peaceful, and that it would not be constantly involved in war? He still needs to observe. What's more, judging from the situation that was discovered by the shadows just now, if he went to the royal court now, he would definitely be attacked by the shadows as an intruder, which was not what he wanted to see. Forget it. The dragon's frowning brows relaxed, and he said to himself, judging from the current situation, this Fielding kingdom doesn't need to worry about anything for the time being, and after a while, after the things in hand are all done, let's contact him directly in the name of the Revolutionary Army. With that, the dragon turned around and planned to elementalize and leave here. However, no sooner had the dragon turned than a small figure caught his eye. It was a little girl about 10 years old, dressed in a black kimono, with a delicate short knife hanging from her waist, and under her shoulder-length short pink hair. The little girl was looking at him with curiosity on her cute face. The moment he saw the little girl, the dragon's body trembled violently, and his face, which had always been full of majesty, also looked terrified. Because he had already recognized the identity of this little girl, the little girl who appeared with the 11th Brigade in the Battle of Morro Island, a little girl with extremely strong strength. Who are you? Are you here to find your Majesty? Yachiru looked at the frozen dragon curiously, biting his fingers and saying curiously. The dragon didn't answer, but came back to his senses with the figure of Yaki and Leo and quickly looked around. Since the 8,000 streams of the same 11th team are here, then. Jingle. A slight bell sounded, the dragon's face changed slightly, and he quickly raised his head to look, and suddenly his pupils suddenly contracted. I didn't know when I saw that the trunks of the big trees around him were already full of figures, all wearing the same black kimonos, with long knives hanging from their waists, staring at him with interested expressions on their faces. And at the top of the big tree directly in front of him, Kenpeka was leaning against the trunk of the tree, grinning at him. Yo! Did you finally notice us without wandering? Hearing this, a trace of cold sweat suddenly began to flow from the dragon's forehead, and he looked at all the members of the 11th team surrounded by him, and muttered with a somewhat ugly face, this is. But it's a trouble. The royal court. In the bedroom, Luo Tian leaned against the window casually, the breeze blowing his hair and swaying constantly, holding the data on the improvement of the domestic economic level and national living standards during this period in his hand, and the corners of his mouth raised a beautiful arc. Not far away, while making tea, the little maid who peeked at Luo Tian saw this picture, A trace of obsession suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her little face couldn't help but blush slightly. "Your Majesty. It's really beautiful." The little maid was thinking stupidly, and suddenly, a dark part suddenly appeared in front of Luo Tian. The little maid was startled, and the hot water in her hand suddenly spilled on her hand, making her can't help but scream in pain. Luo Tian took his eyes off the document in his hand, looked at the little maid and said with a smile, "Be careful, don't get distracted." "Yes. Your Majesty." The little maid immediately lowered her head with a blushing face, and hurriedly cleaned up the tea set on the table. Luo Tian, on the other hand, looked at the shadows. "What's the matter?" Luo Tian said lightly. "Your Majesty, 10 minutes ago, we discovered a natural devil fruit ability in the town." The Dark said respectfully. "Who is the other party?" Luo Tian still didn't have any special expression on his face, and said lightly. The other party covered his face and was temporarily unidentified. The Dark part replied truthfully. "What is the ability?" Luo Tian continued to ask lightly. "At the moment we are inferring that it is wind or air." The Dark part hesitated and replied. "Wind, air." Luo Tian finally showed an interested look on his face, and thought about it for a while. "It seems that there are no natural abilities such as wind or air in the original book, right? However, there is a person with gas fruit ability. Could it be him?" "What about people now?" Luo Tian said, raising his eyebrows. "It's no longer in town, Your Majesty. Do you need us to track it down?" said the shadows. Luo Tian groaned for a moment, and just wanted to speak. Bang! A huge roar sounded from the west, and in the town, countless people were suddenly startled by this sudden sound, and quickly turned their heads to look in the direction where the sound came from. "Het!" By the window, Luo Tian, who was watching this scene, suddenly chuckled and said, "Did you meet Team 11? I don't need you to track it down. Thank you for spending your time with Audiobook Universe. Until next time, keep reading, keep listening, and take care, and please subscribe.